The main character named Yukina asks the bishop what he is talking about. The guy confidently replies that Yukina understands what he is talking about. The young man denies his words. The room becomes silent, and a man enters with glasses on a tray. The bishop clarifies that he is talking about Yuusha, that is, about the hero. The brunette, not understanding, asks again. The man slams the tray onto the table and angrily tells Yukina that the guy is talking about Lyricus. Guessing, the brunette asks if Lyricus has become Yuushi. Yukina remembers how the bishop told him about this, but he was too lazy to listen to him. The boy asks if Mr. Yuusha is Lyricus. The bishop replies that Lyricus is about to go on a journey and fight the demon lord, but doubts that he will make it to the end. After receiving the agreement, the bishop says that Lyricus will go to the capital for new skills, and for the journey he asked for companions. Yukina looks doubtful. The young man, guessing about everything, says that he needs to work in the field, to which the bishop scolds him for choosing Yukina and reminds him that he didn't want to explore the world. The boy agrees but still asks why it should be him, not that he was a coward, but the boy is just a farmer and he has to work hard to pay taxes. The bishop assures that he will talk to the church about tax exemption and a scholarship that will cover all expenses in the capital, and that he will report the boy's feat to the capital, which shocks Yukina. The inspired young man says that he will take on the role of accompanying Lyricus, introducing different girls. The bishop says the boy changed his mind very quickly. Lyricus, not understanding, asks again if he is Yuusha. The bishop says that there must be a seal on the boy's hand and only those chosen by the divine Holy Grail have it. Yukina is seen passing by in the crowd. Someone calls the guy and takes him by the hand. The man tells Lyricus that when he picked him up, he knew that this day would come, and the woman next to him says that now the guy will not have time to waste being in the village. The hero tells his parents that he never had time to repay them. A man from the crowd tells Lyricus that he is the finest young man he has ever met, and to be sure that the youth is the pride and dignity of the village. The guy happily addresses everyone. The same man interrupts and asks if Yukina really didn't come and why Lyricus chose him. Yuusha, looking to the side, mentally says Yukina's name. The hero, remembering the guy, thinks that even if they are the only ones the same age in the village, they do not communicate. He thinks that because Yukina is not like all the other residents, the young man does not understand him. Lyricus also says in his thoughts that he can't help the guy, but looking at his actions, the hero understands that Yukina is not bound by anything. The young man reflects on how every few hundred years a demon lord descends upon the world, bringing with him a wave of chaos and destruction that threatens to destroy everything in its path. Only one person, chosen by God, Yuusha, can stop the demon lord. Looking at the seal on his hand and then at the villagers, Lyricus understands that he must become a hero who, like the previous ones, will save the world because he is the pride of the village. Lyricus, while in the carriage, looks at Yukina and thinks that he is much more unusual than he expected, to which the brunette, noticing the guy's gaze, asks what he needs. Yuusha says it's nothing. Yukina says that the capital is still far away, to which Lyricus replies that the roads are currently safe and they will reach the capital in one piece. The guy smiles and says that church people can be pretty stubborn, and was it worth it? Lyricus tells Yukina that he doesn't remember the last time he let him down, so he's counting on him, to which he replies that the hero is better than him in everything. Yuusha, looking out the carriage window, doubts the young man's words and notices something. The bishop on horseback opens the window and addresses Lyricus, saying that they are approaching the capital. Two guys look out the window. They arrived in the capital of Frescia Arcs, where a castle can be seen. The boys look at the city in surprise. The capital has tall buildings, many people, large counters, and carriages. Yukina is amazed by the city. Lyricus supports the guy and wanted to say something about comparing this place to a village, but does not finish his words. The bishop interrupts him and tells him that he is going straight to the castle and will request an audience with the king. Yukina gets out of the carriage, noticing this. Lyricus and the bishop do not understand why he is doing this. The guy says he'll get out there and if anything happens, look for him near the church. The bishop scolds him, but the young man is already running away. The bishop says that when he catches him, he will definitely scold him. Yukina says in his mind that it wasn't just because of the money that he agreed to go to the capital, but because there was one place there that he had always wanted to visit. Yukina enthusiastically thinks that he has come to the city of love. The guy imagines that soon he will become a man and everything will be unforgettable. In his thoughts, he thanks God that his wallet is full and goes to the girls from the capital. Passing by an alley, the young man notices a man there and thinks that he looks very much like an information broker. Yukina hopes that she can learn something from him and that nothing can scare him. The guy hears someone yelling for them to stop what they are doing and sees two people wanting something from the girl. The young man quickly deals with the people and saves the girl. The young lady watches as the hero threatens one of the attackers that they had better not do anything while he was here. Yukina asks the victim if she is okay. The girl gives a positive answer. The lady thanks the guy and asks if he is hurt. Yukina doesn't understand why she has a questioning tone. She says that he is very good at this, to which the young man replies that it is good that those people did not have time to do anything to her. The young man suddenly notices something. He understands in his mind that if he looks closely, the girl is perfect, and she, noticing his gaze, asks if something happened. Yukina tells her that she is so beautiful that, enchanted by her beauty, he could not help but help her. The girl blushes and quietly repeats his compliment. The young man tells the unknown woman to leave quickly, explaining that this place is not suitable for her, but does not have time to finish the sentence. The guy notices how the girl is very embarrassed and blushes. He turns to her without understanding. She still blushes and apologizes to him, saying that he said something that had never been said to her before. The girl hears someone's voices around the corner and turns to face them. She is scared of something. Yukina notices this and exhales. The guy extends his hand to her and says that everything is fine and invites her to go with him. The stranger doubts, but the young man tells her to trust him. Yukina takes the girl by the hand, which surprises her, and she wants to stop him, but he doesn't hear and continues walking. The lady smiles, squeezes the guy's hand, and walks with him. They ran back to the city, and the young man says that they are now safe. The tired girl apologizes and says that she usually doesn't walk so much and adds that they still got out. Yukina offers her a little break, to which she agrees. The guy asks what the stranger was doing in that place. The girl asks if he needs to know this. Yukina replies that she is not forcing her, and if she does not want to talk, then let her not talk. She asks if it's possible and receives approval from the guy. He tells her that they have gone far from that place, and even if he does not understand what she was doing there, he clarifies whether the lady had any specific plans there. The stranger, blushing again, tries to confess something to him. She tells Yukina that she got lost and ended up in that area. He asks the girl if she is joking, and she replies that it is absolutely true. The hero wants to change the subject and asks about her next steps. She doesn't understand what he means. Yukina says that he means whether the girl has a place to stay for the night, but she remains silent. Surprised, he says that she really has nowhere to go in this city. The stranger says that it is better for her to stay there and not go anywhere. The guy does not understand her in his thoughts. Then Yukina invites her to go with him, but she doubts. The guy tells the girl that he just arrived in the capital and wanted to see the sights and offers her the same. The lady happily agrees to take a walk with him. Embarrassed, Yukina said that the decision had been made. The guy explains to the girl that his friend invited him along, but they are not close enough to be considered best friends, and adds that this friend is Yuusha, and after his words he thinks about something. He thinks that if one were to say that there is a Yuusha nearby, it would be the same as saying that the demon lord has been reborn. That's why he's thinking about not spreading the word so as not to cause concern. The girl looked at Yukina questioningly. The young man says that he doesn't understand why she suddenly agreed to go for a walk with him. The couple walks through the city where people play instruments and see a lot of people. Yukina says that the capital is very busy and asks if it is like this every day. The girl says that it's not usually this crowded, but the last few days have been special, to which the guy asks if there's some kind of festival going on in town. She replies that a week ago, the church pope announced that the divine Holy Grail had chosen Yuusha to come to the capital. Yukina looks at the girl indignantly. The girl says that a week ago her father told her when the hero would visit the royal capital. Yukina is very surprised. He asks what this is, the church, to which she replies that it is, and in their time the resurrection of Manhua is popular and it reduces public anxiety as much as possible. The guy happily thinks that he assumed that it would be much more difficult for the hero. Yukina suggests that the girl enjoy everything about the walk. She agrees with him. They are having a great time in the city. The girl notices the shashlik. Yukina buys 2 pieces. The salesman asks the guy if he has a date. The girl guesses out loud what Takeru is talking about. The young man offers her something to eat. The lady is embarrassed and does not understand and asks him how it is, to which he tells her to look at him. Yukina shows them and the girl asks if they can be eaten without chopsticks. Having tried it, the young lady is very surprised. She says that this is the first time she's tried such delicious food and asks the guy if they eat food like this all the time, to which he says that it feels like she's never eaten anything like this. The girl denies his words and justifies herself by saying that she is the queen of commoners. Yukina suggests that she move on. A couple is walking around the capital together, and the guy asks the girl if she is having fun. She says that this is the first time she has had this much fun, and Yukina agrees with her. Standing together, the girl says that time flies and asks if the young man wants to ask something. She says that he should have already noticed that she is not a citizen. Yukina says that he didn't really want to ask, and the girl understands that he knew everything. The guy puts a pendant with a jewel on her. The girl doesn't understand what it is, and the hero asks her to take this thing to the celebration, if it's not too much trouble. She says she can't take it, but she wants to pay him back and takes off her glove. The young lady offers Yukina to take the ring. The guy says that it is very expensive. The girl reassures him, hinting that it is not nice to talk about the price, and the young man takes the ring. The characters say goodbye to each other. To the king of Arkna's Burnest. Lyricus bows down and introduces himself to the king, to which he tells Yuusha to look at him and that according to legend, the demon king has unrivaled power. King Burnest asks Lyricus if he has a team to confront the demon king. Yuusha replies that he has a team, and it is his destiny to fight the Demon King. In the evening, Lyricus leaves thinking about how difficult it was. He also thought that Yukina wouldn't be nervous there, and he appears in front of him and asks how everything went. Lyricus' friend says he found a cheap hotel, and Yuusha asks him if he would like to leave the capital for a couple of days. Lyricus adds that the heroes will be allowed to enter after Yukina arrives, to which he replies that Yuusha shouldn't worry and that he will be quick. Yukina wonders where he should go and sees many signs for gun shops. From one of these stores, the seller throws people out and shouts that he will not sell them anything. Yukina wants to go into this store, and a hammer flies in front of him and breaks the door. The seller asks the guy if everything is okay, and if he is injured, Yukina replies that he is lucky. The young man asks the seller why that situation happened. The seller replies that the man had never hunted and wanted to buy a weapon that was not up to his level, and the man was furious. Yukina says that you can't treat customers like that. The man asks what the young man wants to buy. He replies that he needs to buy a sword for a friend. The seller asks why not for himself, but still leaves to look. Yukina sees the sacred swords and thinks that they are popular these days, but he still has no use for them. The guy notices a very old spear. A salesman comes and shows a sword that is easy to use with one hand, and Yukina wants to buy it. The man asks if the guy needs a gun, to which he replies that it is expensive. Then the seller offers something. He offers an old but strong spear with a low price because it is worn. Yukina feels something when she takes the spear. The boy does not understand the reason for this. Someone's voice calls Midori. A voice runs through the hero's head asking if it was he who woke him up. Yukina asks the seller if he said that, to which he receives a misunderstanding and a negative answer. The guy looks around trying to find the source of the voice. The voice says that the young man is holding him now. Looking at the spear, Yukina hears that it is introduced as glam and that it is the rarest weapon in the world, and the guy is its new owner. In the hotel room, Spear complains that it is a cheap hotel, to which the hero says that price does not matter as long as there is a roof over your head. Glam asks why the guy is silent, but Yukina wants the spear to be silent. The weapon doesn't understand why the hero is so calm, because usually her owners were in shock, but the guy says that if it weren't for her voice, he would already be asleep. Glam's voice is different from what it was in the shop, to which the spear replies that it is itself. But in the shop it spoke to the guy using telepathy. She telepathically says that with this she will tell the hero some secrets, to which the guy is surprised. However, the weapon says that it is more convenient for her to speak out loud. Yukina makes a remark that she should not talk to him in a crowd. Glam understands but says that it will be fun if the hero talks to himself. The guy goes into town with the spear and it is very happy about it, and Yukina says that now the most interesting part will begin. Glam telepathically asks the hero where he is and whether he has a sister, to which he receives a negative answer, and the guy examines the ring he received. Yukina says naked that he needs to go after the girls, and the weapon tells him to be careful. A young man comes into a place with girls and the lady at the counter greets him. He blushes and tells her that he needs to grow up, but she looks at him, not understanding. The embarrassed hero tells himself to calm down. At that moment, someone calls the girl in front of him by her name, Sarah. It was another woman who asked her to clean the room. Sarah says that it was good and praised her for her work. Yukina notices a lady passing by. He asks Sarah if that woman works there, to which he receives the answer that she is a free fury. Yukina quickly leaves to catch up with the girl, and the spear telepathically tells him to calm down and asks what's wrong with him. The guy notices that same woman walking away somewhere. He yells at her to stop. She turns to him and he asks her to be his first. The girl asks if he is talking to her, to which Yukina replies that she is beautiful and will make him a man. The woman thanks him for the praise but warns that it will not be cheap. Yukina asks how much it will cost, and when she receives an answer in her ear, she is very surprised. The spear tells him it's too expensive. The guy scolds himself. However, he says that he will not give up and he needs to earn this money. The hero introduces himself to the girl and tells her to wait for him. She is a little surprised. The woman says she will wait for him. Yukina comes to the mercenary guild. The weapon tells him that he admires his determination. The boy says that they need to hurry. Spear asks how the hero plans to earn such a large sum of money. Yukina looks at the mercenary ranking table, where 1 is the highest rank, but the guy is 5. Glam says that he won't be able to earn that much unless he raises his rank. The hero takes an advertisement for a rat hunt and goes on this mission. The weapon represents the monster hunt and is happy about it, but Yukina says it won't be that easy. The guy caught a rat and says that he needs 10 more to complete the task. Glam asks if Yukina likes it with her new partner, and if they catch more rats they will earn more money, but the hero says that he does not want to become a mercenary and the spear calls him lazy. They start arguing and the weapon says that the hero has potential, and therefore it will teach him how to use it. Yukina doubtfully asks if this will last long, but Glam talks about skills. Spear says that the people who owned it were professionals and taught the boy everything. He asks if he needs to repeat after her, and the weapon replies that in order for them to connect and for him to begin training, he will need to carry her with him. Glam explains that the advantage of the spear is that it can be used for ranged attacks, but if Yukina becomes a pro, she will be able to fight at any range. She also explains other skills of using the spear. The hero says that this is not what he expected. The weapon tells him that everything will work out if he knows the basics and hunts to solidify everything. Yukina, having caught more rats, is surprised that he has become less tired, and Glam says that this is natural. The guy caught 27 rats. Lyricus comes to the shrine to find the holy sword. Someone approaches him, saying that he needs to hurry because of the monsters. It was the girl Yukina was walking with, Lady Aina, with a staff in her hands. Yuusha asks why she still continues to follow him, to which she replies that she will be with him from now on. She calms the guy down and says that she is well trained and tells him to take care of himself. He listens to her. Lyricus thought that Aina would only be with them because of her status as a princess. However, he thinks that she is noble and strong, that she is like him, but he does not finish the thought in his head, and the girl turns to him. The hero sees a sword in the stone and approaches it to get it, and the seal on his hand begins to glow. Taking out the weapon, it addresses the youth as the Holy Sword of Rhea, and that he has come for it. The event happens again with Yukina and the spear. Glam asks him if it's strange, and the guy, having caught a lot of rats, asks the weapon if it's the same Guram. Glam says that they have caught quite a lot of animals, and the hero thanks her for helping him save up money much faster. Spear warns that someone has appeared in the bushes behind them. They are attacked by wolves and Yukina quickly defeats them. After that, the guy thinks that this is enough and the spear suggests going to the guild. They come to the loot collection point and the girl at the counter says that the amount is big this time and calls Yukina the Rat Slayer, but he doesn't like the nickname and says that he needs to go somewhere. The girl says she will give him another letter of recommendation and he thanks her. Spear notices someone in front of them and is afraid of something. Yukina immediately notices the body of the half-fox, half-human and comments on it. Glam scolds the hero telepathically and the girl angrily says, "Repeat the guy's words." The hero apologizes to her, but she says that he is a spearman and a rat slayer and is proud of it. Yukina gets angry at her, but the spear tells him to shut up since she is much stronger than him. The guy calms down and says that he understands her, but the girl thought that he would have more courage and that she should have told him something. Glam notices the fox has a katana, but the hero doesn't understand what it is, and the spear says that it's like a sword, only a very, very good one, and they leave. The weapon says how nice it would be to meet the girl because of whom the guy started earning money in the doctor's clothes, and Yukina agrees with the spear. The hero notices the same girl talking to a man. He thinks it is her guest. However, the girl looks a little scared. Yukina tells the spear that something is wrong and goes to the girl. The guy saves and greets Kunya. At the girl's house, she treats the guy to tea and says that the man has been following her around lately and notices blood on the hero. He says it's because he was in the forest and Kane is healing his wounds with magic. Yukina understands that she is not an ordinary person, as few people can use restoration magic of this level. He wonders why a girl with such an ability works as a courtesan. Noticing his gaze, she asks if he is listening to her, to which he replies that he is simply lost in thought. Kuni says that they need to get to know each other better and suggests going on a date. In the city, Yukina says that there are quite a lot of shops in the capital, to which the girl replies that there was a parade there the other day. The guy thinks that it was in honor of Lyricus because he did not see the parade because he was recently in the forest. The hero, remembering some girl, thinks that he needs to explore the capital, but Kane pulls him by the hand. She asks if he thinks about other girls, but he sheepishly denies it, but remembers the mercenary he saw at the guild. The girl is not interested in Jinseki the guy is talking about. He says that she has a cool name, and Kane replies that you can say that it is the fox's middle name. Yukina asks again, and the healer answers that it is like a title, and it expresses the characteristics and character of a person, thus becoming a second name. Kune presses herself tightly against the boy's hand and says that this is his punishment for thinking about another woman and that she will continue to do so. The hero is very embarrassed by this. Glam begins telepathically calling out to Yukina, to which he responds in the same manner so that she doesn't talk to him on their date. The weapon warns that there is a person behind the guy who is very angry with him. He does not understand the reason for this, and the spear suggests that the unknown person does not like that he is walking with a girl. Yukina hit the man, and the girl is worried that even during the date, the man is bothering her again. She thinks that she has to earn money, so she works with men and says that if it weren't for this, the man wouldn't be pursuing her and that such people need to be paid to leave. The hero interrupts her and says that he has a specific goal and he is striving for it, and her work is a noble profession that can become a standard. The girl happily hugs Yukina. The guy goes back to his room and remembers Kune and how sweet and embarrassed she was. Lyricus notices Yukina and thinks about how he wasn't present at the parade and whether he really cares about him. He also notices the spear, and his sword is surprised by something. To Yuusha and say that the carriage is ready. In the forest, Glam and Yukina are having a heated argument. The guy doesn't understand where the rats have disappeared to, but the weapon doesn't understand something either. What Spear finds strange is not the absence of rats, but the silence in the forest. An animal jumps out of the bushes, but Yukina quickly defeats it. Glam warns the guy that someone is approaching. Turning back, the hero sees a fox girl who saved him from an animal that wanted to attack. Jinseki mockingly addresses Yukina as a Pied Piper and asks why he bullies the weak. The boy replies that it is a task and that he has a name. The fox laughs at him again. The hero starts to get irritated and asks how he should address the mercenary, but she doesn't care. Yukina asks what a second-rank mercenary like her is doing in that place. She replies that she is looking for a place with weak monsters, and the young man thinks that this is another mockery. He looks at the spear and wants to ask something, but the fox asks if he is attracting too much attention with such a terrible spear. Glam gets angry at the girl's words, and Yukina says that this weapon is like his own. Jinseki says that the guild doesn't think much of the guy and calls him a pathetic spearman. The guy starts getting irritated again. He explains that the spear's large, sharp tip makes it ideal for long-range combat. The girl asks him what he thinks of his nickname. Yukina says he doesn't care, which angers the mercenary a little. She leaves and tells the guy to try not to be late either, but he doesn't understand what's wrong with her. Spear tells him that the fox is most likely a martial artist, but the hero does not understand. Glam explains that unlike mercenaries who use weapons to make money, martial artists train their bodies while simultaneously preparing for a possible war. After a dialogue about Jinseki being sharp-tongued, Yukina wants to continue searching, but the spear says that it's time for them to wrap things up. The guy doesn't understand why. The weapon says that they haven't met a single rat the whole time and they're just wasting time and it's better for them to go back. The hero still agrees. A little later in the forest, the guy is attacked by many cobalt dogs and he regrets that he listened to Glam. Yukina with a spear notices one dog biting another and is surprised by this. They both decide to take a rest. The weapon says that during the battle a crush began, that is, in one place there are a lot of monsters that pose a threat to life. The hero introduces the animals as bad guys who extort money. Glam says that during a stampede, such animals begin to eat whatever catches their eye. She continues to say that the reason for this is the lack of food, which is why the strong begin to eat the weak, which is natural, but the fact is that there was enough food for everyone. The rats and those who were supposed to die from hunger live, and because of this the dogs have become even more ferocious, so the hero doesn't have a single chance against them. Glam says that they were only able to escape because that dog found something tastier, otherwise Yukina would have had a different fate. The guy decides to continue running. The guy asks the spear if he is to blame for all this. The weapon says that one person is not capable of such a thing and wants to suggest something, but does not finish. Behind them, a creature roars loudly, and Glam says that this is all the work of a demon. The weapon suggests running away, but the hero remembers Jinseki's words, but the spear says that she came to prevent a crush and that he needs to trust her and run away. Yukina meets a fox girl who fights a large number of monsters. A large wolf appears in front of them and Glam explains that it is the king of the kobolds of the canine family. He is a mutation that is larger and stronger than his relatives, and he is the cause of the stampede. Spear says that they are very lucky because the monsters and the mercenary do not pay attention to them because of the stench and tells Yukina to sit quietly in the bushes. Jinseki quickly defeats Cobalt. The hero is very surprised by this and Glam compares her to a flash and talks about her perfect mastery of Iaido. That is, the art of instantly defeating an opponent, during which it is impossible to see the unsheathing of a katana. However, the spear says that the fox made a grave mistake, but Yukina does not understand. She says that the mercenary allowed the enemy to come from behind, and a large number of dogs want to attack the girl from behind. Yukina does not understand why they attacked her, because before that they were afraid of the girl and her appearance, but Glam says that the will of the Cobalt King is above fear and he ordered them to attack. Spear notices that the mercenary's strength is running out. Jinseki, while fighting monsters and their king, gets wounded in the leg. Yukina runs to her aid, ignoring Glam's concerns. The hero notices that the mercenary wants to surrender to Cobalt and runs to attack him. Yukina stabs the cobalt spear into his thigh, but the tip barely penetrates the skin. The monster continues to attack the hero, and Glam warns him not to let Cobalt touch him. The weapon asks what their plan is, but the guy doesn't have one and the spear starts to get angry. Cobalt wants to attack Yukina and Glam tells his partner that he must gather his thoughts and quickly defeat the monster, otherwise they will be in trouble. The hero fails to damage the cobalt and tells the spear that it is too dull for his skin. Yukina realizes that the king of dogs is beyond his power, and the weapon tells him that Jinseki is in trouble. Glam thinks he can help the girl, to which she replies that he should throw a knife into the monster's left eye, because that way they will gain a little time, which the young man does. Yukina helps the girl cope with the other dogs and asks how she is feeling, and she is surprised by this. Spear says that it looks like they've exhausted Cobalt and he's unable to give orders and is shouting about the monster behind him. A badly injured Yukina wakes up and starts looking for Glam, asking what's wrong with her. The hero thinks that he screwed up after all. Jinseki asks why he came. The guy replies to save her. She says she didn't ask for help, understands that he wanted the best and for him to look at himself. At this time, Cobalt approaches them. Yukina stands up and looks at the monster, telling her that whining won't help matters and that the situation is bad, but he won't let the king of the monsters defeat him. The fox asks why he needs all this and he could just run away and no one would judge him. He says that even if he were convicted, he wouldn't care what people thought of him. Yukina thinks that she is doing something that will please others if she does not personally think it is right. After all, that's why he chose the spear, helped the girl in the alley, and became an adventurer. Looking at the fox, he says in his mind that this time is no exception because he intends to protect Jinseki at any cost. The girl tells him that all she did was belittle him. The hero shouts that he intends to protect her and mentally says that he doesn't care about other people's opinions, let them say what they want and evaluate her somehow. He thinks that first and foremost he follows his own will and he doesn't care what others think about it. He tells the girl that first and foremost she is a woman who has found herself in a dangerous situation. Yukina says that he does and will do what he considers necessary. The mercenary is surprised by his words and he tells her not to worry about her wounds and to trust him. Strange sounds and someone's laughter are heard in the forest. The voice says that how long has she waited for such a perfect partner as Yukina? The hero thinks it is Glam while the voice praises his desire and spirit and says that it recognizes him. The wounds on Yukin's hand heal and a voice says that from now on she is his faithful weapon and that the hero should give her a name. Aventurine calls out the spear's name and a weapon appears in his hand and shouts that her name will be Glam. The guy swings at Cobalt and Glam says that the contract is signed and now Yukina has been granted the status of hero. She says that for greed, for justice, for dominance her name is Glam and her master is the spearman hero. The young man notices some sign on his hand. The weapon warns the hero not to overdo it, and he asks if it is because of her that such terrible pain occurs. She says that the pain is caused by her, but it is due to the lack of necessary abilities in the owner. They see how Cobalt gets up and the spear begins to explain. Glam says that her skill is mass control, and it is divided into a part that materializes and the other suppresses pain sensations, and the hero's body has gone beyond the limitations, that is, strength. She continues that his current strength is 3 times greater than the monster's, hence the pain. Yukina asks if he should add more strength. Spear says his body is unlikely to withstand the pressure being applied. The hero has come to terms with this and says that since he has so much power, maybe they will teach the monster to fly, to which Glam actively agrees. The battle begins and the spear says that the enemy is exhausted, so defeating Cobalt will not be difficult, to which Yukina says that it only sounds easy in words. The guy starts chopping the monster and it starts to get really tense. The weapon says it's too early to relax. The hero notices Jinseki watching him. He thinks that this way he has no right to make a mistake. During the battle, Glam tells Yukina to remember that the most important thing is speed and how accurate his strikes are. Aventurine defeats Cobalt. His partner asks how he is feeling, to which he receives the answer that he is not very well, but he will live. Glam suggests he take a rest and the support group just arrived. She adds that the Guardians of Justice are late and will take all the glory for themselves, but jokes that if the commander is removed, this will not happen. Lyricus appears and asks what Yukina is doing there. Aventurine is surprised by his arrival. Jinseki tells Yukina not to move. He smiles at her and then falls down, shocking her. The fox approaches her and Glam telepathically tells her that he understands her confusion, but to help she must listen. Once first aid is given, she must take him to Kuhen. The partner adds that only this doctor can provide proper assistance. The mercenary obeys. The weapon adds that Jinseki does not forget to grab the spear, saying that it is very important to him. When Yukin is rescued, history tells us that he was not destined for a fate and people do not expect anything from him. He was simply lucky to be born at the same time as the future savior of the world. But in the end, it turns out that people were waiting for the wrong hero. This story is not about a savior of the world, but about a simple worker who will show the world a real hero. Hyune, stirring something in the potions, thinks about her night work with men, that because of this her body is dirty and that life, that its ending will not be the best. She thinks that deep down she felt guilty, so she started working as a doctor during the day to convince herself that she was still leading a normal life. The girl remembers Yukin's words that her night work is good and thinks that sometimes people like her help people. She starts to feel embarrassed when she remembers the hero. Realizing this, she thinks that she is behaving like a girl in love and she justifies herself that this is because she has no experience in relationships. Hyune thinks about what she can do with Yukina but remembers her words that if she does it for free, she will be embarrassed in front of the customers, so she can't pretend that she didn't say that. She thinks that if something came along that would allow her to take those words back, but immediately dismisses these thoughts with the fact that things don't always go so smoothly. From the carriage, Jinseki shouts asking Hyune if this is her hospital, to which the girl answers in the affirmative. The mercenary asks for help. The doctor wants to calm her down, but notices the wounded Yukin. Kuhun tells him to lay him down on the couch and start scanning. she notices that he has damage to his internal organs, muscles, and bones. The healer asks the fox why they brought him to her. She says that there are larger hospitals with better equipment in the city and they could have gone to the military hospital, asking the royal soldiers. Jinseki asks if she really wants to leave him to his fate. Kuni replies that she is simply stating the facts, that it is not too late, and thinks that she is scared. She continues to say that they should go to a more equipped hospital, fearing in her mind what if she can't save Yukina. Kune saying that apparently her partner was wrong and that women with night work betray men and that they are terrible. The doctor shouts at the voice that it doesn't understand anything. Glam says that it might be so, especially Kuni, who is ready to abandon a badly wounded man, doesn't understand. She asks if the girl doesn't want to save him. The healer answers that she does. Glam says that she knows what to do. Kune realizes that she is more afraid of losing Yukina. She tells the voice that she doesn't know who it is, but it opened her eyes. Glam says that her partner won't mind being in the arms of a beauty and apologizes if she insulted him, but the girl understands that it's for her sake. Kane tells Lyricus and Jinseki that he will definitely save Yukina and swears on his honor, thinking that he will go to any lengths. Glam thanks the girl and says that she made her make a very difficult choice. The healer says that the voice will apologize later and does not understand where it comes from. Healing magic temporarily activates recovery processes, which is why both the healer's magical power and the wounded person's physical strength are spent, and Kane is afraid that Yukina will be completely exhausted. She thinks that since he lacks vitality, all that remains is to give it from the outside and takes off her head ornaments. Instead, horns grow with difficulty for her. Kane kisses the hero with the transfer spell and thinks that he will definitely save him. Yukina wakes up realizing that she is in the Kune hospital and notices a mark on her hand, thinking it is a burn. Glam greets her owner happily, but he asks her not to shout as he has a headache. Weapon jokes that the hero is probably not fully awake. Yukina looks at the spear and doesn't recognize it. Glam says that she is a great spear in her prime. The hero replies that his weapon looked more broken and older, which makes his partner angry, and she yells at him. Because of this, he understands that it is his weapon after all. He remembers that during the fight with Cobalt, the spear asked to call her by name. Yukina asks why he is naked, and Glam tells him to look under the blanket. There was a girl there also naked, which shocked the guy. He asks if he is naked, then has he become one step more mature. His partner says that nothing like that happened. The guy is a little disappointed, and the spear tells him to thank Kune, because if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have survived. She tells him not to wake her up now, even if he is interested in what happened, adding that the girl nursed him for 3 days. The hero gets out of bed and thinks that he feels much better. The partners start talking so that the guy gets dressed, which is why Kune wakes up. She quickly runs to hug him and is happy that she was able to save him. He hugs her back and tells her that he made her worry, but she replies that the main thing is that he woke up and helped her realize something. The girl says that she realized how important Yukina is to her and that she is considered the best courtesan in the capital and she had to deal with a chaste guy. He notices her horns and she asks if they are ugly, to which she replies negatively and is surprised by this. The hero says she has other amazing body parts. She asks in surprise if he really doesn't think horns are creepy. He replies that they may surprise at first, but she is a beautiful girl and simple horns will not spoil that. Glam telepathically tells the guy that in another situation this would have been the worst answer, and he thinks he's screwed up. Weapon says that he definitely did something wrong and hints at another meaning of the situation. Kune approaches Yukina saying that she can't take it anymore. The girl kisses the hero and tells him to address her informally by name. Kune confesses her great love to the guy and continues kissing him. Yukina does not understand what is happening. They sit down to drink tea. The guy asks if everything is okay with her, to which the healer, dressed in a robe, apologizes for showing herself in a shameful manner. Yukina says he was surprised but glad that she confessed. Kune, covering his face, is amazed by his directness and asks if he is bothered by her horns. He replies that they are the same to him as ears or tails of beastmen and it doesn't really bother him. The girl asks him to listen. She explains that she is most likely a succubus, a demoness that seduces men and sucks their strength. The hero asks if the demoness is just like in fairy tales. Kune says that she has never met her kind, so she is not sure. However, she has learned that her power is very similar to that of a succubus. He asked if she meant the ability to suck out a person's strength. She answered affirmatively. She added that he himself wondered why a doctor would also work as a courtesan. The girl says that succubi must feed on someone else's power, otherwise they will die, and she is no exception, and that the fastest way to get power is close contact. Yukina understands and says that it's good that no one knows her secret, because she doesn't really want to spread it around, and Kane nods. She says that being able to take away spiritual power means being able to accurately sense it and control its level. She realized that this does not happen automatically, but requires a clear effort of will. This ability also acts as a healing magic, which she used more for fun, and she delved into healing magic and invented a power transfer magic and called it transfer. The girl says that she shared her life force with Yukina because he would not be able to withstand ordinary healing magic due to his injuries, and she can only use transfer with horns. Like the life force itself, she controls it better if she comes into contact with a person's skin, so she was unable to hide her horns. Yukina says that he didn't think he was in such a sorry state and thanks Kane again. He asks if her confession was from a woman to a man, which greatly embarrasses the girl. She asks if he was upset, to which he receives a negative answer. He was simply surprised because it was the first time he heard a confession and did not expect that she would confess. Kuni kisses him and says that he accepted her as she is, and says that she loves him and that he is the most wonderful man she has ever dealt with. Yukina replies that perhaps he has understood her feelings. However, the doctor says that he does not doubt him and asks if he has figured out his feelings. He replies that if he had to choose between hating and loving, he would choose what he loves, but he is not sure that it is a man's love for a woman. Kuni says that she also rushed and needs to calm down. However, kissing the guy on the forehead, she adds that if he accepts her feelings at least a little, he should come to her in the evening. Glam tells Yukina, who is walking around the city, that for a guy with no experience with girls, he did a good job. The hero asks the weapon to shut up and not to calm him down. The partner continues that if he had done everything perfectly, he would have long ago turned into a ladies' man because she thinks he has such inclinations. The guy denies her words. Yukina remembers Kane's words, if he accepts her feelings, to come in the evening and say sadly, maybe he should have trusted fate. Glam says that there is still time until the evening for him to think and not be afraid. If anything, his guests will gather. The hero curses. Does the spear really think that he will screw up? And she says that it is better to take the money. Yukina looks at King Cobalt's fang and says if it is necessary to show it to them, and the spear says that Jin Seki took it for proof. The partner says that the mercenary is one of those who is strict with herself and others, and such meanness as taking a fang for herself is not her style. Glam continues saying that Jin Seki was very worried about Yukina, and if she sees her, she should thank her, and the guy replies that he will treat her to something. At this time, a fox runs towards them. The joyful mercenary jumps on the hero with hugs and says that she heard about his condition from Kane and is glad that he is in good health. Yukina is surprised by her behavior because she always walked around gloomy and does not recognize her. He asks to let him go. She apologizes and says that she couldn't hold back because of her joy. The guy suggests that they leave there, but Jin Seki doesn't understand why. Yukina says that everyone is looking at them, but the girl says that everything is as usual. The fox addresses him as a hero and that she has a request for him. He asks if she can hear him out and not call him a hero because he feels awkward about it. Jin Seki kneels before Yukina and asks to be his servant. The guy does not understand her. At the diner, the fox tells the hero to address her as Mikage without the prefix mistress. He asked her to also call him by his first name without the sir, but she refuses. Glam says telepathically that the Eastern masters are quite stubborn and he will have to agree. Yukina tells the fox that it would be fine if he, a lower status person, became her servant, but the opposite is clearly strange. She replies that the status of a mercenary is a formality invented by someone. He asks if she wants to thank him in this way for defeating Cobalt, since it is enough for him that she honestly reported the elimination of the monster. Mikage says that she really thanks for the help, but more importantly, what she saw behind the hero's back, but he doesn't understand what she means. She talks about the image of the future hero. The guy at first calmly understands her, but then tells her that she overestimates him and is unlikely to ever become as great as she thinks. The fox answers him that if he were a simple mercenary, he would not have saved her and would have run away, but then she would not be sitting in front of him, to which he replies that they were just lucky. She agrees with him but says that it was he who grabbed luck by the tail. The guy wants to say something and looks at his hand. Looking at the sign, he remembers Glam and someone's words that he is the chosen one and will now become a hero. Yukina wonders whose voice that might be. The weapon tells him to be happy because the fox can't be convinced anymore. He asks why immediately as a servant, to which the spear replies that maybe he will offer her a supposedly probationary period, because she could be emotional and perhaps she will calm down and make a decision. The hero accepts Mikage's offer, to which she is very surprised but says that servants are not his style and offers her equal comrades. Jinseki asks if they will just be friends and gets a positive answer from the guy. The fox says that she understands that before making someone a servant, one must get to know them well and adds that her habit is to always be in a hurry. Yukina tells her that this friendship period is specifically to decide whether she will be his servant or not. The fox agrees with him. The boy thinks about Mikage becoming his comrade during the probationary period, joking that this is what future historians will record. They both return to the guild. Yukina gives the fang to the girl at the counter and says that they came for the reward, and she answers him that he could go to the office with Mikage. The fox still wanted to tell everything in detail. A bald man meets them in the office and apologizes for taking up their time. He introduces himself as Kallen and that he is an influential person in the guild. Jinseki replies that he is one of the main ones there. She tells Yukina that they know each other from work and that he sometimes gives her tasks. Kallen says that he would like to clarify something about the defeat of Cobalt, that the thing is that the guild received information from a rank 5 mercenary that there was a stampede in the forest and they sent Mikage there. The man continues to say that the fears were true and what a blessing that they managed to defeat Cobalt. He added that the rest of the monsters will affect the ecosystem, but they are easy to defeat. The fox asks how long Kallen will chatter, to which the man replies that he will get straight to the point. He asks who exactly is the hero of this feat, to which Mikage replies that she already explained. The hero begins to understand and Glam says that he was right. The man asks Yukina if he defeated Cobalt, to which the boy replies that he definitely dealt the final blow. Kallen asks if it was only the final blow, but the fox denies it. She says that even if she fought first, she only slightly wounded the monster, and it was Yukina who defeated it. Kallen is surprised that Mikage, who wants fame, suddenly gives all the laurels to another person. The girl says that she is not betraying anyone but is stating facts and she needs fame as a means to an end. However, she adds that it doesn't matter now. The man doesn't understand her. She answers with a smile that she has found herself a master. The girl asks to continue the conversation. Kallen says that they checked the wounds on Cobalt and they were not caused by the fox's hand. The guy is surprised that they can find out even that. The man explains that the girl has a special weapon. He says that the last blow cut out the king's heart completely and Migate couldn't do it that way. However, they didn't believe that such a wound could be inflicted by a 5th-rank rookie. Jinseki asks if that's why they were called, since in that case her answer remains the same and Yukina will be the one to carry out the mission. The sea otter asks the guy if the fox is lying and receives a positive answer. The man agrees and says he will pass this on to the others. Mikage says that she said it all along. Kallen says that he couldn't accept her words as truth because of her position, and it turns out that Yukina interfered with her mission. The hero thinks that he will be punished for this. The man adds that he understands that the situation required urgent action, but he had to clarify everything. Yukina thinks how busy they must be working in the organization. Kallen asks the hero to sign the papers, but the guy says that he has a request to give part of the reward to Mikage, which the fox is very surprised at. He explains this by saying that he couldn't have done it alone and didn't really want to participate in the fight, which means that Mikage also completed the task and that this request should be considered as gratitude. Kallen agrees. Glam tells the hero that this is how he increases the level of trust in women, but he does not understand her. The man asks if Yukina would like to promote herself to rank 4 in honor of this victory. He says that compared to other newcomers, the hero is diligent and completes all the tasks, but he will have to pass the exam for promotion. Whether he agrees or not will be decided by Yukina. After thinking about it, the guy refuses and goes into town. Glam asks why he even answered like that, since he already has enough money to buy the Kyune, but even that doesn't make sense anymore. Yukina comes to Kyune and the weapon says that they need to deal with her first since he has already decided everything and so as not to make the woman wait. The hero agrees and thanks the spear. Glam says it all depends on the guy and she'll be a piece of furniture until the morning. He asks if that was her last sentence. Yukina knocks on the door and says it's him and the door opens. He calls Kuni and enters the bedroom, where he notices her silhouette. She greets the guy and says that she wanted to know how much she loves him, so she dressed in a special way which surprises the hero very much. Yukina tells the girl that he is an ordinary guy without a lot of money and status, that perhaps he is not worthy of her and whether she still agrees. Kuni replies that she has been with many men and now she wants to spend the night with him and that her succubus instincts are waiting for him. However, she adds that if she gives in to her instincts, she will simply be doing the work of a courtesan, but she cannot restrain herself. She asks if she will suit Yukina. The hero thinks that he had decided everything a long time ago, but now he was just a little scared, and how could he bring the girl to such a state? Of course not. He kisses the girl and tells her that it doesn't matter who she is, because he loves a girl named Kyune. Mikage tells Lyricus that she is glad to hear such an offer, but declines it. Aina is also in the room and she asks the reason for the refusal. Because the fox came to the capital in search of a hero, she refuses. The mercenary replies that she has already met the master to whom she will be forever faithful. The princess asks who it is, to which Mikage says that Lyricus should know him because they have seen him before. He asks in surprise if it is Yukina. He says that Yukina is his fellow countryman and came to the capital at his request. Lisa is surprised and says that she should thank Yuusha for being able to meet Lord Yukina. She adds that she is sure that he will also become a brave hero. In the carriage, Lyricus asks his sword Rave what the difference is between a savior hero and a brave hero. The weapon says that the hero savior carries the desires of the whole people and saves the world, and the second is strong ambition and greed. He is ready to do anything for his goals and he has incredible energy. The sword continues by saying that there has never been such a thing as a savior and a brave man appearing in the same era, and that the fox has disappointed him because she swore allegiance to the villagers. Lyricus notices Aina holding onto the pendant and asks if it is dear to her. She smiles and replies that this is her treasure. Yuusha thinks that the girl has a face like Jin Seki and begins to understand something. Yukina wakes up next to Kyunya and says that she understands that her work is the source of her life force, but asks her to stop it. She kisses him and asks if he is tired and doesn't want to sleep, and when he answers negatively, she says that this kiss gave her as much energy as in one session with a man. The hero becomes embarrassed, and the girl says that mutual love is beautiful. Kuni says that if he is her lover, she will be able to live peacefully even with him alone, so she will leave her work as a courtesan. Yukina praises her and says that she will try to climb higher and pass the exam to advance in rank. The girl says that she will not leave medicine, so she will not need money. The guy replies that a man always wants to show off in front of a woman. Yukina goes to the weapon dealer and explains the situation with the spear, and the dealer is surprised that it won't stop talking. She introduces herself to the dealer as a rare talking weapon. The man says that even with a lot of experience with weapons, this is the first time he has seen something like this and asks why the guy brought the spear. Glam fearfully asks if he really wants to sell it. The hero replies that he just wants to know what she is. She asks what if she refuses. The guy says he will ask the seller to throw her in the oven, that's why they came there. Spear agrees to answer all the questions. Glam begins to explain even if there is nothing in the oven for her and tells him what he needs to know at this moment. She is a magical blade and a weapon of a brave hero. Yukina remembers what Mikage said about a brave hero. The shopkeeper says that now is the time when a hero savior is a hero. The spear says that the heroes are different, but both are good at heroic deeds. She adds that the hero savior fights for the desires of people, and the hero brave rushes into hell for the sake of his personal desires. Glam says that even so, she adores Yukina and risking her life for a woman is a cool thing. Spear says that she is a weapon especially for him, and the fact that she can speak is not important and he can consider her just a shoulder to cry on. Yukina thinks that the problems are precisely because of her. The hero asks her why she was then among the second-hand things in this store, and not in some treasure trove. The seller says that the spear was given to him by a familiar gunsmith, but he didn't say anything like that about it. She replies that without the contract she is truly an old piece of iron. Yukina shows her hand with the sign and asks if she is talking about this contract. Glam says that this is a stigmata, a symbol that she gives to someone she has recognized as a brave hero, and if there are any side effects from it, on the contrary, it gives a lot of useful things and that she will tell you later. The hero asks what he should do after the agreement. The spear itself does not know. She repeats that a brave hero is one who risks his life for his desires, and it is she who must ask him what he wants. He replies that he wants a lot of money to provide a good life for Kuhan. Glam says that her mission is to guide a non-serious hero and the weapon is to be used for some purpose. She needs someone who will arrogantly choose himself, so Yukina was chosen for the contract. A week later, the hero sits in a carriage with other mercenaries and notices that everyone only has swords and weapons, and says not to pay attention to it. He makes eye contact with one of the guys. Yukina tells Spear that after the incident with the beast, he constantly feels eyes on him. Glam says that a brave hero always wants or doesn't want, but at first he gathers curious people around him, then the looks become envious. The hero doesn't want such popularity. The weapon says that her job is to help him fulfill his wishes and it is unknown what will happen tomorrow, but everything depends on him. The scarred instructor made sure everyone had left and said that they would begin the exam for promotion to the 4th rank. The man says that the exam is about defeating dog monsters. Yukina thinks that the opponents are weak for a 4th rank. The condition of the exam is that the minimum number for one mercenary is a victory over 30 individuals. The examiner says that they can split into teams and once they have collected the required number, they can return back and report the details to the guild worker and they can collect more than the required number. Yukina guesses something and Glam says that they want to carry out a purge after that incident and that 36 monsters are just right for increasing the 4th rank. The instructor says that if something unexpected happens, you need to throw the magical artifacts he gave you on the ground and this will cause a loud explosion and a colored signal fire. He notices someone. This is Mikage, who says that they will be looked after by a mercenary 2nd rank, that is, her, and if something happens, she will immediately come to the rescue. She tells them to try harder so she doesn't have to do this. Yukina wonders what she's doing here and Glam replies that the girl came running after him. The examiner says that using the artifact will mean failing the exam, but that they should not hesitate because life is more valuable. He adds that they will have a special independent assistant with them. He introduces them to Dr. Kunya and says that she knows healing magic very well so she can heal their wounds, but they still didn't trust her. Yukina is very surprised by her. The characters wave to each other and the guy says she's cute. The man says that the exam is starting. Yukina calls Kane back and runs to her. He wants to ask why she came, but she interrupts him and says that she asked a person from the guild to take her with them. The girl says that she was just worried that the same thing might happen again, to which he replies that it definitely won't come to that. She says that anything can happen in the life of a mercenary and she cannot stop him. Kane continues to say that she fell in love with him for his free spirit. Glam tries to tell them that the exam has started and everyone is looking at them. Yukina doesn't listen to her. Mikage comes to them and looks at them angrily. She turns to the hero and says that the exam has already started a long time ago and if he stands there, he will fail it. He listens to her and says that he is going. The fox watches as Yukina quickly walks into the forest. Mikage turns and addresses Dr. Kane. She says she is aware of their romantic relationship, but since she came as a doctor, she had better keep a low profile. Kune agrees with her and says that she intends to fully fulfill her duties and for Mikage not to be distracted from her role as an observer, surprising the mercenary. The fox says that this is exactly why she came. The girl leaves and the doctor, looking at her, remembers how she worried when Yukina was wounded and smiles. The hero tells the spear that everything is going well so far and doubts how long it will last. Glam replies that without King Cobalt, the monsters are not as united, but there are still a few smart ones left among them and it is not worth relaxing. The weapon warns the guy to slow down because there is a mercenary in danger ahead on the left. Yukina runs to his aid and Glam praises him for it, but the guy tells her to shut up. While he is running, the spear says that the mercenary is surrounded by a dozen monsters and he himself is alive, but remains in place, apparently because of a wounded leg. The guy sees a mercenary trying to defend himself, and he notices Yukina. He screams for the hero to help him and tries to run away from the monsters, but one of the dogs approaches him. Yukina tells Glam that she will leave her, and she agrees. The guy throws his spear hard. The weapon lands right in the mouth of one of the monsters, and Yukina casts the spell Magic Blade. Yukina desperately tried to protect his comrade, begging him to protect his head from possible injuries. He cast a powerful enchantment, and commanded his partner to strike the enemy with all his strength to finally defeat the opponent. The young man gathered all his energy and brought down a crushing blow straight at the enemy. The force of the blow was so great that the enemy lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain and defeat. The creature unexpectedly praised the boy, saying that he had done much better than the first time, noting his progress. However, the boy still had unpleasant feelings about his abilities and attacks. Enchantment is a special ability that greatly increases Gram's combat potential. The young man used it during the battle with the Cobalt King. Thanks to this technique, he received an additional bonus to the previously concluded contract, similar to what a magical summoning gives. Yukina suspected that the enhancement was due to the influence of the contract made with the voice of the Abyss. When he voiced his suspicions out loud, Gram confirmed his guess, stating that he was indeed able to exert a minor influence, accelerating the development of the youth's abilities. Gram sincerely believed that the boy had a hidden talent that would manifest itself very soon. He claimed that the boy himself would understand and appreciate this gift, realizing how useful his special skill would be. The creature, a little older than the boy himself, gave him wise advice: eat more, rest well, and move actively. While the boy was listening to the instructions, a girl approached them, also attracted by the conversation. It was Mikage, the girl who asked the boys if they were the ones who had sent the signal for help. It was Yukino who had sent the signal, but it wasn't he who needed help, but his wounded comrade. The girl explained that the victim needed to go to Dr. Kuni immediately since he had officially failed the exam. The young man claimed that the attack by the horned bull did not occur on their own initiative, but because someone else provoked the animal, causing its aggression. The man asked the boy if he had managed to defeat the horned bull. Yukino confidently answered in the affirmative, adding that otherwise they would have both long ago become just meat for chops. The man invited the boy to discuss what had happened. He said that he had destroyed several more kobolds, having done the minimum. All participants had advanced in rank, except for the wounded friend and the other fighter who had provoked the bull's attack. The offender was severely punished. The boy took a small step forward in his development. Now the hero has reached the 4th rank, although outwardly nothing seems to have changed, except that the tasks have become more difficult now and the responsibility has increased. The main thing has changed. Every day when he came to the hospital, the boy met Dr. Kuni. She became a source of inspiration, support, and vital energy for him, giving him the strength to move on and overcome difficulties. After passing the exam, the girl had absolutely no free time. Her talents were quickly appreciated by those around her. Thanks to her golden hands and high professionalism, patients literally crowded around the clinic doors. The boy assumed that all sorts of dubious characters would come to see such an attractive girl, pursuing personal interests. However, thanks to the presence of Mikage, who served as a real protector, such a danger practically disappeared. Therefore, the young man felt calm. She asked Yukina why he was going on a dangerous mission again. The boy calmly explained that he had accepted the mission to exterminate demons, perceiving such assignments as something quite ordinary and familiar. The girl asked permission to accompany the young man, citing the fact that, as friends, she felt an obligation to support him in any endeavors. The boy personally emphasized that he initially saw the girl not as a subordinate or servant, but exclusively as an equal friend and comrade. Mercenaries are prohibited from taking on missions above their level, as interactions between low and high-ranking players are rarely beneficial to both. The girl frankly admitted that she absolutely does not need material resources since she already has a sufficient amount of money saved up. She is confident in her financial situation and is ready to spend efforts on other important things and not to chase money for the sake of the very goal of enrichment. Graham addressed the young man, assuring him that with Mickage nearby, there was no serious threat to be expected. After all, she was a true professional in her field, an experienced warrior whose skills surpassed even his own. According to the voice, the young man would definitely not be able to gain the upper hand over the girl at the moment. Yukina was well aware that despite being about the same age, he was far inferior to her in both financial resources and combat abilities. Apparently, she had spent a lot of effort and time on self-development, becoming a master of her craft. Graham said that he could suggest directions for development, but it would be better to receive specific advice for mercenaries directly from the girl. If the young hero wants to improve his fighting qualities and rise higher, let him listen to the specialist's recommendations. The young man realized this. He carefully asked the girl for her opinion, and she honestly admitted that she herself did not have much experience yet, but would definitely try to support him in all available ways. They were in complete agreement. They agreed to cooperate with each other. The boy bravely engaged the huge monsters in combat, demonstrating his courage and skill with weapons. Mickage watched him in admiration, noting how skillfully he used every opportunity his long spear provided. Yukina modestly noted that gratitude should be directed rather to the girl, because it is her ability to instantly master any type of weapon that deserves real respect. He is sincerely amazed by her talent and is sure that she is a real role model. She emphasized that she was particularly skilled with the katana, but at the same time noted that the young man was demonstrating impressive growth in his skill with the spear. Mickage thought that it seemed as if someone unknown was managing to quietly guide and advise the young man, helping him constantly improve his skills. Together they dealt with all the monsters, working together effectively. After the battle, the boy worriedly asked if the girl had been injured during the battle. The girl sheepishly apologized for the injuries she received, feeling guilty for what had happened. However, the guy was puzzled as to why she was asking for forgiveness, since, on the contrary, she had provided great help and support throughout the mission. The boy suddenly demonstrated his knowledge of healing spells by healing Mickage from her injuries. She was pleasantly surprised. Frankly speaking, it was the first time the young man tried to use a healing spell on someone else, not on himself. The result exceeded expectations. The treatment went smoothly, and he was sincerely glad that everything worked perfectly without mistakes or blunders. Mickage was truly shocked to learn that the young man had mastered the complex science of healing magic. After all, it is known that such knowledge is extremely rare and difficult to obtain even among members of the guild. Just recently, at their first meeting, he did not demonstrate any magic at all. It turned out that he had learned complex healing magic in an incredibly short time. This guy was clearly not one of those rare geniuses who managed to grow at lightning speed in everything. His success was based solely on his own work. The girl had the opportunity to observe these changes closely, becoming a witness to the real results of daily efforts. Her curiosity reached its limit, and the girl finally asked a direct question about where he got such deep knowledge in the art of healing magic. His new teacher was Kune, who decided to share the secrets of healing magic with the young student. Deciding to try out a new discipline, the young man took advantage of the opportunity to study with a recognized master. It was during the exam that Yukina encountered a tragic situation where he failed to save one of the mercenaries. He then felt the need to acquire basic healing skills to prevent such incidents in the future. The girl supported the boy's decision, agreeing that his choice was right. The ability to treat injuries and save lives is an important aspect of the mercenary profession, and having such skills increases the chances of survival in dangerous situations. She spoke enthusiastically of his progress, emphasizing that he had achieved a significant result in such a short period of time, even taking into account the outstanding abilities of the teacher. The young man asked her not to overestimate his abilities. For now, he could only cope with light scratches. The boy asked the girl to quickly finish the battle with the remaining enemies. Carefully inquiring about the condition of his companion, he asked if she felt okay after the previous clashes. Mickage said she was ready to continue the trek. Yukina warned her that if she felt worse, it was important to report it immediately. Having received confirmation that everything was fine, he felt calmer and confidently moved forward. The young man gave part of the reward and handed it to the girl. Looking at the small bag, he smiled sheepishly and quietly noted that for a second rank this was probably not much. But the girl only looked at him warmly and softly said that she would be glad if he kept all the money for himself. In addition, Mikage added that today the girl was constantly letting him down and getting under his feet. The guy was badly hurt, his clothes were torn, his body was covered in bruises and scratches. Despite the success of the mission, the girl had to pay a fine due to constant interference. She accepted the offered reward with sincere gratitude, sincerely enjoying such a gesture of attention. The young man was perplexed as to why she was showing such joy and gratitude, although he himself considered his help insignificant and not deserving of special recognition. Yukina said that they would see each other again in exactly 3 days, briefly thanked the girl and silently left, leaving her standing alone in the middle of the room. Mikage was deeply disappointed with today's results. If she continued like this, not only would she not become a worthy mentor who could help him, but she would not even be able to achieve the simplest role of a servant. She was trying her best to contain her excitement, telling herself that the best way to deal with anxiety was to work out intensely, when suddenly someone called out to her. It turned out to be the guild secretary, who was sincerely happy to see the girl. The latter, noticing such an unusual greeting, immediately asked what had happened. The situation turned out to be as follows. Mrs. Mikage received a significantly smaller share of the reward than expected. This circumstance greatly upset the secretary, since she understood the injustice of the situation and felt a deep sense of guilt towards the young applicant. The lady reacted calmly to what had happened, saying that everything was not as bad as it seemed. Mistakes happen to everyone, it is important to learn from them. The main thing is to try to avoid repetitions in the future, to be more attentive and responsible. The girl did not know what to do. The girl was thinking about whether to return the money to the young man immediately or wait for the next meeting. After some hesitation, she came to the conclusion that it would be better to do it in person, at a personal meeting. Hyune apologized to the girl, explaining that the young man had stayed late because of business. Mikage also apologized for causing difficulties. The doctor reassured her friend, noting that the problems were not serious, and she herself invited the girl for a cup of tea. She also wanted to get to know the girl better and talked to her for a long time. Kane asked her to tell him if Yukina really did act rashly and riskily sometimes, because she noticed that he had a tendency towards adventurism and was worried about his safety. Mikage said that the boy was not pushing yet. She was interested but decided not to go into details. The doctor felt a real relief and happiness when she learned that this beautiful girl had become the young man's mentor. She was also pleased to hear it. Both girls were enjoying the pleasant conversation, enjoying the cozy atmosphere of a quiet evening and aromatic tea. They sincerely admired each other's virtues. One, the deep knowledge and professionalism of the other; the second, the kindness and sensitivity of the first. Mikage thought that Dr. Kane was a great girl who would make Yukina happy, and she decided to maintain their relationship. The doctor asked if she could ask her mentor a question. She replied, "What kind?" Hyune asked if the girl loved Yukina. This question plunged her into a state of deep amazement. In the forge, the spear quickly returned to its ideal condition thanks to the old man's skillful actions. The grandfather turned out to be a true master of his craft. It was obvious to Graham that the boy was dealing with a real professional who knew his business and knew how to handle weapons masterfully and carefully. The young man agreed, emphasizing that the master had not only repaired the weapon but had also improved the armor. Graham noticed that he was in a good mood. The boy turned to the weapon and asked who had created it. He admitted that he had lost the memory of his creator. Too much time had passed, events had been erased from his consciousness, names had been forgotten. The boy thanked his assistant with a slight grin for such an evasive and intriguing answer. Although he felt some disappointment at the lack of specific information, he liked the mystery and significance of the remark. Usually the weapon was so silent and evaded a direct answer when it was hiding some important secret or preferred to remain silent. The boy learned his lesson well. With this ancient blade, you can't relax for a moment. Graham looked thoughtfully at his partner and quietly asked what he thought about Mikage. The partner explained in detail that after the exams were over, the boys spent a significant amount of time together. The boy was confused. The young man seriously asked whether his interlocutor meant the weapon's relationship with the girl as a combat comrade. There was no point in asking if the boy considered Mikage an ally. The longer they were together, the more often he caught himself in strange emotions and fleeting thoughts that were awakened as soon as she appeared nearby. The boy tried to justify himself by suggesting that he might have misinterpreted the essence of his answer. Graham claimed that he had seen many outstanding heroes in his long life and would surely be able to explain to the boy his doubts and confusion caused by his communication with her. The weapon firmly stated that the girl had deep romantic feelings for her companion. The princess fell in love with a handsome prince who heroically saved her from impending death. This development of events is quite traditional and natural. It has been encountered many times in love stories and adventures. Yukina tried to comprehend the idea that Mikage looked like a beautiful princess. However, he himself doubted whether he was fit to play the role of a brave prince. Partner Graham added that if he suddenly became a real prince, the world would end. The boy said he was going to break the weapon. Blade offered to try, hinting that the boy was unlikely to cope with this task. Graham noticed that Mikage was the type of person who brought out her best qualities when serving another person. Roughly speaking, she was a loyal assistant. The boy countered that she was more like a sly fox than a dog. Among the samurai, many show absolute devotion to their master, giving him both soul and body. And if the master is of the opposite sex, it is only a matter of time before devotion develops into love. The boy thought seriously about the weapon's words. Along with other questions, the partner asked the main one, is it true that the girl is of no interest to the young man? The boy was completely confused. For the first time, facing such an internal conflict, he was lost in guesswork and searching for the right solutions. If he were asked directly whether he loved her or hated her, he would be more likely to admit that his feelings were love. And yet for him, the fact that Kuhn could become his beloved at all was already a miracle. Perhaps the weapon's words were just guesses based on observations and not exact information. The partner strongly recommended the boy to improve his self-esteem and believe in his abilities. He said that the hero already possessed all the necessary qualities of a real man. His dignity and inner qualities turned out to be so high that even the beautiful and refined Kuni could not resist his charm. The young man could not reciprocate Mikage's feelings simply because his heart belonged to another girl. Blade noted that famous heroes often had harems. Yukina countered that he was a commoner and accustomed to monogamy. Besides, the appearance of another girl would inevitably lead to a negative reaction from the Kunis. Graham advised to disguise real feelings and hide existing relationships in order to avoid conflicts and unnecessary complications. The young man objected, asking his partner not to go to extremes. The weapon advised him to find a balance between his career and his personal life, warning that being too involved in work, even for the sake of a loved one, would lead to undesirable consequences. The boy listened to the advice and will begin the next task only after 3 days. Entering the house, he thought that the girl was sleeping and quietly said that he had returned home. Hyune cordially congratulated the young man on his return, greeting him with a beaming smile. The guy worriedly asked if the girl had had time to sleep. The night had just begun and the girl was clearly in a great mood. Today she was once again acting free and playful, as if she had returned to that unforgettable first night full of adventure and fun. The girl pulled his hand, looking at the guy invitingly. In a quiet whisper, she called him to come closer. Mikage appeared before the hero, looking unexpected and unusual. This appearance was in sharp contrast to her usual appearance, becoming a source of considerable surprise and interest for Yukino. Kane said the girls decided to change out of their everyday clothes and now look beautiful in traditional costumes from the area where Mikage is from. She was very embarrassed and worried. The girl asked the young man to express his opinion regarding her appearance, since this was the first event in her life when she wore the traditional costume of her homeland, feeling a little awkward and insecure about such a change in appearance. Her appearance made a strong impression on the boy, causing him genuine excitement and trepidation. She sincerely expressed her gratitude for his response, sincerely pleased with the attention the young man had shown, while the young man himself asked in surprise why they had dressed up in such particular outfits. Mikage timidly and tenderly asked the young man to allow her to stay by his side for the entire upcoming night, spending this period of time together, full of mysterious closeness and quiet warmth surrounding them both on this special evening. Kyune cautiously approached the girl and asked if she intended to fulfill the wish, expecting to hear a sincere and honest answer. The girl, in turn, asked her partner a counter-question whether she understood the meaning of the wish fulfillment. Having received an affirmative answer, the girl emphasized that the initiative came from her. The young man was deeply shocked by what was happening. The chosen one did not intend to limit their relationship to physical intimacy. On the contrary, she understood perfectly well that Yukina was distinguished by rare nobility and purity of thoughts. Having learned about Mikage's feelings for this young man, the girl experienced true joy because another soul was able to appreciate the attractiveness and charm of the man she loved. Of course, there was almost no doubt about his deep feelings for her, but sometimes her thoughts still returned to reflection. The guy became interested in the reason for his chosen one's behavior. She believed that she did not feel worthy enough to have his heart in a personal sense. That is why the girl chose not to forbid the guy from having a new lover. In addition to her medical abilities, Kyune admitted that she was not capable of accompanying the young man on military campaigns, unlike Mikage, who was able to provide him with direct assistance in battles. The young man turned to the girl with a concerned and serious question, wanting to make sure whether she really perceived this state of affairs calmly and naturally. The girl's heart was filled with pure joy and genuine happiness, despite the fact that her feelings clearly went far beyond the usual norm of human relationships. Surprisingly, with all this, she did not feel the slightest bit of negativity or dissatisfaction with herself. Perhaps the reason lies precisely in her nature as a succubus, a creature whose emotions and perception of the world differ from ordinary people, allowing her to experience unusual states of joy and harmony even in difficult life circumstances. Reflecting on Graham's words, the young man could not figure out what hidden meaning was hidden behind these statements, plunging into deep thoughtfulness. Meanwhile, both girls tried to attract his attention, trying to engage him in conversation and dispel disturbing thoughts. Mikage quietly said that one night would be enough for her. She firmly declared that from that moment on she would become her master's loyal and devoted katana, forever tying her life to his and promising to stay by his side until her last breath. Yukina sadly noted that he was probably not the hero she dreamed of and admitted that even now, being next to her, he felt his own insignificance and realized that he was not worthy of standing next to the girl, inferior to her in every way. The young man explained that he was unable to leave the girl indifferent after her heartfelt confessions, emphasizing her extraordinary attractiveness and inner beauty. This is why the status of a simple combat katana is absolutely not in keeping with its inner beauty and spiritual richness. It deserves much more recognition and attention. Since the girl has made a firm decision to give him her destiny entirely and completely, she must boldly go towards her feelings and actions, dedicating every particle of her being to her beloved, leaving no room for doubts or hesitations. Mikage humbly begged the young man to accept her completely, including absolute devotion and selfless service, ready to serve him faithfully until the end of her days. Lyricus asked whether the girl doctor they needed worked in this particular hospital. His colleague confidently confirmed the positive answer. The young man had successfully found himself a swordsman and a wizard. All that was left was to find a cleric. They said that this girl's talent was so great that she was quite capable of being awarded the high title of court sorceress. But when looking at her, it was impossible to immediately guess about such a gift because she looked very cute. The young man knew that Lady Aina had an outstanding talent for magic. Which of the two would go on the journey with him remained unknown. However, given Aina's royal background, the likelihood of her participation was low. These reflections caused him to think deeply about the future composition of the team. Mayuri also had remarkable qualities, but the hero considered it incorrect to put the girls against each other, comparing their merits and talents, deciding to respectfully treat all candidates equally. The guys did not register for the appointment in advance, counting on luck and hoping that the doctor would find an opportunity to devote time to them, despite the lack of an appointment. According to the information collected by Lyricus, it is during this time period that the girl doctor is the least busy. If the visit today turns out to be unsuccessful, the heroes will return later. After all, it is from her that they are taking up time. Kyune politely inquired whether the guests required any assistance or advice. Mayuri, meanwhile, was in a state of mild shock, struck by the lady's appearance. At first, the girl expressed dissatisfaction with her own appearance, claiming that God had treated her appearance unfairly. Then, realizing the inappropriateness of such statements, she hastened to apologize for her rudeness and unacceptable behavior, demonstrating remorse and embarrassment. The hero had not met the girl since the monster invasion, so he felt the need to explain the reason for his unexpected appearance and asked for forgiveness for such an abrupt and unplanned visit. Deciding to speak openly, he explained that Kane had literally snatched Yukina from the clutches of death. Understanding the significance of such an act, Lyricus felt a moral obligation to address her specifically, recognizing her indispensability and enormous role in the team. The young man respectfully approached the girl with an offer to join their squad. At the same time, Mayuri passionately supported the initiative, convincingly calling for her to join the fight against the formidable enemy, the Demon King himself. The boy's proposal caused Kuni to think deeply. She plunged into thought, weighing the possible risks and benefits of traveling with the team of heroes, trying to determine whether it was consistent with her own goals and aspirations. The doctor gently but firmly rejected the offer. Lyricus froze in complete amazement upon hearing Kane's refusal. He had not expected such a reaction, assuming that such unique abilities would lead the girl to decide to support the heroes in the decisive battle. Now he had to reconsider his strategy for finding a suitable healer. Mayuri tried to convince the healer, telling her about the great importance of the mission, emphasizing its importance for the country. Moreover, she promised that the government would generously reward her, providing her with everything she needed and allowing her to significantly expand the hospital. The hero understood that his partner was slightly exaggerating the scale of the possible reward, but he believed that the chosen strategy was correct. He was suddenly overcome by a strange feeling of déjà vu. It was as if a similar situation had happened before, causing a feeling of slight anxiety and bewilderment, mixed with curiosity and interest in the further development of events. Kuni had a close person who loved and accepted her completely, regardless of difficulties and obstacles. Because of her deep affection for him, the girl could not leave him alone, giving preference to personal obligations and caring for her beloved man. Everything developed similarly to the situation with Mikage. History repeated itself, again faced with a choice between personal life and duty to the team of heroes, forced to abandon an important assignment for the sake of maintaining close relationships and personal happiness. The heroes finished their business and returned back. Yukina, raising an eyebrow in surprise, stopped in front of the group of friends and sternly asked why they had gathered here in the clinic, asking Relix a direct question. Mayuri literally froze, observing Mikage's appearance, feeling a sharp attack of envy. The guy, unaware of the internal conflict, looked at what was happening with bewilderment, not understanding the reason for her tense silence and depressed mood. The hero turned to the young man with the remark that quite a lot of time had passed since the last meeting, while he was thinking about the blade Graham. This was true since a considerable amount of time had passed since the hero had set out on a risky journey for the legendary sacred blade. The sacred artifact, which had been searching for its owner for many centuries, ended up in the hands of Yukina. Lyricus looked seriously at his interlocutor and earnestly asked him to forget about everything that had been said. The guy looked at the girls in confusion, completely not understanding the meaning of his coming here, assuming the absurd idea that he was injured and needed medical help. The girls exchanged quick remarks, actively gesturing and animatedly discussing something important that remained incomprehensible to the hero, who only helplessly listened to the conversations, vainly trying to grasp the essence of the discussion. They laughed merrily, telling the guy that the details of the conversation would remain their feminine secret. Yukina, unable to figure them out, remained completely confused, mentally wondering how they had managed to become so close and form a strong feminine friendship. Waking up, he felt refreshed and full of energy. Opening his eyes, the young man saw bright sunlight coming through the window. On the bed, drowning in soft bedspreads and silk sheets, two charming girls were peacefully dozing. Their faces were calm and relaxed, and the young man looked at them shyly. Graham reported that the boy had a fun night, adding that it was another such bright and unforgettable night. The young man looked at him carefully. He jokingly noted that his partner was grumbling so loudly and angrily, like a real old man, dissatisfied with everyone around him. The guy quickly got out of bed and put on his jeans. The weapon suddenly continued to speak, emphasizing that the partner had truly matured and grown up. Now he had become more confident in himself, having thrown off everything unnecessary, be it doubts, fears, or unnecessary emotions. Graham said that it was he who helped him become a better person. The young man heard this for the first time and felt a strong surprise from these words. The boy realized that the cursed weapon was closely monitoring the state of his body, tracking the slightest changes and reactions of the organism. This thought caused him mixed feelings, anxiety from constant control, and at the same time gratitude for the care and help in development. The weapon explained that it wasn't monitoring at all, but simply using a special enchantment that automatically adjusted its weight to match the boy's physical capabilities. The boy frowned in confusion, not quite understanding the meaning of these words. The young man replied that he had not noticed anything at all, adding that he had not felt any change in the weight of the weapon. Graham said he tried to make the change go completely unnoticed. Thanks to the weapon, the young man became so strong that he does not get tired even after a night with 2 girls. The guy was embarrassed and asked the weapon to shut up, believing that it had crossed the line. Then the boy looked at the ring on his hand, examining it carefully and thoughtfully. Looking at the ring, Yukina couldn't get the image of that girl out of his head. He loved both of them, but he couldn't forget her. Thanks to Kune's sensitivity and Mikige's flexibility, he managed to build such a difficult relationship. The boy himself considered himself unfaithful. That's why the young man firmly believed that nothing serious would work out with that girl. Soon, the feelings would inevitably cool down, the passion would fade, and everything would become business as usual again. Deep in the dense forest, the characteristic ringing of blades was heard, heralding the beginning of another training session. The branches of the trees swayed from the sharp movements of the warriors. The air was filled with the energy of the fight and concentration. Mikige angrily chided the boy for overthinking in the middle of a fight. She noted that now was the best time to attack as his opponent had opened up, giving him the perfect chance to deliver a decisive blow. She continued to give stern instructions, emphasizing the importance of constant vigilance. She reminded them that the enemy was always ready to take advantage of a moment of weakness, and therefore they could not relax their concentration for even a second. The girl accidentally injured the young man and was very scared by this. She asked him with genuine concern if he was okay, worried that the wound she had inflicted was deep. The young man reassured her that he was feeling fine, although he needed a short break to recover his strength. He asked for a minute to rest. Mikige knelt before the young man, sincerely asking for forgiveness for her excessive ardor. Her face expressed deep remorse and anxiety caused by the realization of her own haste. Yukina explained that he was the one who asked her not to hold back during training. The wound she had inflicted, while unpleasant, was superficial enough for the warrior to heal on his own. The boy slowly let out his breath, feeling a huge sense of relief. The girl asked again cautiously, finally convinced that everything was fine with him. The young man answered affirmatively, confirming that he was feeling well. He admired her, noting that his partner had managed to win despite the fact that the spear was not her main weapon. Her father raised her to be proficient in the use of any type of weapon, and it was a great honor for her to realize that the knowledge she had gained was useful in real life. Yukina expressed hope for the girl's continued help and confirmed that he was ready to endure pain for the sake of training. The partner said that in such a situation the young man could freely attack, taking advantage of her temporary vulnerability. He started the fight. From the 3rd rank onwards, mercenaries are recruited not only to destroy monsters, but also to fight humans. Mikige knew that many died fighting humans because they fought in the same way they were used to fighting monsters. Of course, Graham could also give advice to the boy in a fight with a human, but it would be better for him to gain his own combat experience. In a fight with his partner, he is forbidden to use enchantments and summon creatures, so let him learn to improve his weapon skills. Yukina noted that Eiyuu had already become equal in strength to the 2nd-rank mercenaries, even though they had started training together. The hero immediately understood that his acquaintance was a real hero savior. Otherwise, how would he have gone to defeat the most formidable enemy, the Demon King? Although the boys already knew each other, the boy was still annoyed. The training should be more diligent. Mikige was informed that she should not always take on low-ranking missions. Yukina apologized to the girl, realizing that it was because of him that she often agreed to low-ranking work. However, the girl gently noted that she was taking part in these missions entirely of her own free will and asked him not to worry about her choices anymore. She decided to do 2 or 3 small tasks at once. Judging by the description, they were simple and straightforward, so it would take very little time. The young man was puzzled as to why some tasks were called stagnant. Stagnant missions are missions that are highly complex and resource-intensive. Completing such missions rarely yields significant benefits, making them unattractive for most mercenaries. The boys were talking animatedly, standing on a busy city street. Passers-by hurried past, immersed in their own concerns, not paying attention to the young heroes, absorbed in discussing the intricacies of the profession. Yukina wanted to go on a mission with Mikage, but officially he was only a 4th rank. But the girl added that he could already carry out missions for a 3rd rank. The young man was surprised by such a statement from his partner's observations. 4th rank tasks no longer caused difficulties for the young man. He confidently coped with them, minimizing risks and losses. Treatment after completing missions became unnecessary. This simple question convinced Mikage that her arguments were correct and well-founded. The girl asked the boy not to do anything thoughtless while she was not around. The boy immediately objected, saying that he was the one who should have reminded her of the need to be careful. Kane tried to justify herself by claiming that this was a common thing for Yukina. However, the boy immediately countered, stating that such an argument was not a valid one. Mikage set off on her journey, having received advice from the girl to be careful. The friends said goodbye warmly, and the young man thought that they had probably become closer. The girl stopped and looked closely at the young man, peering into his face with a searching gaze. It seemed to him that she had forgotten something. Mikage came close, gently grabbed the guy by the collar, and slightly pulling him towards her, tenderly kissed him on the cheek. Now she was definitely gone, and the young man stood motionless for a long time, watching the girl's retreating figure. His thoughts were confused, emotions washed over him in waves, leaving him confused and thoughtful. Kyune spoke admiringly of the girl, calling her incredibly cute and attractive. Yukina joined in the conversation, joking that she reminded him of his mother, caring and attentive to everyone around her. The girl decided to go back to the hospital, and the young man decided to walk around the market since he had nothing to do. Before parting, they said goodbye warmly, promising to meet again soon. The young man remembered that he had not been alone for a long time. Graham told him that he had forgotten about him. The young man was surprised to learn that the weapon was also present. He asked him not to click his tongue as it would offend him. Then the guy jokingly noted that there should be no doubt about his presence. The friends had not walked together for a long time, and this fact pleased the talkative Blade. They began to repeat words one after another. Graham openly admitted that he was happy to have the opportunity to have an open conversation with his friend without hiding his feelings and thoughts. The young man agreed, supporting his point of view and enjoying the opportunity to communicate sincerely and openly. The young man hid the blade from the girls, although he suspected that Mikage had already guessed. There was no particular reason for this, he simply liked to keep a little secret. Graham asked with interest what business the owner was going to do while in the city. He shrugged his shoulders, honestly admitting that he had no specific plans. He also began to try the apple he bought from his kind grandmother. Yukina admitted with a slight smile that he had become much more picky about food after moving to the capital. Graham readily agreed, explaining that the capital offers a wide variety of cuisines from all corners of the country, each with its own traditions and cooking features. When the young man lived in the village, he was happy with everything. But it was worth living in the capital, and behold, the soul became firmly attached, accustomed to the city rhythm. Graham was indignant again, grumbling in a dissatisfied voice that this fidget had again begun to eat with a huge appetite. By the way, when he first arrived in the capital, the weather was exactly the same, as if repeating today. At that time, he didn't yet have that legendary blade. He was once again plunged into memories of the unpleasant misunderstanding that had made his friend nervous and worried. Yukina recalled the bittersweet page of his youth, reflecting on the transience of life and convincing himself. The weapon added that people age much faster than it seems, but the youth is still young. The boy asked with a smile if his friend was joking, but suddenly froze warily, noticing someone's surprisingly familiar facial features among the crowd. His eyes opened wide in surprise, and he stood motionless for a long time, not believing what he saw. The young man, having decided to test his suspicions, first of all quickly attacked the stranger, testing his reaction. The blade seemed to have foreseen such an outcome. It had long since begun to sense its owner's thoughts and understand his intentions. It suddenly became much easier for him to move around. It turned out that his friend had quietly removed the magic spell, but the guy could not figure out why this help was needed right now. The weapon slyly suggested to the young man to try to swing harder, because perhaps that man would be lucky enough to get a crack in his skull. And then, completely unexpectedly, that man intervened, who understood nothing about the young man's actions or about the strange chaos happening around him. Yukina was indignant out loud, loudly indignant at the audacity of the guys who dared to pester a lonely girl right in the middle of the street on a clear day. The impudent fellow said indifferently that the boy didn't care at all, which made him literally boil over and shout that since the young people were eager to get acquainted, they should do it in a civilized manner, going where they were supposed to a special entertainment district. Graham muttered irritably to the owner that that angry citizen was clearly accusing him personally, and it was unclear why the young man was trying to look so important and self-confident. Then another member of their group approached and carefully asked if the interlocutor was an acquaintance of Jinsen, who was always seen with him. This was indeed true, but it should have been expressed more precisely differently. It was not Jinsen who was walking next to Mikage, but on the contrary, it was Mikage who was following the young man relentlessly. Here the speaker grinned unkindly, and his face was distorted by a barely perceptible sinister smile. The sinister man mockingly egged the boy on, hinting that before he had not dared to leave the house without the accompaniment of his strict mistress. But now, having made friends with a strong mercenary fighter, he had gained the courage to act independently. Blade thought that the guys needed to calm down first, and most importantly, anyone but him was obliged to deal with this stupid conflict. Yukina sharply asked the offender to stay away, and immediately stopped talking to him. The guy resolutely rushed forward and with a powerful blow to the head sent his opponent to the ground, knocking him unconscious in one fell swoop. Graham muttered under his breath, continuing to be indignant that the owner had completely lost his head and was behaving extremely thoughtlessly. The second offender reacted immediately and went on the offensive, trying to strike back for his comrade. However, Yukina easily intercepted the fist aimed at him with an open palm. The weapon insistently asked its owner to let the vile hooligan go, warning that otherwise the boy's powerful strength would simply smash the bad guy's hand. The young man felt an extraordinary ease of movement, and the blade explained that this was a natural consequence. Long days of being under the influence of magical enchantment had made the body incredibly resilient and hardened, allowing him to now freely enjoy the increased strength and dexterity. The boy was sincerely perplexed as to how and when he had managed to train so much, acquiring such strength and reaction speed. The young man felt that at the moment such thoughts were unimportant and distracted attention from current affairs. He approached the victim and asked if everything was okay with her and if she felt normal after the incident. Aina thanked the hero heartily, though her gratitude sounded slightly questioning. Graham explained the reason, claiming that Yukino's ability to deftly deal with offenders impressed the girl so much that she was speechless from amazement. And suddenly the young man frowned thoughtfully, remembering that a similar feeling of familiar questioning gratitude had already arisen once before. A charming girl with a sweet face and slight surprise appeared before him. Seeing her, the young man cried out in fear, overcome with surprise and confusion. The guy carefully took the girl by the hand and quickly led her away from the dangerous place, trying to ensure her safety. The young man sheepishly apologized to the girl, realizing that he had acted too impulsively and abruptly. Graham noted that first there was Kyune, then Mikage, and now a third beauty with excellent external features, and added that the owner had some kind of abnormal fortune to attract exclusively attractive girls. Yukina also began to lean towards this thought. The boy said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Aina confirmed his words and added that she had once again been saved thanks to him. In short, he was genuinely happy to see that she was completely fine. The young man dreamed of meeting her again, hoping that fate would give them another happy meeting, at which he would be able to express to her so many warm words and confessions that he had accumulated. Now Yukina actually encountered her again, and this circumstance left him somewhat confused and excited at the same time. She looked at him carefully and asked him directly, was it really possible that this same guy she knew before had now become a professional mercenary? The boy nodded affirmatively, noting that he had become a mercenary in order to earn the money necessary to buy the woman he liked. Of course, he could not openly admit to her the true reasons for his choice of profession. After all, life in the capital requires significant funds, and without a noble origin and a decent education, he had only one choice: to become a mercenary, risking his life for the sake of earning money. She noticed that he had mastered such an unusual and rare weapon as a spear. The young man added that it was noticeably easier for him to handle it than a traditional sword. The girl explained that she did not want to seem rude or dismissive, but the hero had long been accustomed to such comments and took them calmly. Yukina asked her with concern why she had to face the persistent advances of young men again, and right in the morning, as soon as a new day had begun. Aina hesitated a lot and became nervous. The boy asked if she had really run away from the mansion again, not knowing where she was going. She replied that the goal was known, but she did not deny the fact of her escape. There was silence. Previously, she had indeed run away from home in search of a little more freedom, acting almost spontaneously. Now, however, the situation had changed dramatically. The girl clearly understood her goal and tried to avoid dangerous dark alleys, trying to choose a safe path. The thing is that at that time, she simply had no idea where exactly to go and acted practically at random. The young man assumed that the girl had decided to seek advice from the seller of the nearest stall, and when she approached him, she attracted the attention of local hooligans. Further events developed quite predictably and ended in a new clash. It turned out that the place we were looking for was located very close to here. It was the old master's weapons workshop, where Yukina regularly bought equipment from the first days of his appearance in the capital. It was from there that all his current weapons came. Aina looked at him with distrust and surprise, for she knew the workshop owner's reputation very well. If the master didn't like a potential buyer, he categorically refused to deal with him, even if the person was an influential aristocrat. The boy finally realized why the old salesman had insistently pushed that mysterious blade on him. Graham had authoritatively confirmed that it was truly an outstanding weapon, truly heroic, capable of providing great support to its owner. The young man asked her to explain what she needed from the old master. She explained that she wanted to order the production of a piece of jewelry. This grandfather was a skilled craftsman in all areas. The young man remembered the old man primarily as a skilled blacksmith who made massive combat swords of impressive size. The hero firmly decided to accompany the girl to the workshop, showing care and attention, but she politely refused, insisting that she did not want to burden his precious time with her petty affairs. The young man gently extended his hand to her, expressing a desire to go with her, offering protection and company on the way to her goal. Accepting the offer, the girl trustingly and frankly admitted that in this situation she relied entirely on him. The boys entered the shop and asked in a cheerful voice whether the old master was there and ready to receive visitors. The master good-naturedly reproached the young guest, reproachfully informing him that he had come to visit again with a new companion, risking attracting the unnecessary attention of envious people who were ready to take advantage of the moment and cause trouble. The boy screamed in confusion, completely unable to understand why the old man was constantly making such hints to him. The weapon supported the master, commenting that in this case there could be no objections. The elder continued to instruct the teenager, claiming that real heroes often attract female attention, but a constant desire for romantic adventures can push away the first girls. The young man patiently begged the master to stop dwelling on this topic. He felt especially ashamed and embarrassed because the old man publicly criticized his behavior, which was witnessed by an acquaintance. Aina slowly pulled back the hood of her cloak, revealing her lovely face and luxurious hair. Seeing the beautiful girl, the master was confused and froze in admiration. The girl greeted the master warmly, confirming the young man's opinion that they were acquainted with each other. The boy mentally praised himself for his good performance as a guide. The old man respectfully asked the young man to leave, giving him the opportunity to speak with the beautiful guest alone. The magic blade warned the owner, advising him not to try to demonstrate trust and friendliness too much. However, the young man confidently replied that there was still a chance to make a good impression. Yukina assured the master that he would definitely notify the city guards about the incident. Aina quietly asked the young man to stay nearby, waiting outside the door, promising to call him with a loud alarm if something serious and dangerous happened. She joked. The old man exclaimed that the young man was another admirer of the fair sex. The master was amazed to see the princess who had arrived here without a single armed guard, despite the presence of an extremely reliable companion nearby. The master asked how the boys met. Aina remembered an incident on the street when a guy helped her and they never saw each other again. Today, fate unexpectedly brought them together again, causing excitement in the castle. Having treated the girl only to tea, the master admired her modesty, calling her smart. She explained that she had not come for food but to ask for a special item to be made. Graham admired the story of his friend's acquaintance with a girl in the capital and suggested writing a book about it. The owner joked that he would only take up literature in retirement, preferring to live in the present. The weapon tried to find out what noble family this girl was from. The boy admitted that he did not even remember her name and asked the blade not to consider him a womanizer. The blade countered that a true womanizer would hardly date two girls at the same time. The master insisted that the weapon stop talking, but the sword continued to communicate telepathically, which seemed extremely unfair to the boy. Graham said that the owner was interested in this whole story only because the girl was very nice, and every time he looked at her, the young man could hardly restrain himself from melting with pleasure. The guy felt terribly awkward and ashamed from such frank remarks of his comrade. It seemed strange to the blade to see its owner so embarrassed, because before he seemed decisive and straightforward. The weapon knew that the guy was ready to do anything for the sake of his beloved girl, and this amused the sword. Yukina and Aina belonged to different classes, and such love stories are rare in reality. The village boy perceived romantic novels as beautiful fairy tales, not believing in the possibility of happiness with a representative of high society. In short, the boy quickly realized that he had no chance and was going to punish the impudent blade for its inappropriate comments. Fortunately, the girl appeared, apologizing for the slight delay. It turned out that she had made a new order today, and the item would be sent a little later. So that the girl would not accidentally get lost in the crowd, the young man politely asked permission to walk her. She readily agreed, causing sincere amazement in the weapon. In the opinion of the partner, they now looked like a real romantic couple, causing delight and bewilderment at the same time. Aina was happy to be able to eat whatever food she wanted in the capital, as the choice of food in the castle was limited. The young man advised her to enjoy her food and enjoy the variety of delicacies in the capital. The boys were suddenly distracted by a little girl, worried about losing her mother. Her appearance put the young people in a difficult situation. They found themselves responsible for the fate of the child and were forced to urgently look for a solution to the problem. Having discovered the girl was missing, the boy turned to the girl and explained that he had to postpone their meeting. She regretted that circumstances forced her to break their plans, but stressed that nothing could be done. The boy took out 2 lollipops and offered them to the girl and the young woman, assuring both that he would certainly find the child's lost mother. Aina noted that the young man easily handled children, admitting that she certainly would not have managed it herself. However, it turned out that he, too, had encountered such a situation for the first time. Then the girl offered to take the baby to the police station, where the young people headed together with the child. The little girl, observing the behavior of the young people, decided that they were in love with each other. It seemed to her that such a close connection and warmth of communication was possible only between close hearts. The princess hurried to explain to the child that she and the young man were not a couple at all, despite their outward closeness and friendly relations. Meanwhile, the young man himself was slightly confused, trying to understand the situation and the reasons for the little girl's confusion. The girl calmly told the boy that her parents had already chosen her future husband, having made the choice themselves. These words sounded like a loud blow to the young man, instantly depriving him of confidence and hope for reciprocity. The boys breathed a sigh of relief when they finally found the baby's mother. An awkward silence hung between the young people, as if both were trying to decide what to say or do next. Aina honestly admitted that she would soon marry the chosen one of her father, and the life of an aristocrat limited her freedom of choice. Calmly accepting the inevitability, she asked if the young man was surprised. Yukina asked if the girl was happy with her parents' choice. She replied that humility outweighed her desire to resist, as she had been raised to follow family traditions without question and accept the inevitable. Now she doesn't really want to get married like that. Only when she's walking with him can she be herself. No one expects anything from her or forces her. She's free to do whatever she wants. The girl was glad to be able to hold his hand, to feel the warmth of his palm, to feel closeness and support. The young man confessed that he already had 2 girlfriends. The master told her exactly the same phrase. Both girls were good, even too good for someone like him, So the boy decided to give them happiness. But deep down he knew that it sounded like the act of a scoundrel, because true love requires honesty and openness and not beautiful gestures for the sake of one's own peace of mind. However, Yukina simply wanted to make decisions regarding his relationship with them and her. He felt it was important to explain his situation honestly in order to avoid misunderstandings and maintain respect for each other. They shook hands, and finally a verdict was reached by both sides. If she too experiences this pain inside. The guy thought that if she had the same feelings, then this bitter aftertaste was not so bad. But still, if the miracle of their meeting happened again, for the third time, he hoped that fate would give a chance to correct the mistakes of the past and build real happiness. The team fought the enemy while completing a mission. Lyricus activated an enchantment that enhanced the fighter's abilities, which turned the tide of the battle. Mikage temporarily joined the hero's team, although she had repeatedly refused to help him before. In addition, it turned out that the team captain was born in the same place where Yukina was from. They fought the iron grasshopper very easily. Muri possesses strength comparable to that of a second-tier mercenary, making her a formidable opponent. However, she acted rather strangely in their first encounter. Sion said he was incredibly unlucky, but his support magic was exceptionally accurate and stable. And finally, Garbert, it's immediately obvious that he's a real professional, an experienced first-rank mercenary. And Lyricus is truly a hero savior whose growth in power is astounding. His development is so rapid that it seems as if no restrictions can restrain his potential. Mikage agreed to the offer, wanting to see how strong the one she once considered a possible master was. What she saw exceeded all expectations. Here he is, the hero savior, the last hope of all mankind. The girl ordered everyone to step back, and the guy turned around. She was worried about the hero, but Galbert advised her to just watch and not worry in vain. Lyricus loudly proclaimed, calling the holy sword to appear before him. The air filled with energy, a glow surrounded the hero, and soon a shining blade appeared right in his hand. This sight reminded her very much of Lord Yukin's battle. At first glance, the owner and the hero savior had nothing in common except their birthplace. But now the images of these two men overlapped, creating a strange sense of déjà vu. Who is this mysterious hero savior? And how is he different from the brave hero? The young man asked the girl how things were going and if Rieva was doing well. She replied that he sent his regards. He was literally speechless when he learned that she was next to the hero savior himself. However, Mikage herself, although she admitted that she was shocked by the meeting with such an outstanding character, emphasized her loyalty to the owner remained unchanged. Reva was developing abnormally quickly, and the young man was interested in whether the creator of the weapon knew about it, because his partner seemed to know too much. Although it is quite natural, he is a hero and Yukina is just Yukina. The latter, of course, was slightly envious of such rapid progress, but he understood perfectly well the difference between himself and the real chosen hero. Ryuwa will achieve a glorious victory over the demon lord, becoming famous as a great hero. And the young man will choose the path of peaceful existence, building a successful career and finding peace, becoming a worthy life partner for his beloved women Kane and Mikage, calmly meeting old age. Graham chuckled, noticing that the boy had flown too far in his fantasies. However, the boy boldly replied that when he retired, he would definitely throw the weapon into a red-hot forge furnace. Meanwhile, in the Union of Mercenaries, they were given a task to exterminate a group of goblins. For experienced warriors like our heroes, this task seemed too simple and practically meaningless. The young man told the girl that she greatly underestimated the goblins. There is nothing to take from goblins at all, no treasures, no significant experience. That is why they reproduce at a furious rate, instantly populating entire territories. While you blink, they have built a huge lair full of nests and traps. If a newcomer accidentally stumbles upon such a shelter, his chances of survival are almost zero. The boy approached the guild secretary with a question about when exactly the quest announcement had appeared. It turned out that it had been up for a whole week, but none of the strong adventurers had shown any interest. He, having started to complete the quest, could not understand why a simple mission was being ignored. Mikage asked the owner to explain in detail why the goblin extermination mission was causing so much controversy. The boy sheepishly apologized for his abruptness, admitting that he had jumped to conclusions. Then the girl decided to ask a direct question about whether goblins were really that terrible. Goblins can settle absolutely anywhere, including areas near human settlements. The one who accepted the task is well aware of this fact, but the fox herself seems to be hearing such information for the first time. Goblins' main activity is hunting, but they are also known as skilled robbers. That is why they know very well that the easiest way to ensure a comfortable life is to attack human settlements. The girl was shocked by this information. The goblins have specifically chosen a cave near the village to conveniently attack it. This poses a threat to the villagers, and the heroes must react immediately. Mikage wondered why the owner knew so much about the goblins' habits. The reason was simple: rumors of these creatures appearing nearby regularly in the village. In order to effectively combat the threat, the hero prepared in advance by choosing a convenient kukri, a knife that was ideal. The master handed the young man a talisman, saying that he did not want to lose a valuable customer and asked him to wear the talisman just in case. Yukina thanked him, noting that the gift was too generous, but the master waved him off, sending the boy out. The old man strictly warned the boy not to lose the precious gift under any circumstances. Otherwise, according to the master, he would never be able to forgive him for losing the gift. The young hero understood the importance of the entrusted object and promised to keep it carefully. Someone was talking. The boy wanted to return Kane home, but she convinced him to stay, saying that her medical assistance might be needed if goblins attacked the village. She thought that he perceived her as a weakling and decided to show off her agility. The girl asked Mikage to throw an apple up, intending to demonstrate his masterful use of a dagger. The thrown apple unexpectedly crashed into the nearest wall, and the neat halves of the fruit landed smoothly right in the boy's open palms. In response to the awkward demonstration, Kane noted that domestic skills were also important in combat. She promised not to get in the way. Clouds of smoke rose above the village, and Mikage's keen sense of smell caught the unpleasant smell of fresh blood. The young man anxiously asked how much longer it was to the village, but it turned out that walking would take less time. Deciding to speed up the arrival, he gave the order to stop and move on foot. The fox was assigned as the first since its speed would allow it to reach the goal faster. The driver of the cart was given clear instructions to return to the capital and report to the mercenary union about the attack on the village. The remaining members of the group realized that there would be hard work ahead to free the village from the invaders and restore order. Kuni shuddered in horror at the sight of the destruction and violence that had engulfed the village. The scene of chaos and suffering that appeared before her eyes evoked deep sympathy and determination to help the victims. The master sent her to attack, asking Graham to light the way forward. He looked around carefully and reported that there were no living people nearby, and the number of bodies was significantly less than expected for such a large settlement. Apparently, the attack happened quite recently. They stayed to look for the living in the center of the settlement. Goblins were also flocking there, and Mikage went after them. They went to the center of the village since there was no one left there. The girl knew this since she did not feel the energy from the people lying there. The ability of the succubus allowed her to understand this. The group decided to move forward, trying to save the remaining survivors, sacrificing themselves for those who could no longer be saved. A terrifying sight unfolded before the team. Thousands of goblins filled the central square of the village in a dense mass. The monsters were gathered here, awaiting the arrival of prey or further orders. The boys rushed into battle, determined to win. Blades flashed in the sun, arrows flew to the target, and the earth shook from the blows. Mikage arrived in time. The survivors were in the building. She asked Kune to treat the wounded in the local church, as the most seriously wounded were there. The healer agreed and wished her comrades to be careful in battle. If the guys hadn't arrived in time, all the villagers would have been dead. The girl underestimated the goblins due to her lack of experience, but now the main thing is to get rid of these monsters and save the people. Graham said that their finest hour had come when they needed to show their best qualities. The hero's main blade was stuck in the body of a huge goblin, and it was impossible to pull it out. The partner, seeing the despair of the owner, quickly suggested using a spare weapon. The young man's acquisition of a spare blade turned out to be a stroke of luck. His friend, noticing his companion's satisfied smile, reminded him that he couldn't relax. The monsters continued their attacks. The hero nodded, returning to the fight, firmly determined to finish what he had started. The hero stood in the middle of the battlefield, dumbfounded by the huge number of goblins stretching to the horizon. Then Graham announced that he had good news. The young man said to start with the good ones. The number of goblins had noticeably decreased, but the entire local army of monsters had gathered here. Yukina asked if there was any more good news and received a clear answer. Their main boss was heading here. The friend explained that killing the boss was advantageous, as the remaining goblins would lose their leadership and become easy prey. The young man acknowledged the wisdom of the plan. The situation resembles the previous grand battle with many monsters, so this boss will also be a giant creature with great strength and special abilities. Mikage attracted the attention of her comrade. It turned out to be a troll, judging by its size and appearance, leading a horde of goblins. Graham assessed the situation and noted that it would be difficult to deal with such an enemy alone. A joint attack by several heroes would be required. One person was needed to eliminate a small crowd of goblins so that the rest could focus on the main enemy. This responsible role was taken on by Kuni, who possessed the necessary skills and abilities. The decision to split the forces came at a very opportune time. Mikage would be able to focus on defeating the powerful boss, and the hero and the healer would neutralize numerous minions. Curious, the young man asked his friend who was more resilient, the Kobold King or the troll. The girl suggested that the Kobold King was much stronger and more resilient. The young man said that he would go a little crazy. He activated the enchantment. The commander commanded his magical blade to pierce the troll's throat, and it carried out the order flawlessly. The powerful blow dealt a devastating blow, depriving the giant of his head. The impact was so powerful that the troll's body was torn apart, scattering pieces of armor and flesh around. The ground shook, rocks cracked, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur and dust. The shocked girls watched this, not believing their own eyes. Yukina, like the troll, fell to the ground in pain. Having received the healing energy from Kane, the hero felt relieved, but he was not going to shift the responsibilities to Mikage's shoulders. Taking the initiative with dignity, he gave the order for the new magic blade to return to him. Graham winked slyly at the young man, saying that he had tender feelings for his protege and was proud of his achievements. Then he added that he was grateful to his own creation, which played a key role in defeating the monster. Although the blade had previously shown no signs of movement, it now decided to show a little independence by changing its flight path. However, most of the success belonged to the owner himself. Kuni, having finished treating the wound, declared that she would give the young hero a real dressing down if he continued to risk his life so recklessly. After a short rest, the friends decided to continue working. Mikage called the mass invasion of goblins an abnormal event. Usually the army deals with monsters. The reasons for the disturbance are unknown. The forest is controlled by the guild, the army is not involved. The increase in the goblin population is a mystery. The girl said in amazement, wondering how such a large and strong monster like a troll appeared in the area. Local residents confirmed that they had never noticed the presence of trolls in this area before. Apparently, the appearance of this giant was an accident caused by some external factors. Trolls sometimes led goblin armies, but Kane had never heard of them deliberately establishing bases and preparing to attack human settlements. After all, with enough power, they could easily destroy a village without prior preparation. The longer the heroes discussed the current situation, the more complicated and confusing it seemed. In short, it was decided to carry out an operation to destroy the goblin lair the next morning in order to understand the reasons for the mass reproduction of monsters. The heroes were getting ready to set off, but someone stopped them. Someone was coming towards the heroes, probably reinforcements. Jinsen received a letter from the guild with new information. The letter stated that due to the difficult situation and extraordinary circumstances, the authorities were asking Jinsen to abandon the current assignment and immediately return to the capital. Mikage received an urgent notification from the guild. A huge army of monsters was approaching the capital, and she was ordered to immediately join the city's defense. The news shocked the girl. After rereading the letter, the heroes realized that the situation was much more serious than it seemed at first. The message stated that the capital was under threat of invasion by a huge army of monsters, and the guild was calling on its best representatives to join the defense. The courier who delivered the letter assured that the rest of the group would be handled by other guild members, and that Jinsen was free to use the provided carriage to quickly return to the city. Later, she would be given detailed information on the progress of the operations and the results achieved. Yukina, without hesitation, declared that he would go with the girl. It was decided to move out, taking Kune with them. The courier spoke out, considering it inappropriate to take the young man into the company, calling him a sycophant. Such words caused a violent reaction from the girl, which almost ended tragically. The enraged Mikage barely restrained herself from killing him. The rest of the group noticed the fox's irascibility and tried to calm her down. She sternly warned the courier that the next time such behavior would result in consequences, including murder. She drew attention to the young man's recent victory over a large troll, although his official combat rank remained 4th. The rank does not reflect the hero's real capabilities. The girl looked guiltily at her friend and apologized for her outburst, admitting that her behavior had gone beyond the bounds of what was acceptable. The young man calmly noted that other people's opinions did not affect him much because he was not the kind of person who deliberately spread negative rumors about himself. Mikage, exhaling excitedly, promised to exercise maximum caution and attention. He gently stroked the girl's head. Kune decided to go back to the hospital to get some medicine. Lisa said that she should probably wait outside. The young man asked Graham to listen to the townspeople's conversations and find out what they were gossiping about. He agreed, promising to pass on important information. It all started the day before after dinner, when the young heroes encountered a large group of goblins. As they approached the capital, they discovered huge masses of wild animals moving menacingly toward the city walls. Fortunately, the capital's defense system had been strengthened in advance, and the garrison troops were able to repel the first wave of attack. The appearance of new armies of beast-like creatures disproved the version of rampage. The authorities gathered professional mercenaries above the 2nd rank to repel the threat. On the way to the capital, the heroes did not find any traces of animal activity, not a single animal corpse, which seemed illogical. The animals probably appeared near the capital but did not intersect with the group's route. The use of summoning magic could serve as an explanation. Mastering such magic is an extremely complex art, accessible only to a few. A special talent is needed to master it to the fullest extent. Therefore, the organizer of mass invasions is most likely a very powerful person standing behind the scenes of events. Graham expressed doubt that an ordinary person was behind all this. The good news was the news of the imminent arrival of a famous hero savior with whom the heroes had already cooperated before. The guy hoped that he would help them. Lyricus looked at the horizon, filled with anxiety and hope. He believed that the capital would stand the test, maintaining order and stability until his arrival. Muri tried to allay fears by reminding them that the capital was heavily guarded by a garrison of soldiers and wizards of the highest caliber. In addition, the city had a contract with mercenaries above the 2nd rank, obliging them to fight in emergency situations. There are severe penalties for refusing to respond to the call: fines, demotion, or even expulsion from the mercenary union. Despite the risks, most high-class mercenaries perceive participation in the defense of the capital as an honor and a privilege. The church organization plans to act similarly to the mercenary union, offering services and assistance to the citizens of the country. Despite good intentions, this initiative raises suspicion and mistrust among the common people. Judging by his behavior and manners, Sion could hardly last long as a church minister. The carriage approached the gates of the capital, and the young man thought about what to do. Waking up from his deep thoughts, the young man heard his partner's call. It seemed that the circumstances were such that there was simply no time for long reflections. According to the plan, Mikage would join the capital's defense forces, heading directly to the combat zone, while the boy would remain in the city, providing rear support. This decision came as a surprise to the girl, who was used to working together and sharing the same front line. Yukina insistently repeated that he intended to remain in the capital and would not take part in direct combat. His partner looked at him darkly, frowning, and abruptly turned away, walking away. Kuni went to the field hospital located at the city gates. The girl anxiously asked where her friend was and why the city bells were ringing. Having received the answer that her partner had gone to the front and the young man had stayed to provide for the rear, she assessed her partner's motivation. Her perceptive nature allowed her to understand the motives of the guy playing a double game. Finally, they wished each other luck and caution. Graham noticed that the owner's women were real beauties and excellent specialists. Yukina thought that he was not good enough for them. The magic blade tried to find out the reason for the hero's decision, to ask why he refused to follow the general example. The hero frankly answered that he was tired of the monotony of daily activities and longed for variety in his fate. To say that he was bored was perhaps an exaggeration. The real reason for the hero's anxiety was that all forces were thrown into defense outside the city wall. There is not enough reserve left inside the fortress. He compares it to gambling, where a bet on an empty position is called a hole. No one bets on it, but the winnings can be significant if the bet wins. What seems impossible to others can come true. The huge hordes of beasts that appeared thanks to summoning magic are a clear example. If it doesn't come true, no one will lose anything. But what if it's the work of human hands? Graham grimly reported that a magic summoning circle used to summon huge armies of beasts had been discovered. The young man realized that the fight would be difficult, requiring maximum effort and concentration. Having defeated the summoner mage, the hero discovered that he couldn't interrogate the prisoner. He preferred to kill him. The guy annoyedly responded to the weapon that it was too smart. It seemed that the guy had guessed right with his choice of position. The killed enemy turned out to be a demon, and the blue blood became proof of his inhuman nature. If he had been wrong, he would have been laughed at. Blade advised examining the neck of the fallen demon, finding an unusual symbol of the cult culture. The symbol was a broken sword, a traditional sign of protest against heroes and authority. They had stumbled upon an unusual demon. The enemies have prepared a double strike. Some are operating outside the city walls, while others have penetrated inside. According to Graham's strategy, in order to eliminate the main threat, it is necessary to identify and eliminate the central control center of operations. Yukina found and destroyed a key facility that controlled enemy operations. This point was the enemy's troop coordination and supply center, and its destruction would disrupt the chain of command. The young man sincerely wished that his premonition would not be confirmed. The weapon highly appreciated the courage and foresight of its owner, who was ready to take a risk, choosing an unpleasant state of affairs. Graham respected his partner for his willingness to invest in promising but potentially futile actions, wasting time and effort with no guarantee of reward. The group set out to explore the streets and squares of the capital, hoping to find additional magic summoning circles. Before delving deeper into the city's exploration, the hero remembered the item he had received during the rank advancement exam. Never expecting it to be useful, he pulled it out of his bag, surprising his own blade with his foresight. The thing worked, making a loud noise. Now it was necessary to avoid collisions and move further so as not to fall into a trap. A few hours earlier, the king had publicly praised the hero, calling him the nation's greatest savior. However, when approaching him privately, the young man politely declined the praise, insisting that the king explain the problem. The king began to tell that individual beasts are weak, but their numbers are great. Magic circles have been spotted on the battlefield, from which animals emerge in an endless stream. Therefore, the main task is to destroy these magic circles and clear the territory of existing aggressors. The saviors waited until they had assembled a breakout force of experienced mercenaries, and the king felt that their plan would succeed. Lyricus saw Lady Mikage arriving at the breakthrough squad and inquired about Yukin's fate. He remained in the capital. The young man was in shock. The lady explained that the 4th rank gave the right not to participate in dangerous operations, and the gentleman took advantage of this right. However, this decision shocked the savior, who was used to seeing the guy as a model of justice and honor. Lyricus considered Yukin a close friend, a reliable and noble man. However, upon learning that the boy had left the girl alone on the battlefield, the hero felt a strong disappointment. The young hero was at a loss, unable to understand why his close friend had acted so selfishly. The woman involved in the conversation said that he had apparently misunderstood. Lisa noted that her partner had stayed in the capital not out of fear, but because there was an important need for it, the nature of which she could not yet understand. Lyricus argued that they should have worked together. He was convinced that Yukina had stayed in the capital only in case nothing serious happened. However, Mikage rejected this, suggesting that the boy had stayed precisely because the upcoming battle was fraught with great danger. The savior was completely perplexed, not understanding why his friend had made such a controversial decision. The possible consequences of the decision were unpredictable, and the hero's future reputation remained in great question. This guy could not imagine what made his friend choose such a path. The girl, who was carefully watching what was happening, assumed that something terrible had happened. Lisa decided to go to the capital, refusing to participate in the operation. She rightly believed that the team could cope without her help since the squad had stronger and more experienced fighters. One of the senior fighters openly warned the girl that refusing to participate in the battle would lead to a loss of reputation and a violation of the mercenary code. However, the girl coldly replied that she did not care about public opinion and that she was acting as her conscience dictated. Mikage left for the capital. Muri approached Lyricus to report that the squad was fully staffed and ready to move. Then he said that the group was acting strictly according to the developed plan and would later tell about the actions of the girl who left the squad. Then the guy officially announced to those gathered that wild animals had appeared in the capital, posing a threat to local residents. The girl turned to the old man. She wanted him to make something for her. The princess showed the blacksmith a sample and he thought about it. Aina explained that she had turned to him because he was the one who made the sheath for the sacred sword. There was a tradition according to which a person would give a sword to someone for whom he had feelings. Now this custom is no longer observed, but the sword itself has become a symbol of the state. Therefore, to give someone a sword means to trust your life. Initially, the sword was given by a man to a woman, but the princess decided to put an end to her unrequited feelings for someone she would probably never see again. But Aina never thought that she would meet the hero again and that her feelings would flare up. The girl understood that her feelings would not bring her anything good, but they filled her heart and were not going to subside. As a princess, she knew that she would become the hero's wife, so she wanted to give Yukina at least her heart. The girl wanted to live knowing that he would have this sword. Besides, the guy already had 2 lovers, but it didn't matter. She had hope if there was a chance Aina would like to live with him. The lady was brought out of her thoughts. The princess stood in the conference room. Next to her on the throne sat her father, the king, who looked at his daughter suspiciously. The girl came to her senses, apologized, and asked to begin the report. The messenger reported that the squad that had set out to determine the source of the signal bomb had encountered beasts. Several summoning magic circles had also been discovered, from which the beasts were presumably emerging. The princess thoughtfully suggested that the invasion outside the capital was a distraction. The king agreed with her. The girl asked if the detachment had suffered. The soldier said that the warriors had dealt with the beasts without serious injuries. They had received reports that several magic circles had already been destroyed thanks to that explosion. Bernest asked why their wizards had not noticed anything. The speaker said that the magic circles were created at the time of the invasion. They would have noticed if all the circles were activated at once, so it could be concluded that by destroying the circles before they were activated, they could avoid much damage. The princess ordered a squad of wizards to go in search of the circles. If necessary, they could ask for help from the already active squads. The soldier accepted the order and left. The girl exhaled. The king was proud of his daughter. Bernest noted that he did not even have to order. Aina asked him not to flatter her and to be more serious because he was the king, not she. The man laughed and said that she was as stern as always. The father advised her to relax, otherwise she would not have enough strength. The girl agreed with him. The king added that if she was so serious, the hero would not love her, but the princess did not care. After she said something she shouldn't have, she fell silent. Bernest asked his daughter if she wasn't thrilled about her future marriage with the hero. Aina tried to deny it. The king smiled and said that although it was still early, when everything was resolved, he would ask the hero to take her as his wife. The man asked if the girl would not object. After a moment of silence, Aina forced a smile and replied that she would marry the savior, the hope of this world, adding that there could be no greater honor. However, her thoughts differed from her words. She did not want this at all, and this was hinted at by the sword that the girl left with her unrequited love. She wondered if the young man had received her heart. At that moment, a soldier burst into the hall. He reported that the hero had joined forces with a squad fighting outside the capital. At the same time, one second-rank mercenary and another oncologist of a dozen others had left the battlefield. The king asked the name of this mercenary. The informer replied that it was the mercenary Jinsen. Hearing the familiar name, the princess was surprised because she knew that this man was very responsible. Aina could not understand what prompted her to go against the rules. The princess asked if a signal explosion was seen outside the capital. The warrior did not expect to hear such a question and thought about it. Then he remembered and confirmed how a glowing ball flashed over the city. This meant that Jinsen saw it too. Aina began to think. With this signal, someone reported that trouble had occurred in the capital, and he was the first to learn about the beasts within the city walls. The girl assumed that this person could be Yukina. She thought that it was clear from the magic circles that someone was behind this incident, but the girl did not know how much the culprit had calculated everything. The king assumed that the criminal was surprised that his circles would be quickly destroyed in the capital. First, the enemy summoned beasts, thereby forcing most of the soldiers and mercenaries to leave the capital. And then the criminal intended to activate the circles in the capital to start chaos. Burness said it was a fairly simple but effective plan. The princess was puzzled as to who could need this. The king stood up from his throne and said that what was important for them now was not to find out who was responsible for this, but how to stop his plan. The man explained that although the enemy had a plan to wait, it was impossible for an ordinary person to prepare so much so quickly, so Burness doubted that this plan was only for chaos. Their enemy would definitely make the next move. The princess was horrified by her father's suggestion. She realized that their enemy's true target was the royal castle. The boy was running away from an enraged wolf through the streets of the captured capital. He regretted going outside to look at the animals. Suddenly, the little boy did not see a stone and tripped. He fell hard to the ground when the beast was already very close. The boy closed his eyes in fear and mentally called for help. At that moment, a shadow covered him. It was the hero who was covering the child with himself. When the boy saw the spear, his eyes lit up. After saving him, Yukina looked at the boy with displeasure and hit him on the head, saying that it was dangerous to go outside. The hero picked up the boy and took him home. When they got there, Yukina started knocking on the wooden door, shouting that if they didn't open it, he would break it down. After a while, the women looked out of the house. The young man gave the child to the stranger and asked her to take care of him until the commotion died down. He added that he would be doubly grateful if she returned the boy to his parents. The hero ran through the streets of the city. The sword exclaimed that despite the fact that his partner had saved the boy from death, he would talk to him about the correctness of his behavior. The young man replied that they did not have time and asked where the other circles were. After destroying another circle, Yukina no longer understood how many circles there were in total. Sword said that this question was not for him. The hero smiled and promised that he would beat the criminal without unnecessary questions. He explained that he was alone anyway, so he didn't want to waste time talking. After the fifth circle, the demons stopped appearing, so the young man assumed that the enemy's plan was coming to an end. Graham asked what they would do next. However, the hero himself did not know the answer to this question. He admitted that he does not particularly like to strain his brain, so he needs help. The sword replied that he had good news for his partner then. An armed group of men was approaching them. As the soldiers approached, Yukina noticed that one of them recognized him. However, he did not remember where exactly they could have met. The sword reminded him of when during the rampage of the beasts the hero with the warriors ran up to him and added that this young man was one of them. Yukina ironically replied that he could not remember this because then he almost died. The captain asked what the boy was doing here since all the mercenaries were ordered to fight outside the capital. Yukina replied that he was a low-ranking mercenary, so the order did not apply to him, so he worked on the streets of the city. The warrior asked if he was the one who sent the signal. The hero was glad that he was noticed, as he was not sure that he could handle it alone. He said that he would explain everything later and suggested that they talk about how well they understood the situation. The captain said that they encountered a small group of beasts and several magic circles along the way. Other squads reported the same. He added that they had received reports of demons, but they were unsure if it was true. The hero realized that the soldiers were already aware of the most important data and muttered that he had also recently killed 2 demons. He asked how many circles the soldiers had destroyed. The captain replied that 4. Yukina counted the destroyed circles and said that if you added up, it would be 10 magic circles destroyed. The warrior was shocked that this one low-ranking mercenary destroyed 6 circles by himself. The hero mentally asked Graham how many circles the enemy would need to cover the entire capital. Sword replied that 20 would be enough and added that with the combined efforts of the captain's squad, they should have already destroyed half of it. Yukina came to the conclusion that he would have to continue running around the city, but he couldn't decide whether they should split up with the soldiers or work together. Suddenly, the boy heard a familiar voice from afar. It was Mikage. She was happily calling her master. He was extremely surprised. The hero asked why the girl was there. The beastman apologized for the delay. Her tail wagged without stopping. Yukina sighed. He said he hadn't been expecting her and repeated his question about the reason for her visit. Pleased with herself, Mikage said that she was the one distributing the signal bombs, so it was natural that she would notice the explosion right away. The boy shook his head and asked about protecting the capital. The girl replied that she had entrusted it to the Hero Saviors team. However, she didn't know if she should have said that at all. The young man asked who the people were standing behind her were and whether they were mercenaries. Mikage replied that she did not know them. They followed her on their own. Yukina thought that these mercenaries wanted to take advantage of the girl's departure from the battlefield. He said that on the other hand, they would have more workers. Out of breath, Kyune ran up to them. She barely caught up with her friend. When the guy saw her, he exclaimed that she had come too. The girl said that she saw Mikage running quickly past the field hospital and decided to follow her. Before that, she saw a signal explosion and immediately thought that it was her friend who did it, so she couldn't just ignore it. The hero asked if they didn't have much work in the field hospital anyway. Kyune replied that there were enough doctors there so they could manage without her. Although the guy didn't expect to see girls, he was pleased to be with his loved ones. Mikage asked the master to explain what was going on. The young man replied that he would tell them on the way. He called the captain and said that he and the girls would destroy the circles and his squad could act at their discretion. At that moment, Kyune noticed something strange in the sky. She pointed and asked what it was. The boy looked up. Above them was a huge screen with a king and princess on it. While everyone was focused on the battles outside and inside the capital, the enemy attacked the royal castle where Ernest and Aina were located. The girl said after the report that the enemy had a worthy, logical, and simple plan, which was also distinguished by its effectiveness. The princess assumed that the enemy already knew how to penetrate the mansion. A man entered the hall. He clearly attracted attention with his strange aura. The daughter and father noticed him immediately. Aina turned to the king when he said that he understood. He beckoned one of the soldiers with his hand. Ernest gave the order to be ready with his hand. At that moment, a warrior ran into the hall. He apologized and said that the captain wanted to convey something to His Majesty. The soldier reported that there was someone in the castle who looked like a demon. Also, 2 corpses of dark creatures were found in the vicinity of the castle. Aina understood that the informer had come at the wrong time. She saw the suspicious stranger take out a magic stone. The girl did not have time to warn the others. The man threw it on the floor, which caused a small explosion which threw the soldiers back. The princess immediately took a fighting stance and used flame magic. She sent a fireball towards the enemy, but he managed to protect himself with a shield. The demon noted that this was a rather rude greeting. He turned to his assistant, saying that the plan had already been disrupted. He replied that all the magic circles in the capital had been authorized, so they had no other plans. The girl got that the demon was in cahoots with some of their people. The enemy sighed and said that it didn't matter anymore. The only good thing about the situation was that the guards went to deal with the chaos in the streets. There was no longer any point in hiding his identity, and the demon grew horns. He was glad to meet the king of the country and introduced himself as Nils, a servant of the great and proud Lord of Demons. Ernest thanked him for observing the rules and added that he would be glad if he and the animals left the castle just as politely. Nils replied that this was impossible, because soon a fun show would begin in honor of their master's revival. A large bird sat on the demon's shoulder. Nils said that this was a special monster, and added that his magic allowed him to take the course of his training, and added that his magic allowed him to show in another place everything that the bird saw with his own eyes. The servant of the Demon King said that today the entire capital would see the tragedy that would unfold in the castle. He cried out for the show to begin quickly. The heroes raised their heads and saw a huge screen. The demon in the mansion sat and watched as beasts and humans fought in the hall. Some soldiers tried to attack Nilsson, but he pushed them away with one finger. The monsters ate the bodies of the defeated enemies. 2 soldiers managed to survive this chaos. They headed for the exit of the hall, but the demon noticed them. With his magic, he closed the doors in front of them and told them not to even try to escape, because all the doors and windows in the castle are protected by a barrier. Aina understood that they were facing a dangerous and strong enemy who had already gotten rid of their warriors, managed to defend himself from her magic, and at the same time controlled the magic circles and maintained the barrier. Nils took out his sword. It appeared in his hands when the demon said with a sly smile that they could take their time, but he was already missing the fun. The demon fell to the ground, the sword glowed in his hand, the beasts attacked the people. The soldiers rushed forward to protect the king and the princess. Nils simply had to swing his sword to throw the warriors back. They fell to the floor screaming. The king pulled out his sword. He told Aina that he would hold off the enemy and she must escape from the castle. The girl wanted to object, but her father interrupted her. The man said that if he died, their royal lineage should survive with her. The king was not against passing the future on to the younger generation. Aina wanted to stop her father, but he had already run towards the demon, who was pleasantly surprised that the king herself was going to fight him. The enemy said that he would consider it an honor. Their blades clashed. Nils was relaxed while the king was tense but maintained his confidence. The demon praised the man for a good blow despite his age. Burnus told him not to underestimate him because he was the king of the country. The enemy glanced at the princess, who shuddered. The demon said that killing his majesty was not a bad idea, but it was not interesting. The man understood what Nils was going to do. He smiled and said that he would start with Aina. With one blow, the demon threw the king into the wall. He hit hard, causing the wall to crumble. Large cracks appeared on it due to Nils' enormous strength. The king lost consciousness. Soldiers ran up to him to help his majesty. The girl looked at her father with concern. At that moment, Nils appeared in front of her. The girl noticed that he was about to attack her with magic. She managed to protect herself with a barrier, but the pressure was too strong. Aina could not withstand it. Her magic ran out and she fell, screaming. Nils took out his sword and pointed it straight at the princess. The enemy admitted that he really didn't want to kill such a beauty, but he had to give her life to his king. Aina clutched her pendant in hope. She thought only of Yukina. When Nils was about to plunge the sword into the girl, the castle shook. The demon did not understand what was happening and what was the cause of such a strong earthquake. The beasts and soldiers stopped fighting. Something was approaching the castle. They heard a noise from above. A hole appeared and Yukina appeared from it, piercing the ceiling of the hall with his spear. The girl was glad to see him. She smiled with relief and thought that this man was amazing. The demon did not understand what was happening and exclaimed in surprise. The young man was serious. He jumped off the roof, readying his weapon to attack. The hero aimed it straight at the demon, but it managed to jump away and the spear stuck into the floor. The princess was sitting nearby, covering herself with her hands because of the dust she had raised. However, Yukina was not going to back down. He punched Nils in the face. The powerful blow caused him to spin in the air and fall. The young man offered his hand to the princess and politely asked her to say her name. But then he thought about it and decided that it was still impolite to ask when he had not introduced himself. The mercenary said his name was Yukina and added that although he was from the same place as the hero savior, he was a very ordinary guy. He came closer to the girl and asked her to introduce herself. The princess said that her name was Aina. The young man blushed and replied that it was a good name. While the young people were getting acquainted, the demon managed to come to his senses. He cleared his throat and tried to get up. The hero turned towards the enemy and told the girl that he had decided something. Shielding the princess from danger with his body, Yukina promised with a confident smile that he would get Aina at any cost. He didn't care that he had fallen in love with a royal person and that a demon and his monsters had decided to kill her. The hero was going to destroy everyone, and those who were against it could attack him. Aina sat on the floor and looked up at her lover. She was shocked by his statement. Suddenly, the words about Yukina becoming a great person one day came to her mind. However, she could not remember whose words they were. The hero's sword sighed with relief. The young man reminded him that after the jump he had no time for unnecessary movements. Unlike Graham, the weapon responded that the guy had hit the enemy very quickly. Graham praised his partner, saying that he had exceeded all his expectations several times. He was very surprised when the guy decided to enter through the ceiling and not through a window or a door. The hero ironically thanked him for the witty joke. Just before this, Yukina noticed that all the doors leading into the hall were blocked. Graham noticed that the windows were also protected by a barrier so that no one could get in, so the hero extended the ceiling to break into the castle. As they ran towards the castle, Yukina told Kyune and Mikage about the princess, how they met again after their first chance encounter in the capital, and about the sincere feelings that suddenly arose in his heart. The guy asked them to help save Aina. However, he was prepared for the girls to reproach him, but surprisingly, they happily agreed. The hero guessed that his beloved, like Graham, felt his true feelings for the princess. Although the young man believed that no one saw it and it was not so obvious, but he was glad for the support and did not know how to thank them. Mikage descended from the ceiling. She was holding Kyune in her arms. The girls approached the proceedings and surrounded her as the young man shouted for them to take care of the princess. Yukina shouted how the demon dared to touch his girlfriend. He promised that he would not leave alive now and described how cruelly the boy would deal with him. Spear was unsure that a hero should act like a villain. At that moment, the monsters emerged from the magic circle. They immediately rushed at the man. The guy swung his spear, shouting for them to go away. Nils was surprised at how strong this guy was. Yukina, without wasting a minute, jumped and attacked the demon in midair. The demon managed to parry the blow with his dagger. It was clear that the enemy was interested in the young man. Nils asked who he was. The guy replied that he was just a common country bumpkin. The demon noted that he was not going to answer honestly. But in fact, it was 80% true, but Yukina himself began to agree with it. Spear noticed this, to which his partner asked him to shut up and not comment on his thoughts. Graham said that it didn't matter anymore and asked to step back at his signal because the guy couldn't crush the demon with pure force. The spear began counting down from 3. He shouted for him to dodge, and at that moment Nils swung. Thanks to Graham's instructions, the hero managed to step back. Afterwards, the weapon said that the young man could hit. Seeing that the boy was acting too confidently against him in battle, the demon told the man to underestimate him. He parried one of the attacks and Yukina flew to the side. The hero felt pain. The spear was shouted at him not to slow down and to strike straight. Nils attacked the enemy but hit the floor. He did not understand what had happened. After the boy used the enchantment, the spear asked its partner how he felt. He replied that he could barely stand. The weapon understood him. However, Graham pointed out to him that his efforts were not in vain. While he distracted the demon, the others would be able to deal with the monsters more easily. In the chaos, Yukina saw the princess fighting and noted how brave she was. Nils began to approach the hero. He said that although he was inexperienced, he recognized that his enemy was physically strong enough. The spear warned his partner not to relax because the demon began to act more cold-blooded and serious. This was not to Yukina's advantage. He wanted to defeat Nils when he was mad and acting thoughtlessly. The demon admitted that the power of the hero savior was the biggest threat to their plan, but not this stranger. He asked again who this guy was. Yukina repeated Nils' words about not wanting to answer honestly. The demon smiled terribly and promised that in that case he would beat the answer out of him. The spear warned the partner that the enemy was about to attack. Nils swung his sword and wanted to hit the man, but he pulled out his weapon and the blow hit him. Although it was hard for Yukina to restrain the demon, he managed to do it. The servant of the Dark Lord said that they were equal in physical strength, but in skills he still surpassed the man. The boy chuckled, noting that his enemy was acting too boldly. The young man realized that he would have to ask Graham for help, although he did not want to. The spear supported his partner and advised him to hold on. He used the enchantment to the maximum. Nils felt the pressure. He felt his enemy's strength begin to increase. The demon was now beneath the boy. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore, and Yukina was able to push his opponent away. Graham began to praise the demon for his quick reaction. The hero said that they had no time to talk because at this rate he could kill himself. Nils managed to swing his sword and they collided again. The demon was surprised that he suddenly became stronger, but it seemed to him that the young man himself was having a hard time from this, which is why he looked bad. Yukina chuckled and noticed that the eternally pale guy was telling him this. He arrogantly told the demon that he was sorry because one brave man was not enough to defeat him. The young man was hurt and angry by Nils' words. The hero understood that it would be hard for him to fight on exhaustion, but he did not ask anyone for help. The spear asked his partner to hold on a little longer. The demon saw that the man was not going to give in and called him stubborn. Seeing the open stomach, he immediately kicked it. The guy fell to his knees and blood poured out of his mouth. Nils said that despite his stubbornness, Yukina deserved praise for his tenacity and hoped that the young man understood that he could not win. He asked why he was still eager to fight. Even though the demon was mocking the hero, he felt tired. He couldn't believe that some man could wear him down so much, and he couldn't understand why the boy continued to resist. The thought that he could not kill a man irritated Nils. He attacked the young man with renewed fury. He defended himself with a spear. The demon struck again and again. He screamed in confusion as to why Yukina was still standing and trying so hard, knowing the difference in strength. Nils asked why he, a demonic being, couldn't crush a mortal. At that moment, the hero scratched his enemy's face with his spear. He laughed and said that he had finally gotten it. Nils stopped in bewilderment and asked if this battle had made his enemy more capable. Yukina answered vaguely. In fact, he had just figured out how to act. He realized that it was better for him to activate the enchantment the second before the spear and sword collided. This would make the entire weapon lighter and increase its speed. Graham noticed that his partner had equalized their forces. Although the guy was not sure that he could win, he felt that he would not lose. The demon asked what motivated the boy and whether he thought of himself as a hero. Yukina said that he was asking stupid questions. The boy knew that his favorite girls were looking at him, so he couldn't fail in front of them. Nils was a little taken aback, seeing such a confident and determined look on the young man. He swung his spear. The demon managed to push off. Yukina threw Graham towards the enemy, but he managed to dodge. While the demon was distracted, the guy took out another weapon and wanted to attack the enemy, but he managed to react and defend himself. He grinned and noted that the man had overdone it a bit. However, the young man was not going to back down. He stepped forward sharply and left a wound on the demon's face. Nils began to scream. Meanwhile, Yukina called out for Graham, who immediately appeared in his hand. The hero wished death to his enemy with all his soul. He struck the demon's sword with an old spear which was defending itself with it. However, its blade cracked upon impact. Nils was shocked. The boy struck his opponent and he flew off to the side. Everyone was amazed by such power. Aina watched Yukina carefully. Her eyes sparkled and she muttered that the boy was very cool. Mikage called her. The princess looked at the girl. She wanted to describe her admiration for the young man, but she could not find the words. Mikage said that this man was her master, whom she served, and the future hero Brave. It was obvious that she was proud of him. Kyune approached Aina and admitted that she envied her because now Yukina was fighting only for her, and it was obvious that the young man loved the princess very much, which made Kyune jealous. She winked at Aina with a smile and said that despite everything, she loved the young man no less. The princess was embarrassed and could not say anything. Meanwhile, the battle continued. A battered Nils rose from the rubble of the wall. He dusted himself off and admitted that he had underestimated the hero. Yukina didn't expect that the enemy would still be standing on his feet after such a blow, because he hoped that the battle would end there. The young man could not understand how this was possible because the demon was quite exhausted and his sword was broken. The spear explained that Nil's weapon was created from magical energy, the power of which directly depends on the spiritual state of the owner. The writing warned Yukina not to relax anyway. The demon's relaxed expression showed that he had a bastard. The hero asked the enemy if he had already received enough. Nils noted that Yukina was not really a heroic savior, but he admitted that he was no less of a threat to them. The man asked what they would do next. There was a round pentagram hidden on the floor for summoning. The demon was surprised that the guy was asking such stupid questions. Nils was unhappy that everything did not go as expected. He said angrily that this trump card was for fighting a real hero, but he had no choice but to destroy Yukina with all his might. A huge and terrifying dragon appeared. Nils declared that it was the embodiment of his true power, Fafnir. The hero turned pale and thought that the situation was starting to get more serious. The sword laughed. He was extremely surprised that the demon had summoned an entire battle dragon. Yukina did not understand the reason for his partner's joy and asked why he was happy. The weapon asked if the man was not even thinking of losing. He smiled and replied that he himself was surprised but was going to continue the fight. However, despite all his confidence, the hero understood that he had no chance of winning. Nils shouted that he had destroyed the enemy in the name of the great demon king. Yukina thought with a smile that if he also had the same strength as the demon, then he might be able to win. At that moment, he heard someone calling him. It was Aina. She looked at the boy with eyes full of trust and faith. Kyune and Mikage smiled at their lover supporting him. The girls wanted the master to win. The young man realized that this was what he needed. He felt confident and ready to defeat the demon. The sword was very excited. Graham shouted that his partner is a real man and a hero who asserts himself through victories. The screams of girls behind his back and a strong opponent are what should inspire a brave man. Yukina agreed with the sword. He raised his weapon. No matter what his enemy, he would fight for one reason: a man should not let down the girls he loves. Graham screamed that he was not a spear and it was time for the boy to see his true form. Despite the young man's inexperience, the weapon still decided to belong to him. He howled and told Yukina to reveal his real name. The boy screamed for Bamung to appear. At that moment, his spear stretched out and turned into a large sword. The demon did not expect such a move. He ordered Fafnir to kill the enemy here and now. Graham encouraged his partner, telling him to believe in himself and his will because the whole world was going to know the name of the one who could destroy any threat. Yunika screamed that he had destroyed anyone who would hurt his beloved girls. He swung his sword and struck the dragon, who had no time to do anything. An explosion occurred in the sand of the blow. The creature's flesh was cut in half. Nils simply couldn't believe that a human had killed his strongest monster Fafnir with one blow. Graham declared that from this day on, his partner Yukina's heroic epic would begin. After defeating the Demon King's servant and his dragon, the people worked and tried their best to rebuild the castle and tidy up the streets of the capital. Meanwhile, the heroes bowed before Bernest and Aina. The young man didn't understand what he was doing there. Graham said that he understood him and asked him to be patient. Sword reminded him that his partner had done a good job and should be proud of himself. A week ago, after a fight with a demon, the guy lost consciousness. Afterwards, Relix and his team burst into the mansion, but Nilsson managed to escape. However, there were far fewer human casualties than expected in such chaos. The broadcast that was being conducted on the square was cut off at the moment when Yukina broke the demon's sword with his weapon, so people did not watch the hero cut the dragon in half. Because of this, the villagers think that the young man was just buying time until the savior arrived. However, he himself did not object and agreed with this. Mikage got angry at this. The king told Yukina to raise his head. The boy did as he was asked. When he looked up, he saw a princess standing in front of him wearing a dress with an interesting pattern. She smiled at him. Graham noticed that his partner was looking at the girl without stopping and asked him to look at the king. Bernest said that they had shown true heroism. Without them, the country would have suffered greatly and the king and princess would have died. The man thanked him. The young man didn't know how he should react or what to say. The sword advised him to say that it was an honor to hear it. Yukina automatically repeated it without emotion. Bernest delivered that unfortunately he could not tell the people about their heroism. Mikage did not like this. She wanted to stand up and object, but her lover stopped her. The king explained that since their enemy was a servant of the demon ruler, it would be to their advantage if the people praised the savior so that he would have more hope of victory against the army of darkness. He apologized. However, this did not upset the young man. He had already assumed that this would happen. Bernest smiled and said that he was so shameless as to forget about their feat. The man admitted that he could not announce the truth publicly, but he could reward them generously. The king asked what the boy wanted, and he did it. The hero looked at Kyune and Mikage as if asking for their opinion. The girls nodded. They already knew what their master would ask and were prepared for it. The young man said that he did not need land, money, or fame. He wanted only one thing, Princess Aina. The girl blushed when she heard this. The king frowned and asked if Yukina understood what he was asking for. He nodded. Bernest said that the boy could become his confidant or acquire wealth that would last him a lifetime, but the hero said that he needed a girl. The king said that his daughter was smart and he planned to marry her to the hero savior. At that moment, Yukina realized that Aina was talking about Relix. The guy said that if this was impossible, he would not ask for anything and would simply leave, because his feelings for the princess were not so insignificant as to wish for money and fame instead of her. The king was at a loss. However, he was not one to break his promises, and at the same time, Bernest could not think of anything equivalent to his wish. He asked if Yukina even counted Aina. The young man immediately admitted that he loved the princess. The king thought for a moment and then asked the girl's opinion. Aina asked the boy if he had his dagger with him, and he showed her the weapon. The princess declared that it was she who had given him the dagger. A hum resounded in the hall. The hero did not understand the reason for such a reaction. The king looked questioningly at his daughter, and she confirmed that these were her true feelings. She looked straight at the young man and confessed that she loved Mr. Yukina. His wish was her wish. If he wanted her to belong to him, then she wanted her to belong to him too. Sword asked if his partner was happy. He told him that in this country there is a tradition of frying weapons for the one you love with all your heart, and suggested that this was the reason why everyone was so upset. Now Yukina looked at the dagger differently. He mentally came to the conclusion that the gift was actually a love letter. The king asked his daughter what she would do with the hero savior. Aina thought about it and said that the idea with her brother belonged exclusively to the royal family, and officially there was no such decision at all, so there was nothing to object to. She suggested that her father think about the fact that if she became Yukina's wife, she would tie ties with the whole country. The princess reminded him that it was the young man who fought on equal terms with the demon and cut the dragon in half in a country where no one else could do the same. The hero looked at the girl in silence and admiration. The king agreed that a connection with Yukina would benefit the country no less than with a hero savior, but he reminded that the guy was a commoner, while Aina was from the royal family. Ernest expressed hope that his daughter understood the threat of fulfilling her wish. The girl, without hesitation, said that she was ready, otherwise she would not reveal her feelings. The father noted that his daughter was ready for everything. He said that Aina's husband would have the right to the throne, but since Yukina was an ordinary person without a title, he would only have that right. This also applied to the princess herself. He was upset that the future heir was not interested in the throne at all. The boy asked if Aina had to cut ties with her family. The king said it wasn't that serious. Yukina was glad to hear that answer and said that in that case everything was fine. Ernest had no choice but to agree and fulfill the young people's wish. The princess and the young man were surprised by such a quick response. The king noticed the surprise and asked why the boy was so surprised. The young man assumed that his majesty would be stubborn or would put forward a condition. Ernest replied that he had already put forward one, Aina's renunciation of the throne. The man was glad that his usually serious and selfless daughter asked for something for the first time in her life, and he, as a father, was happy about this. Ernest knew that maybe as a king he was doing the wrong thing, but as a person he didn't think it was a mistake. Aina was touched and grateful to her father. The man said that he had high hopes for Yukina and asked to be invited to the wedding, since he was still a father after all. Afterwards, the hero could finally rest. He fell onto the bed and sighed. Sword greeted his partner and noted that he was quite tired. The young man noted that Graham, who remained in the room and rested, should not be told about fatigue. Sword replied that it was natural since one does not go to noble dinners with weapons. Yukina agreed with this. Graham asked how it went, to which the young man replied that nothing special had happened to him. The hero said that unlike him, Mikage and Kyunji were very handsome at the dinner, and the princess was simply glowing. When Yukina spoke about Aina, he began to smile like a man in love. Sword noted that Yukina could have become the main character of the royal dinner, but this did not interest the young man. He was simply trying not to stand out too much. The boy said that he was tired and would go to bed. At that moment, someone knocked on his team's door. The young man was displeased with the named guest. Opening the door, he saw Relix, who greeted him. The boys went out onto the balcony where the night sky was above them. Yukina yawned and asked why his friend had come so late. The boy replied that they hadn't had a chance to see each other lately, even though they had been at a banquet. Relix added that he just wanted to take the chance and chat. The mercenary agreed and asked what he wanted to talk to him about. The hero savior said that it was a good question. He had many options in which he was lost. The guy fell silent and thought. He said if the rumor about his marriage to the princess was true. Yukina didn't understand what was going on at first, but then he sheepishly said that their agreement could be called a marriage. Relix congratulated him. The mercenary noted that he had taken the bride from the hero savior. He laughed and said that it was exactly like that. He added that he really admired such a beautiful girl as Aina, but he guessed that her heart already belonged to another. Yukina exhaled. He was glad that Relix at least didn't blame him about the princess. But in any case, the young man wasn't going to. The hero looked into the distance when he called his friend cool. Yukina did not expect to hear such a compliment in her direction. Relix added that before she could even look back, the mercenary had already entered the royal family as a commoner. Yukina asked if he was laughing at him. The savior laughed and said that on the contrary, he admired him because he got out of the village and achieved everything on his own. The young man said that it was not so. He had Graham, Kyune, Mikage, and finally Aina with him. He was able to achieve everything thanks to their support and love. Relix said that it was Yukina who attracted them with his character. Another in the brave man's place would not have achieved such a result. The mercenary said that the hero calls him back. However, Relix denied this. The boy was clearly seething with envy and resentment. He said that he had known for a long time what kind of person Yukina was because he had always been like that. The savior always remembered how the brave man always found himself in the center of important events and was distinguished by his attention to the surroundings and details. Relix said that despite the admiration, he always felt deprived. He still helped his friend, thinking that he should remain a hero savior, and the young man did receive recognition from many people, but nevertheless, Yukina was always praised the most. The brave man replied that he always thinks ahead and turns out to be right in his assumptions. Relix, however, did not understand how a commoner always ended up 2 steps ahead at the most crucial moment and showed the best result. By the time he and his squad reached the castle, the battle was almost over. The savior had only managed to finish off the weak monsters. Relix suggested remembering the incident with the king of the kobolds or another earlier moment in the village. The young man asked not to think wrongly because he does not want approval and glory. This is not why he tries as a hero, a savior. Relix was simply envious of Yukina and jealous. The mercenary began to guess that his acquaintance had experienced similar feelings even before his arrival in the capital. The savior said that he just wanted to have someone to talk to during the journey, but nothing more. He also wanted Yukina to acknowledge him. The boy tried to fulfill his heroic duties so that his friend would pay attention to him. Although Relix knew that he had never looked at him the same way, Yukina awkwardly apologized for this. In his mind, the brave man decided that he would never tell the savior that he went with him because of the girls. Relix said that he wanted to spark interest in Yukina because they both came from the same village. Although the hero was initially in a more advantageous position, at some point the commoner compared to the savior and surpassed him. The tension was rising. Relix said it wasn't just about the battles but also about the girls. Yukina asked if he meant Kyune and Mikage. He assumed the mercenary had already guessed what they were talking about. He said that the girls were candidates to become allies of the hero savior, but when Relix visited Kyune and Mikage, they were already together with Yukina. For the offended boy, this meant that he was passed over again. He regretted that he had ever taken this commoner with him to the capital. For the insecure Relix, the situation was familiar. He had once again been shown his place. He felt like a clown. Relix asked to explain why Yukina, being a nobody, had achieved so much and everything was ahead of him. He did not understand the difference between a savior and a brave man. However, the young man who defeated the dragon did not understand why everyone called him a brave hero. He remembered Graham's words, "A savior is someone who is chosen, while a brave man chooses himself." Yukina asked Relix why he was fighting. The young man was taken aback by such a question. He replied that he was a hero and he had to. Then the brave man asked why he was a hero. The savior did not understand what he was getting at. Relix said that the hero savior is chosen by God himself, therefore he is one. The mercenary asked what happens before that and why Relix became the leader of a group of volunteer defenders. Yukina suggested that it was to thank the humans for raising him. Relix agreed and did not see what was wrong with such a reason. The commoner said that it was, on the contrary, commendable. The savior asked why the brave man fought then. He replied that he always fought for himself. Yukina added that perhaps this was the fundamental difference between them. Relix sadly replied that he did not understand anything. The brave man sighed and asked if the savior wanted to sleep as the one he was eventually named to become. Relix replied that the goddess chooses the hero. One does not become one by one's own will. Yukina said that it didn't matter whether it was a princess or a goddess because he was asking what the young man himself wanted. However, Relix found it difficult to answer the question. The brave man noticed that his friend always behaved like this. He tried with all his might to fulfill the wishes of others. Although Relix looked great from the outside, in Yukina's eyes he was just a puppet. The young man added that the savior had always been at the mercy of others' desires. These words hurt the savior's pride, and he declared that he had his own will. Yukina asked if Relix hadn't hesitated for a second when he was chosen as a hero. The guy said that his friend had been given a huge burden in the form of saving the world, and asked if he had agreed to it without hesitation. Relix hesitantly replied that he doubted it, since it would be harder to protect the village with him gone. He repeated Yukin's question about whether he was considering becoming a hero and abandoning everyone. The brave man concluded with a smile that Relix had nothing against becoming a hero, a savior. He shouted at him not to hurry. The boy said that his parents and villagers supported him, so he chose this path. Yukina continued to insist that it was not his decision. Relix grabbed Yukina by her clothes. The mercenary was pleasantly surprised that the hero could make such an angry face. The rescuer replied that he also did not expect that he could feel such feelings. The brave man noticed that his colleague always cared and lived for others, while he was ready to do anything only for his own sake, so the savior could not keep up with him. Relix acted for the sake of others' desires. Yukina asked what would happen if the wishes of others were different from what Relix wanted. The hero asked in despair if he was laughing at him again. The boy replied that he did what he wanted and didn't care what others thought. Relix asked why he fought the dragon back then. Yukina explained that his beloved girl was in danger, so he did it. Relix said that it meant that the brave man acted for the sake of others and that they were no different in selection. Yukina denied it. He said that he fought the enemy not for the sake of others, but for his own sake, because Aina is a part of him, just like Kyun. The young man added that if something happened to them, he was ready to save them at any cost. Relix muttered that this was nonsense. Yukina threw his friend's hand away and said that he was forced to rejoice because he was a hero savior and not by his own will. Relix's confidence disappeared, but he continued to deny it. Yukina repeated once more that the savior and the brave pursue different goals and added that until Relix understood this difference, he was hopeless. The boy did not understand what he meant. The brave man said that he could go anywhere and still be himself, but he wasn't sure if he could be a savior as well, so he asked Relix about it. The savior looked away and said that this was not an answer. Yukina said again that until Relix understood this simple truth, he would not defeat him. The young man said that he would go to bed because he was tired from fighting and banquets. Relix stopped him as he wanted to ask him one last question. Yukina tensed up a bit and asked what he meant by one last. Relix asked what would happen if the wishes of a brave man and a savior clashed. Yukina smiled. He thought it was a pretty obvious question. The young man replied that he didn't care who his enemy was, the king, the demon, or the Lord of Darkness. Even if his opponent was Relix, he would never retreat. After some time, Yukina came to the blacksmith's. The old man asked what he had come with. The young man took out some battered equipment and a bag of money. He asked the man to take the broken one since he no longer needed it, and gave him a new one within that amount. The old man looked thoughtfully at the good amount of money the boy had given him. Yukina said that the king had paid him generously, so he had decided to renew his armor. The blacksmith took the equipment and asked to wait. He went into the workshop and left the young man. He was puzzled why the old man did not take the payment with him. After a while, the shadow of an old man appeared from the building, carrying armor on his shoulder. He placed it in front of the young man, saying that this was now his new equipment. Yukina did not understand what the blacksmith had brought him because the armor looked exactly like the old one. The worker did not agree with this. He explained that they were similar only in shape, but not in detail. The quality was a level higher than Yukin's old equipment. The sword muttered that the king knew how to please. The boy did not understand what his majesty had to do with it. Graham explained that the armor was made from the very same dragon that the brave man had cut in half, and asked his grandfather if he was right. The old man said that a royal envoy had recently come to him and asked him to make armor from materials specifically for Yukina. The blacksmith was immediately motivated. He admitted that this was his best work in a long time. The grandfather asked the young man to try on the equipment. He added that it was different in weight and feel from the previous ones, but in strength and stability it was many times superior to the old ones. Even the second-rank mercenaries did not have such armor. The young man agreed with the old man that they felt like old people. However, he felt much calmer, which pleased him. The sword was not just delighted, he was shocked that the blacksmith managed to create a real masterpiece in such a short time. The old man admitted that he had to work hard. He told how he burned the material with magical fire and even involved alchemists. He had to be very careful because if he stopped for a second, the metal hardened, so he worked without stopping all night. Graham asked if he was right that the work was not for an ordinary alchemist or magician. He asked the old man who he was if he had gathered first-class alchemists and made them work all night. The blacksmith said that it was an old story. He said that he used to work in the royal castle and his old friends helped him with his work. The old man was glad to meet his old acquaintances again because they had not had such fun and made so much noise for a long time. The young man said that he did not know about his grandfather's past. Spear turned to his partner. He noted that the new armor could cost as much as an entire estate, to which the boy exclaimed in surprise. Graham explained that the equipment was made from the best materials by the best craftsmen, so aristocrats kept something of this level as a family heirloom. He added that even without the cost of materials, the cost of the work would be a pretty penny. The young man asked hesitantly if he, as a regular customer, could get a discount. The blacksmith said he was ready to give it away for free, but on one condition. The boy hoped that the conditions would not be hellish. The old man said that the envoy of the royal family asked to give the boy the rest of the dragon materials, but the grandfather wanted to keep them for herself. The hero was surprised by such a simple condition. The blacksmith explained that the remaining materials were extremely valuable, so the young man could consider himself paid in full for the work. The boy agreed and said that he still needed to go to the king. When Yukina arrived at the palace, the third king was there. He thanked him for his visit. The young man greeted him awkwardly. Ernest laughed and told him to relax. The man asked to be addressed not as a royal person but as the father of his beloved girl. But even so, the boy could not calm down. The king suddenly asked if he did not think something was insufficient. The young man did not understand what exactly. Ernest explained that Yukina was a hero and the savior of the kingdom, but he could only reward him with his daughter, so he, as the king, felt awkward. The man asked the boy what he thought about it. Then the hero said that he wanted to ask about Mikage, who was a mercenary to restrain the beast, but she left her place and ran to him. Although the girl had her reasons, she still broke the rules. However, she is one of the saviors of the country. The guy asked if the king could use his powers and protect her from punishment. Ernest said it wouldn't be difficult, but he was surprised that the young man was so modest. Yukina didn't understand. The king thought the hero would want many things, but then he asked for his girl. Yukina replied that a modest man would not ask for the princess. Ernest laughed and agreed. The young man wanted to ask the man another question. He reminded him that he, as a commoner, took his own daughter from him and that he also had 2 lovers. Yukina asked if the man trusted him so much with his dear daughter. Ernest's gaze became gloomy and asked if he was implying that he could not make Aina happy. The young man immediately swore that he would do everything for the princess. The king abruptly put his hand on his shoulder and whispered that it was not for him to criticize the young man because he, too, had many mistresses. The man explained that as a king, he was obliged to leave many heirs to continue the family line. So, in addition to the queen, he needed concubines, women who could bear children. At the same time, they understand everything perfectly. That's why their children are friends. Aina is also from the royal family and also knows about it. Ernest said he was already pleased when he realized that the young man was serious. As a father, he trusted him with the princess. Yukina said he would definitely make her happy. After some time, the hero appeared at the door of the tavern together with the princess. The visitors enjoyed her beauty and could not understand what such a beautiful girl was doing there. Everyone envied the hero because he had once again come with a beauty. They wished that someone would order his murder. The young man noted that male envy can be deadly. In fact, the guy didn't really want to bring the girl to such a terrible place. It was the princess's own wish. Before coming, she said that now she has no right to remain in someone's care forever since she became a commoner. Aina promised that from now on she would earn her own living. That was the reason they came to the tavern. They approached the administration to register. The worker noticed that the girl had the same name as the princess. The guy noted that she was acting quite boldly. The sword said that the girl's prejudice and Aina's bold behavior would help keep her true identity a secret. He wondered if she was doing this with some kind of calculation or intuition. In any case, the princess could surprise. The worker asked if the girl knew what mercenaries do. Aina replied that they carry out tasks from other people and receive a reward for it. The girl agreed with her, but she warned that often these tasks are quite difficult and dangerous and asked if she understood this. The princess said she understood. She was quite confident in her magical abilities. The worker sighed. She asked to read the agreement and sign it. After all that was done, the registration was over and they could go. Yukina approached his beloved and offered to take on some task. The protagonist asked his companions about the tasks. He wanted to know if there was anything interesting. They told him to wait a minute. After some time, they told him that he could choose any task from the list. The guy looked at him and was very surprised. A few days later, the heroes were riding in a carriage crossing the mountainous expanses. The boy apologized to Aina for the fact that her first task turned out to be so difficult. The goblin attack caused minimal damage to the village, perhaps due to their intervention. However, the infrastructure was damaged and there was a shortage of goods. The capital, recently attacked by demons, was unable to send soldiers to help. The capital took on the responsibility of providing the village with food. Mercenaries were responsible for delivery and restoration. Aina loudly exclaimed that, on the contrary, she respected him very much for taking on such a task. Although she had lost her right to the throne, she could not bear to watch the people suffer. The boy noticed that the girl was full of energy and smiled back at her. Suddenly, Aina remembered something important. She realized that she hadn't greeted the others yet. Her name was Aina, and she was brand new. Her eyes were glowing with enthusiasm. The girl bowed to the others in the carriage and added that she would do her best not to cause them any trouble. The girls were embarrassed and laughed in response to her sincerity. The dark-haired beauty happily noted that she was very happy to see Mrs. Aina. She apologized for not preparing a better carriage since they were carrying a princess. To this, Aina replied with a smile that it was nothing to worry about. She was pleased to hear such words, but she was surprised by them. She explained that she was no longer a princess and would be happy if she was treated like a commoner. The dark-haired girl greeted her happily. The woman with the ears also greeted Aina. The girl shuddered in surprise and became frightened. She introduced herself. Her name was Mikage, and she vowed to protect her even at the cost of her own life. Her eyes were shining with determination. She asked to be kinder to her. The protagonist looked at Mikage and told her to relax. He asked if she could switch to a more cute form of a dress like Ainochka. Mikage sheepishly replied that she couldn't do that. She cringed and added that although the lady had been removed from the throne, she still had royal blood in her. She noted that it was a great honor for her to protect the lady's lineage. The girl was full of energy and enthusiasm. Suddenly, a hand appeared behind her. Yuusha grabbed Mikage by the head and started to twirl her ears. The girl was speechless from surprise. She did not understand what was happening. The guy noted that he was glad for this moment, but added, if she was as tense when they met, she would quickly run out of steam. He needed to take all this less seriously. Mikage looked at him questioningly. She thought about it, very embarrassed. She looked down at him and blushed. The boy asked Graham if she wanted to be petted some more. The weapon replied that she probably would. The dark-haired beauty asked Aina if she really thought Mikage was cute. She was usually very serious, but now she had changed so charmingly. Aina watched everything that was happening and felt embarrassed. She noted that she couldn't even imagine Mikage like this when they first met. It was really very cute. These words seemed to fill Mikage with a wave of inspiration. Her eyes sparkled. She looked at the girls excitedly and asked what they were saying. Everyone laughed and felt the joy in the air. The girls started touching Mikage's ears and smiling at her. There was an atmosphere of peace and friendship in the carriage. The main character watched everything that was happening calmly and kept silent. Deep down, his weapon thought that it seemed there would be no quarrels in his harem. To this, the guy answered menacingly that he did not have a harem. The heroes finally arrived at a picturesque mountain village. The atmosphere was one of zealous work as the villagers moved things and set up their new homes. Suddenly, the protagonist, Yukina, was called from behind. He turned around and saw a man who said he had spotted them from afar. The man asked if they had come to help rebuild the village. He expressed his gratitude, saying that without their help, their village would have been doomed. He bowed. The main character was embarrassed by the praise. Smiling, he scratched his head and modestly replied that he had only done his job. He added that hero was too big a word. Meanwhile, the other guys watched what was happening with bewilderment. Approached Yukina and asked if he really drove away the goblins that had attacked the village. Yukina confirmed it. The others patted him on the shoulder, admiring him. Mikage said that she was touched by what was happening. Everyone laughed. At this time, the weapon reported that the village's restoration was in full swing and that it was rare for houses to be repaired so quickly. This was truly abnormal. Yukina turned his attention to Aina, who was standing on a hill. A group of boys looked at her, listening attentively to her instructions on how to clear away the rubble for easier transportation of materials. At first, Aina and the other girls cooked food for the workers. However, soon a verbal altercation occurred between the locals and the mercenaries regarding the work process. Aina decided to intervene and separate the disputants. However, the guys poured out all their anger on her. Aina remained unperturbed and offered a compromise. Her calmness cooled the ardor of the disputants and made them listen to her. So Aina became a sort of headman here, confidently giving commands to everyone else. According to the locals, Aina was very charming and they wanted to obey her. No wonder, because she was a former princess, it was in her blood. The work went quickly, not only thanks to the girl. Thanks to Kune's healing, they quickly recovered and worked with smiles. A man in a tent approached her and immediately felt a surge of strength. It was not only her incredible beauty, because Kune's healing and kindness became a real support for him. The boy entered her tent and the girl suddenly turned her attention to him. They exchanged smiles and waved at each other. Suddenly, Mikage was behind Yukina. She fell to her knees and loudly asked him for a job. The protagonist noted that there was already more than enough work. The girl looked at him with determination and said that she was being refused help everywhere. Not understanding what she was talking about, Yukina wondered if everyone was really so afraid of her. She confirmed his words with sadness. It seemed that rumors about Silver Mikage had reached this village. Moreover, she had distinguished herself in the recent battle with the goblins. Therefore, there was no one in the village willing to send Mikage to hard work. The girl noted that she was good with a sword and creative work was not her cup of tea. Yukina informed her that all the demonic beasts had already been exterminated. He could only suggest patrolling to make sure nothing was interfering with people's work. Mikage bowed to him in gratitude. She happily declared that this job was just right for her. Full of enthusiasm, she jumped up and ran to carry out her task, confident that no one in the village could handle this role better than her. Several days passed and Yukina continued to carry heavy logs. Everyone around him watched his efforts with amazement. The villagers noted that Yukina was indeed a strong man. The other workers only slightly lifted the building materials. The boy wasn't surprised. He turned to Graham and asked if he really had tried so hard. The weapon confirmed it, but Yukina didn't even pay attention to it. In fact, his strength was growing every day thanks to the enchantment of the sword. He realized that this made it easier for him to do his job. The weapon noted that this was only the bare minimum he needed to know. Otherwise, he would never master Bamung, the great demonic sword that slays demons. Yukina thought about it. In fact, the spear handle was the handle of a large black blade. The spear's true form was that great demonic sword. At that moment, the knowledge of how to properly wield that sword appeared in his mind, as if he had always known it. He looked at his hand and noticed that the sensation had disappeared. Surely, even if he wanted to use the sword again, it would be a real challenge. Thinking about his situation, Yukina realized that in order to wield a sword, strong hands alone were not enough. The weapon reminded him that his skills were still weak. It was important to understand that. The spear explained that true power could only be released in a critical situation. Yukina realized that certain conditions were needed to activate the sword. Strong anger and the desire not to let Aina and the others down mixed in his soul. He felt incredible emotional surges. The weapon noticed that that black blade was a reflection of his heart, or rather his soul. Bamung was to feel the trepidation of his soul. Yukina placed his hand to his forehead and thought about how he would only be able to use the sword in times of danger to his life. But he did not want that. The spear noted that there was no hope for that. No matter how hard the brave hero tried to avoid trouble, fate always found a way to drag him into it. He was not ready to get into trouble on his own, but, strangely enough, problems found him. The boy drew patterns in the sand. The spear noticed that he had to accept it. Over time, he would get used to the trials. However, the boy could not shake off his panic. He did not want to find himself in a situation where he would have to face danger. Mikage ran up to him. She looked worried and called out to him. With difficulty choosing her words, she whispered in his ear that she had seen something strange. She saw goblins. Yukin's eyes widened at the news. He immediately asked if it was true. His mind was spinning about his position. The boy asked her how many there were. Mikage quietly replied that there were 3. She added that she had dealt with them on the spot herself. It didn't look like they were part of a large group, but the girl thought about it and asked what Yukina would say now. He paused in thought. He didn't want to cause a panic. Mikage agreed. They looked at the calm people around them. Many of them were just beginning to recover from the attack. However, there were also those who had lost their loved ones. Yukina noted that the recovery was almost complete. He did not want to spoil the mood of those who had already begun to recover. The guy turned to the spear with a question about what to do next. The weapon advised to rule out the worst-case scenario. Yukina wondered what that might mean. The spear explained that the first thing to do was to check the cave where the goblins had once laired. The protagonist reminded them that they had already destroyed the magic summoning circle there. The spear reminded him that he needed to do it just in case. The night had enveloped the world in darkness and the goblin lair was silent. There was no one around. Yukina gathered the team. He asked them not to tell the rest of the village about what was happening. They needed to finish the job before morning. The team agreed with the commander's decision. They carefully moved into the lair. Yukina lit the way with a torch. The heroes looked around carefully. The girl noted that it seemed there was nothing there and the magic circle was definitely not functioning. Mikage said that they should be on guard and not relax. Aina looked at her partner and agreed with her. Kyune suddenly expressed her concern. She felt like she was out of place here. Mikage turned around and smiled at her. Yukina asked not to explain his feelings. The girl continued. She was surprised to learn that Aina had experience in such forays. She asked why she thought so. Aina explained that the royal family learns by doing. She was sent to the army. She had been to the caves and looked at them many times. Kyune laughed and said that she thought the royal family lived a luxurious life. Aina agreed because at that time she was not denied anything. The girls talked and giggled. Yukina was focused on the task. He asked them to stop talking until the work was done. The girls apologized to him. The spear reminded him that scolding his comrades was also a leader's duty. It praised Yukina for this. The girl turned to the master. She said that a large cave was visible ahead. They continued on their way and soon stopped. The atmosphere around was tense, and Yukina decided to ask his companions if they were ready. Everyone nodded confidently. They looked around the cave and noticed that the space inside was very spacious. However, torches alone could not illuminate everything. Darkness enveloped the cave. Aina, feeling the need for action, suggested taking control of the situation. She confidently said that she could light up the room with her magical power. She focused sharply and summoned a powerful beam of light. Suddenly, a whole flash illuminated the cave and everything around became visible. Aina explained that her magic would work for a while. The heroes looked around the cave and noticed that goblins had once lived there. Swords and other items were scattered everywhere. Aina pointed to the magic circle ahead and shouted that it was there. The main characters came closer, and on the ground they saw a huge magic circle. Aina leaned over, placing her palms on the floor, and noted that the circle's function had completely stopped. She added that there was no sign of recent activation or attempts to stop it. Yukina listened carefully. The spear confirmed the princess's correctness. The young man thought about this discovery. He noted to himself that the worst-case scenario had been ruled out. The goblins that Mikage saw were wild creatures. The girl suggested that they might be the surviving summoned goblins. He said that when they finished the restoration, they would go there with the mercenaries and check everything. Mikage supported this idea. Aina was sitting on her knees. She was clearly unhappy about something. Yukina noticed her condition and turned to her, asking what was bothering her. The girl apologized and stood up. She told him that it was nothing to worry about. The girl fell silent. Then she loudly announced that the magic circle was exactly the same as the ones in the capital. All the heroes froze. The circle looked well made. Once activated, it absorbs the magic and powers around it, allowing it to work indefinitely. The creator made sure that the summoned creatures did not attack him. Aina nodded. She noted that such a circle was not created in one day. The girl pointed to the center of the circle with a stick and added that it took a lot of effort to create it. Kyunea, although not an expert in this field, agreed with her. She said that it was indeed so. There were debris around the circle. The friend asked Aina how it was made then. Even if we assume that the attacker worked at night, the capital's mercenaries would not miss a pure-blooded demon. Aina closed her eyes. She said that if that were the case, they would already know who created the circle. She was ashamed to admit it. An important government official and aristocrat was involved in the incident with the attack on the capital. He was hungry for advancement and power. He often clashed with other aristocrats. It got to the point that he made a pact with a demon. The man was promised a high position in exchange for becoming the creature's puppet. With information from this official, the demon was able to spread magic circles without the guards noticing. They were planning a coup. Yukina pondered over what he had heard. At that moment, Mikage asked him what was troubling him. He replied that he was wondering if the noble had really acted alone. Aina was embarrassed by this information and remained silent. She turned away, and the protagonist immediately realized that he had hit the nail on the head. The girl awkwardly said that it was improper to suspect one's own, but the probability of this was high. Graham asked Yukina how he managed to guess all the circumstances so accurately. The boy noticed that they say about black devils, if you see one in the kitchen, expect hundreds of them. Spear noted that this example sounded strange. The protagonist, looking around, thought. He came to the conclusion that there was no point in staying here. Everyone looked at the commander. The magic circle had been destroyed, and now they had nothing to worry about. The goblin attacks were no longer a threat. They could safely head to the village. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of Yukin's face. It was Mikage. She exclaimed that something was wrong. The girl had been feeling uneasy since they entered the cave. She had noticed that she had felt a slight flow of air all along the way. Where they were now, the air movement was weak. The boy didn't understand what she was getting at. Graham explained that you had to imagine the cave as a thin tube. If one end was closed, no air could pass through. If Mikage could feel the wind, that meant both ends of the tube were open. There was another exit somewhere. Yukina thought about it. If that was the case, then the situation was indeed strange. He noted that there should be only one entrance to the cave, and he saw no other exits. The girls agreed with his thought. They started discussing it with Mikage. The protagonist decided to look for a passage. They started searching the cave thoroughly. Soon, Kyune called Yukina to come to her. The guy asked curiously what she had found. The girl pointed to the wall and put her palm to it. That wall seemed strange to her. At first glance, everything looked normal, but the pattern was different. Yukina came up and agreed. The texture of the stone was indeed different from the neighboring sections of the wall. The spear noted that the boy had hit the mark. This part of the wall had a different thickness. Aina also approached the wall and studied it carefully. She concluded that it was a cleverly hidden magical barrier created with earth magic. Everyone listened attentively to her words. The girl continued, "Even an experienced wizard will not notice this until he touches the wall." Yukina, realizing the importance of the find, suggested that everyone move away. He decided to use his weapon and cast the enchantment. Suddenly, there was a sudden change around, and chunks of earth flew into the air. The protagonist screamed that he was going to destroy this wall. He threw the spear at the wall with all his might, and it shattered into many small fragments. There was a deafening explosion. The debris flew around the cave. The boy continued to use magic. Yukin's eyes widened at what he saw. There really was a passage behind the wall. The weapon returned to his hand. Mikage noted that the new passage was drawing even stronger. There must be an exit ahead. The girls began to touch the walls and soon realized this passage was definitely not the only one. However, Graham interrupted their thoughts. He had bad news. He reported that several demonic creatures were moving towards them. The silhouettes of the enemies were already beginning to appear from the darkness. The vile creatures were coming out of the cave and heading towards the main character. Mikage said in horror that it was a big-footed lizard. The weapon confirmed her words. He thought so. True evil was yet to be encountered. The monsters emerged from the cave and rushed towards Yukina, preparing to attack. A multitude of vile monsters began to emerge from the darkness of the cave. They all rushed towards the heroes, loudly hissing and threatening. Yukina, with concern in her voice, asked if there were too many of them. Mikage, after carefully examining the enemies, replied that at first glance there were at least 10 of them. Perhaps this was a lair of monsters and they were ready to fight. Suddenly, many enemies began to rush towards them at high speed. The protagonist, looking confidently at Mikage, said that he trusted her with the vanguard. She nodded, confirming that she would obey him. The other heroes began to resolutely prepare for the fight. Aina, full of determination, asked to cover her. The guy, confidently answering, promised to do it without problems and expressed hope for her magic. The girl took out her staff and confidently noted that it was her duty. Mikage, moving quickly in leaps towards the monsters, pulled out her katana. One powerful blow and several enemies were cut into 2 pieces. Small stones flew around from the collision. The monsters continued to move towards the heroes. Graham, watching what was happening, noticed that the large and powerful jumps of the lizards and their subsequent kicks created a real difficulty. Aina was behind him and he had no right to dodge the attack. The weapon reminded him that if it was difficult to dodge and hold back blows, then it was best to attack back. Suddenly, several lizards jumped on him. The guy gathered his strength and pointed his spear down, activating its magical power. With one powerful blow, he dealt damage to many enemies. He sighed with relief. The boy stopped and thought about how the enchantment felt lighter than usual. Turning around, he saw Kyune. The girl was directing magic. Startled, the boy noticed that she was using hardness magic. Kane explained that he was constantly putting himself at risk, so she decided to help him by learning this spell. Graham noted that the hardness was unusual. Yukina looked at the weapon and did not understand what exactly he was talking about. The weapon explained to him that normal hardness envelops a person and increases defense. That is why the load was lightened. Only skilled magicians are capable of this. Kyune was a doctor and a succubus, and she knew a lot about the state of the body. The weapon added that the boy now carried her love. Yukina felt awkward from these words. Aina loudly declared behind her that she was ready to attack. Everything around her was filled with light. The girl asked the master to step aside. She then pointed her spear and activated an ice storm. Numerous ice fragments filled the cave space and wrapped around the lizardmen. The monsters were trapped, frozen solid by the ice attack. Aina confidently stated that demonic beasts and reptiles do not tolerate the cold well and will not be able to move for some time. Graham agreed and noted that this was their chance. Yukina decided that everything was going well for them and they needed to kill the remaining enemies. Mikage confirmed the commander's words and took out her weapon. The heroes deftly and quickly dealt with many enemies using their skills and unity in battle, and they defeated everyone. The heroes, tired after the intense battle, exchanged opinions on how they managed to deal with the enemies. Defeated enemies were lying everywhere, and among them, the big-legged lizard stood out, which turned out to be a real challenge. Mikage noted that it would be difficult for them to deal with the threats. The girl suggested returning to the capital. The protagonist noted that her thinking betrayed a second-rank mercenary, but she was right. Kyune asked a question: what would happen if they answered honestly? The boy thought about it. He was too lazy to do all this. The girl laughed that he answered honestly. Yukina added that Mikage was right. This was not a job for a 4th-rank mercenary. They decided that the job was done and it was time to return to the village. Before leaving, Aina closed the secret artificial passage in the room with the summoning circle. They still had many questions, but they still returned to the village. The restoration of the village was in full swing and soon came to an end. Saying goodbye to the locals, they completed the task. There was a stir in the mercenary union. The main characters arrived there and sat down in front of the commander, preparing to report on the mission. Mikage began to tell about what happened in the cave. The bald man thought seriously about her words. He noted that Yukina was a master at fitting into problems. The guy scratched his head in embarrassment and replied that it was an accident. The girl asked what decision the union would make. The commander expressed the opinion that one union could not solve this problem on its own. First of all, it was necessary to inform the king. He held a sharp pen in his hand and quickly began to write a letter. Suddenly, he remembered something important. The commander asked if they would agree to undertake an investigation of the cave if such a task were set. The boy responded sharply that he did not agree to this but thanked the man for the offer. The commander noted that Yukina had no doubt that this was an extremely dangerous business. However, he emphasized that it could be profitable. This was a great chance to make connections at the top and get a valuable mention in the merit list for a rank increase. Yukina, still doubting his abilities, noted that this was clearly a job for a 4th rank. The commander understood his concerns and added that they did not want to force a mercenary with high hopes and spoil the relationship with him. The guy was surprised that he was considered promising. The commander approached Yukina with a proposal to promote him to rank 3. Everyone present was surprised. The man continued to explain the position. He reminded everyone of the events that Yukina had encountered since receiving rank 4. He defended the village from a goblin raid, discovered a summoning circle in a cave, and was able to deal with them and save the lives of the royal family. Yukina noticed that it was forbidden to disclose this information. He asked the commander how he knew all this. He replied that he was from the leadership of the Union and was aware of most of the events. The commander emphasized the importance of these achievements. All this could have caused colossal damage to the capital, but thanks to Yukina, a tragedy was avoided. He could not help but appreciate it. Yukina tried again to modestly point out that it was just an accident. The commander was surprised by such an answer. He asked menacingly how many coincidences had already happened to him. He added that there are people in the world who miraculously attract events to themselves. The commander decided to promote Yukina, considering his achievements and talents. He expressed hope that he would prove himself at the highest ranks. The guy did not know what to answer. He was hooked by the words that he attracts trouble. He loudly declared that he had people he wanted to make happy, so he would try to rise to the 2nd rank after all. He and the man shook hands and smiled. After talking about the cave and raising their rank, they finally received the reward for restoring the village. Now they could breathe a sigh of relief. Returning to their normal lives, they completed simple tasks from the Union. Today, he and Aina were gathering medicinal herbs and returning home. Mikage said that she was going to give the weapon for repair. The boy wondered how the grandfather who always repaired his sword was doing. At that moment, Aina grabbed his hand. Looking at him menacingly, the girl asked why he was thinking about another woman now. The guy sweated and was embarrassed by such an unexpected question. He tried to justify himself and asked if she could read his thoughts. Aina replied that she had spent many years in political circles. She had seen everything and learned to understand people. Therefore, it was not difficult for her to understand what was on his mind. She added that everything was fine and she understood that she could not be relied upon. Aina noticed that when they were alone and he thought about someone other than her, she became very sad. The girl walked forward silently, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly the guy grabbed her head from behind. This unexpected action confused Aina. She quickly replied that she couldn't be fooled that way. The girl's voice sounded hurt and angry. Yukina, observing the situation, noticed that Aina wasn't sulking, but she replied with displeasure that she wasn't doing that. The guy, scratching his head, admitted that he would make up for his mistake when they were alone again. He apologized to her. Aina was surprised by his words and asked if it was true. The guy promised her that everything would be like that. Aina's face broke into a smile. She forgave him instantly. Happiness radiated from her like an aura of joy. The guy couldn't help but notice how cute it was. Soon, Yukina suggested a snack. Aina replied that she wanted shashlik. The guy noted that he knew about her love for this dish. The girl was lost in her memories of shashlik. She noted that the palace dishes were also delicious and exquisite, but her real passion was for ordinary street food. The young man noticed that she was not picky. Aina's eyes sparkled brightly. They decided to conquer all the shops of the capital. The girl pointed her finger forward to the street. The young man asked if she was sure about that, but Aina grabbed his hand sharply and answered affirmatively. They ran forward and the guy asked her not to hurry. The girl couldn't wait to try all the food in the city. Time flew by joyfully. They enjoyed delicious shashlik, watched the fun on the street, and looked into a cafe for another portion of treats. They were very pleased with the food and the atmosphere. When it got dark, the heroes stood on a bridge in the center of the city. They looked into the distance, enjoying the moment together. Aina extended her hand forward and said that it was time for them to go home. Holding hands, they set off. In that moment, everything changed. They felt embarrassed to be near each other, and the world around them seemed to freeze in anticipation of their next step. On the day of their first meeting, a lonely smile shone on Aina's face. She thought that their paths had diverged forever. But now everything had changed. They were holding hands tightly, and neither of them wanted to let go of the other. The girl was smiling and glowing with happiness. The boy froze in place. The girl continued to walk forward. Suddenly she turned around and asked curiously what had happened to Mr. Yukina. The young man, looking at her decisively, said that he wanted to take her to a special place for the last time. Aina asked what kind of place it was. The boy replied that they were heading to where Kyune used to live. The girl felt a sense of excitement. When they approached a house with soft light streaming from its windows, Aina froze in place. Her face was covered in embarrassment. This was the place where Kyune had once worked to survive. Here men spent their nights with women. The huge building appeared before them, imposing and mysterious. The guy, turning to Aina, noticed how she shuddered. Yukina, having collected his thoughts, confessed his feelings to her. He said he loved her. They walked together, holding hands and enjoying delicious food. Memories of today overwhelmed him. After such fun, his love for Aina only grew stronger. He realized how much he loved her, her heart, her essence. The girl was embarrassed by his words, and the guy hesitated, not knowing how to continue the conversation. He said he wanted to leave her and prove to everyone that she was his girl. He didn't want to let her go anymore. He dreamed of what would bind them. There was a pause between them, and silence enveloped them. Neither knew what to say to each other in response. The thought that she might refuse filled him with fear. His legs were weak with excitement. Even the battle with the dragon seemed trivial compared to this moment. His heart began to beat faster. He added that if Aina thought it was too soon, he would calmly back off. The girl froze for a moment and then suddenly approached him and hugged him. She quietly whispered to Mr. Yukina that everything was fine. Her embarrassment was obvious. She didn't want him to see her face under the hood. Aina admitted that she wanted all of this too. After spending the whole day with him, she realized again how much she loved him. In fact, she suspected that everything would be like this. The guy pushed her away from himself a little and asked if she agreed. The girl blushed and answered affirmatively. It was difficult for her to look him in the eyes. Having collected her thoughts, she said decisively and loudly that she wanted to prove her devotion and become his girlfriend. It was a sincere feeling. She extended her hand to the young man. Yukina noted to himself that he had never seen Aina so red, but he himself looked no better. They laughed quietly, and the awkwardness between them disappeared. Holding hands, they entered the room. At the entrance, a girl met them and asked if they would stay the night. The guy answered in the affirmative and asked for a room. The girl looked at them with a sly smile and began to move her head. She looked at Aina and guessed what would happen next. Aina looked at the guy with a questioning look. The girl smiled and understood everything. There was a misunderstanding between the heroes. They did not understand what the girl was getting at. She called another lady and asked her to come over. The girl with the ponytails saw the main characters and was surprised that it was them. The receptionist confirmed her assumption and asked her to take care of Aina, pointing at her. The girl with ponytails answered affirmatively, assuring that she could be relied upon. She put her hand on Aina's shoulder. She quickly took her away from there, pointing to the corridor. The guy remained in the room and did not understand where the girl was taken. He shouted after them to wait a minute. Excitement overcame him. The girl told him that there was no need to worry. She understood that today was their special day, so they would do them a favor. The guy didn't understand what favor they meant. The girl just smiled and said that he would find out soon. The young man remembered what was said about a special day. Thoughts that they were caught and this would be their first night together began to torment him. Graham didn't know what to say to that. After a while, he noticed that the atmosphere was sweet and innocent to the point that he felt sick at the situation. Yukina laughed, then added that there was no point in continuing the conversation. The girl, without wasting time, turned to the guy again. She asked if he remembered her. The guy answered in the affirmative. He remembered how she worked in this place when he came here before. The main character decided to clarify whether she remembered him. The girl also answered in the affirmative. She explained that he was, in fact, a celebrity among the capital's courtesans. This news surprised the guy and made him perk up. He did not expect that his name could be known in such circles. The protagonist did not understand what exactly the girl meant. She, with a slight smile on her lips, answered him that she had spoken quite frankly. Lady Kane was the capital's most famous upper-class worker. Her beauty and generosity made other girls envious. No one could have imagined that she could be lured by a simple village boy. The boy, however, was not impressed by these words. His own thoughts were in complete confusion. He couldn't believe that a woman like Kyune had become his lover. The girl noticed his bewilderment. She quietly said that he wasn't the only one who felt this way. Then she added that she was surprised by his success. She asked him if his lady was a princess by any chance. The guy froze at these words, his heart began to beat faster. The girl continued that she noticed that not only commoners came to their establishment. She confidently stated that the awareness of female workers should not be underestimated. Yukina asked what all this meant. Spear didn't know what to answer. It explained that even influential people from the government sometimes come here to play with fire. This place not only has beautiful girls but also a lot of information. The guy cringed and noted to himself that there was something wrong with this country. The girl reassured him. She assured him that they did not disclose information about clients. However, he still managed to get even a princess. She added admiringly that he never ceased to amaze her. The girl stretched out her hands to the guy's face. She asked curiously how he had conquered all these girls. She blushed and felt embarrassed by her own words. The guy moved away and apologized because he already had a girlfriend. The worker laughed and noted that the guy was very cold. The young man expressed bewilderment about where Aina had been taken. At that moment, the girl came out from behind the counter and said that it was high time. She pointed to the passage ahead and added that she would take them to the room. Behind the closed door, another worker was already waiting for them. They walked through the dark corridors of the establishment. The worker was asked how things were going and she replied that everything was fine. Then it was up to the young men. The girls smiled and said that they just needed to enjoy the moment. The guy stopped in front of the closed door and froze in place. He was afraid to go inside. Yukina entered the room full of determination. Aina stood before him, dressed in a light cloak. She was looking out the window. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she turned around abruptly. Surprise was reflected in her eyes. Aina asked him to wait and not to look at her. Excitement overwhelmed the girl and she waved her hands as if trying to drive away her embarrassed thoughts. She remarked that it would be strange not to show herself to him after everything that had happened. Despite this, the embarrassment continued to plague her. Yukina, not knowing what to say, took off his spear and set it aside. He then carefully removed his armor. Aina still had her back to him. The guy took a step forward and without thinking hugged her from behind. His embrace was warm and soothing. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and her cheeks turned a bright pink. He held her in his arms in silence until she began to calm down. In the spacious room, they stood together, lost in their feelings. Aina exhaled deeply and Yukina asked her if she felt better. She was still red and worried. She answered quietly a little, placing her hands on his. Their palms met and they felt each other's warmth. Gradually, Aina relaxed and was finally able to turn to Yukina. Relieved, she reported that everything was okay now. Looking calmly at her master, she took off her cloak and revealed herself. At this point, her embarrassment grew even more. Aina blushed and froze in silence, unable to find words to explain her feelings. The girl stood there looking around in confusion. Her appearance greatly shook Yukina's composure. Aina's outfit looked pure and innocent. It was probably because she was Aina. Yukina sighed loudly and at that moment the girl flinched, blushing with embarrassment. She felt a little afraid. She felt awkward when he looked at her like that. Aina said that the worker brought her into this room and suddenly changed her clothes. She added that she thought Yukina should have appreciated the outfit. Confused, she asked his opinion. Yukina replied that he had been holding back with all his might. It was hard for him to just stand there and watch everything that was happening. These words made the girl sit down on the floor. She felt very awkward. She covered her face with her hands and began to cry. Tears rolled down her cheeks and she said that she was ashamed, but at the same time she was glad that he liked everything. In response to her words, the guy calmly swallowed the lump in his throat. Then he suddenly grabbed the girl in his arms. Aina exclaimed in surprise as Yukina pulled her forward. He gently sat her down on the bed. He sat down next to her, and at that moment the girl did not understand at all what was happening and what would happen next. The young man reached his hand towards Aina's face. The hand he had once let go of touched her skin again. He was very happy about this moment. He hugged the girl and kissed her. They sat on the bed, lost in their feelings. Aina said Yukina's name. The kiss seemed both momentary and eternal to the boy, but soon their lips moved away and it caused him to feel sad as if he had lost something important. To get rid of this feeling, they kissed again. They seemed to be trying to make up for lost time. They hugged and continued kissing, calling each other by name. Each kiss brought them joy and a desire to feel each other even more. They didn't know how much time passed in this state of happiness. Yukina finally pulled away from the girl. He saw Aina's face spreading with embarrassment and pleasure. She was all red and her thoughts were confused in her head. The protagonist, looking into Aina's eyes, quietly asked if she could hear him. At that moment, her gaze perked up as if she had finally come to her senses. Pulling himself together, the guy said that he loved her. These important words filled the atmosphere with warmth and tenderness. Aina, hearing the confession, could not hold back her tears. A smile spread across her face and her eyes sparkled with happiness. She responded to him with tenderness, telling him that she also loved her master. At that moment, she felt her heart fill with joy. The guy said with a smile that now she belongs only to him. At that moment, they hugged. The girl, feeling the full force of his feelings, fell on the bed. She asked him to prove that she really belongs to him. These words made his heart beat faster. Meanwhile, a tense atmosphere reigned in Relix's team. The entire room was gradually filled with fiery magic, which enveloped everything around. A powerful energy emanated from the dark figure, making everyone feel the approaching storm. The team was filled with despair. They knew they were preparing for battle. Each of them was feeding on strength, gathering all their energy before the upcoming fight. The desire to fight and protect what was dear to them grew inside them. A few days ago, Relix was musing about how becoming a hero and being chosen as a hero are two completely different things. He said that the one who is chosen becomes a puppet at the mercy of others' desires. Those words were still ringing in his head when a dark-haired boy approached him and spoke to him. There was a crowd standing behind him, jubilant and enthusiastic. They called Relix a hero savior. People looked at him with hope, asking him to save this world from evil. Relix wondered what it really meant to be a hero. He didn't understand why he had such questions. After all, he was a savior hero, nothing more, nothing less. The crowd of people followed them, rejoicing. However, the boy noticed that if the hero walked with such a gloomy face, the people would start to worry. He told Relix that the task of the hero savior is to encourage the people, calm them down, and free them from fears. Fortunately or unfortunately, the demons managed to take only a small part of the human lands. However, the people quickly learned of the incident and were alarmed. Once the capital becomes more or less calm, they will probably leave the country. The demon attack was a harbinger of the Demon King's invasion. The boy remembered the revival of this terrible creature. Suddenly, a horse appeared behind him. He rode quickly and asked the boy if he was the hero savior Relix. This messenger from the capital informed them of an important task. They had to explore a cave in the outskirts of a village not far from the capital. It seemed that a team from the Mercenary Union had already visited it, but new information about this cave had arrived. The boy stood in front of the cave opening when the witch pointed to the wall. She confidently stated that there was something behind that wall. At that moment, an explosion occurred and the wall was destroyed. As expected, it was a corridor created by someone, one of the comrades noticed. However, it looked very unnatural and was built with unnecessary strength. The witch noted that the creator seemed to have intended for a severe battle to occur here, using powerful magic. Relix shouted at the team to continue their inspection. The truth was waiting for them ahead. The whole team went further down the dark corridor, illuminating it with their flashlights. Suddenly, they saw a light ahead and were surprised. They entered a huge room and looked around. The whole team was in complete amazement. They found themselves in a room with a huge iron warrior. It emitted magic, crouched, then stood up and became even larger. Suddenly, it began to attack. The battle was just beginning. All the heroes instantly realized that the mechanical warrior was preparing to attack. There was tension in the air. Everyone began to prepare for the upcoming battle. The witch, gathering all her magical power, cast a spell. She directed a powerful flow of magic against the mechanism. At that moment, another sorceress used her skill, screaming a howl. She summoned a whirlwind that rushed towards the enemy. A series of fiery explosions erupted in the air, creating bright flashes of light. The clouds of smoke began to dissipate. The mechanical warrior froze, but suddenly Garbelt jumped on the enemy. With wild cries, he swung his huge sword, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. He did not lose his head. With a deft movement, he cut the head of the mechanism with a cry. At that moment, it seemed as if time stood still. The man sighed and a feeling of hopelessness arose in his soul. The enemy was incredibly strong and this caused concern. Suddenly, the mechanism raised its metal arms, preparing to attack. The man felt the adrenaline rush through his veins. He managed to dodge a devastating blow that could have broken him into pieces. A deep depression remained on the ground, as if the result of a powerful blow. Gathering his wits, he shouted at Sion, asking if he could strengthen him. Sion, casting with all his might, replied that he could not do it any faster. His voice shook with the effort. He knew that his ally's body could not withstand such a strain. At that moment, the mechanism directed its attack at the enemies again. The man prepared to defend himself with his sword. However, there was no time to react. The blow was heavy and hot, like red-hot iron. He resisted with all his might, but was still knocked down. Having risen, the man got to his feet and was again ready for the next blow. He gritted his teeth, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly difficult. The abnormal heat was sapping his strength. He shouted at Relix that at this rate they would achieve nothing. Everyone around him was ready for battle, but the chances were melting away before his eyes. The boy, full of determination, declared that they would break through. He looked straight at the enemy with unshakable faith in success. Suddenly, he used his charm and abruptly rushed from his place towards the mechanism. The man shouted at him that he was an idiot and that he shouldn't run straight into hell. Meanwhile, the guy was already running up to the mechanism. The enemy started to strike one after another like a hammer on an anvil. The mechanism remained undamaged and was preparing for a powerful blow. The guy dodged but hesitated, deciding to catch his breath a little. At that moment, a huge flow of energy emanated from Relix. He tried to use magic, but the boy did not understand what was happening. He remembered how they broke the mechanism sword, but the enemy still continued to attack. The mechanism emitted light magic from its hands. The boy realized the enemy's attacks will not stop as long as the main body is alive. A plan formed in his head. He didn't fully understand what exactly he was going to do. Suddenly, the monster raised his hands and began to emit a glowing column of energy into the air. He was preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. The guy felt the tension growing and knew, now everything will be decided. The monster shot a beam of light straight at them, and a deafening crack echoed through the air. Relix, kneeling, looked ahead and was horrified by what he saw. His heart sank as he realized that a bright beam of light had flared up in front of him. If Yukina was wrong, he could simply ignore his words. But now that Relix had shown his anger, everything became clear. Relix realized that Yukina's words were true. This realization filled his soul with annoyance. He felt like a capricious child who had been unfairly accused of something terrible. The gaze fell on the defeated guy who was lying on the ground next to the sword. Thick smoke and steam rose from his body. He was broken and defenseless. The man shouted at Sion to take care of Relix, who lay prostrate on the ground. The witch, with concern in her voice, spoke loudly to Mr. Garbelt. She promised that she would definitely cover for him. At this time, the warriors bravely fought the enemy, protecting their rear. Sion descended to Relix and stood over his body. He used his magic, promising to heal him. His hands glowed as he directed a stream of energy onto the body of his ally. But as he watched the battle progress, he realized that the situation was becoming increasingly dire. The fairy shouted to Garbelt again, urging him to be careful. Suddenly, he fell to one knee, having received a strong blow. The man grabbed his burned hand. Despite the pain, he rose to his feet, but his sword was incinerated. The witch, watching what was happening, could not hold back her tears. She begged to stop this madness because they would not defeat this monster. Garbelt, shaking in pain, replied that as long as he was on his feet, Relix would have more time to recover. He said they had no other choice. The witch wiped the tears from her cheeks and exclaimed that as long as Relix was with them, they could not give up. Meanwhile, Sion, leaning over the body of his ally, reported that his strength for healing had run out. The man exhaled and said that they were damn unlucky today, but he was glad that they took him along. He took out his blade and looked at his friends. The crowd of heroes was still ready to continue the fight. Garbelt grinned and apologized to the boys. He asked them to accompany him to hell. The heroes remained determined. The monster stood in front, ready to repel blows. The witch noted that they needed to buy themselves some time. Sion declared that it was not over yet. Garbelt added that until Relix was up, they could not relax. Hearing the voices of his friends, voices full of expectation and hope, Relix felt a powerful wave of energy pierce his body. It was like waking up from a long sleep. He needed to get up and fight with them. Relix felt the voices of his friends and the wishes of his people filling his consciousness. Human hopes filled him with strength. He had to stand up. The sword spoke to him, telling him that if he thought his life was a puppet, perhaps it was. Even if that was the case, the boy felt the support of people behind him when he woke up. He wanted to use his power for them. Gathering his strength, the hero rose from his knees. Memories of his friends filled his heart. After everything he had been through, he felt invincible. The energy of victory and power flowed from his hands. The weapon spoke to him again, stating that he had achieved his goal and had become strong. Saint Sword Leia, realizing his mistakes, apologized to his master. He admitted that he had been lying to him until now. In reality, this was just one of his outer appearances. Even though they were only halfway there, the boy now looked exactly like the sword had always dreamed of, like a true hero savior. The Holy Sword of Leva granted him a sacred form. He asked to honor his sacred name. The boy clenched his fist, then opened his hand, calling upon Leviathan, the holy blade that burns away evil. He spoke the words of summoning. At that moment, the sword began to change its shape and rushed straight into his hand. It transformed into a sacred blade, radiating energy and magic. The weapon told Mr. Relix to move forward. Today, a new legend of a hero began. Relix stood up and was fully prepared for battle. In his hands was now a new and improved weapon, full of power and light. All the heroes turned around when a bright light flashed behind them. They couldn't figure out what it was. It was Relix, holding a new, improved weapon. He stood confidently without losing his balance. The boy looked at his opponent and concentrated his mind. In an instant, he jumped, grabbed Zion, and rushed forward. His determination was obvious. He turned to the commander, saying that she was waiting for him. These words touched him to the depths of his soul. A slight smile played on his face. Meanwhile, the enemy began to make a very loud sound. He gathered all his strength and struck a powerful blow, calling a strong energy to life. Light and power began to thin his body. At that moment, the witch shouted to Relix, warning him of an upcoming attack which she believed would be the most powerful. The heroes had already begun to retreat to the side. The guy confidently said that they needed to trust him. He was ready to fight. The enemy released a bright beam of fire which was rapidly heading towards the hero. But Relix gathered all his will and gripped his weapon tighter. The stream of light was approaching, but the guy stood motionless, calmly watching. He felt no fear. He turned his new improved weapon and pointed it at the enemy. He used enchantment to deflect the incoming energy. He shouted loudly that he would pierce the enemy and threw his spear with all his might. The enemy continued to prepare for a decisive attack. The protagonist was also ready for battle. Throwing up his weapon, he immediately pierced the enemy with a strong blow of his spear. The enemy fell apart into many small pieces, which scattered all over the room. Relix stood by the ruined wall, calling for Leva to come. He was silent, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, the guy began to fall from weakness and could barely stand on his feet. The whole team watched their commander with concern. Garbelt grabbed the boy from behind. Relix had no strength left. The dark-haired man asked him if everything was okay. He confidently answered yes. However, Relix turned to his comrade and noticed that he was much more seriously injured. His arm looked terrible. The man just laughed at his friend's concern. Smiling, he said that he had received these wounds in battle with the hero. It was a great honor for him. He also added that the boy had surprised him with his abilities. Everyone looked at the hole in the wall, amazed by the force of what had happened. The guy just laughed in response to their looks. He placed his hand on his chest, which was shaking from the effort. He noted that the price of this power was extreme physical and mental exhaustion. Sion expressed his doubts. If this continued, he would consider whether it was worth staying with them. The witch noted that he himself was glad when he was invited to the team. The guy hesitated and did not know what to answer. He tried to justify himself, saying that he had never said such a thing. Everyone confirmed the witch's words that it was true. Relix watched the proceedings and couldn't help but grin. He was genuinely glad to have such friends. His gaze slid over the team and he noticed how the smoke rising from the recent battle was slowly dissipating in the air. At this time, the city was already beginning to dawn. Yukina and Eiyuu were walking along the streets and the guy suddenly asked the girl if everything was okay. Eiyuu was shaking and could not move calmly. She was very excited. It was their first time and he tried to be as gentle as possible, but soon they both overdid it. The girl couldn't stand on her feet, her body was shaking with embarrassment, and she blushed. Suddenly, the hero noticed the girls ahead. Kyune happily said that she was glad to see them back. Mikage bowed to her friends and Eiyuu asked if they had been waiting for them until the morning. The girls just laughed and asked if they had had fun. Aina didn't know what to say, she only squeezed the boy's hand tighter. Kyune, laughing, noted that they didn't have to tell her anything, she already knew what had happened. Aina began waving her arms, unable to find the words to answer. The girls came closer and reassured her, noting that everything was fine and there was no need to be so embarrassed. There was an atmosphere of calm in the air. Aina thanked her friends, but she was still blushing. The smile on her face spoke of happiness. Yukina watched with interest as the girls chatted sweetly among themselves. Graham noted that he needed to work harder for his friendly girls. The guy agreed with him. Mikage turned to Mr. Yukina. She informed him that Mr. Callan from the union had asked to come see him before noon. The guy wondered why today. He was a little irritated by this demand. The weapon reminded him that there was nothing he could do about it. It was time to work for the girls because that was his job too. Despite his indignation, he turned to his girlfriends and said that he had some business to attend to. Everyone wished him a safe journey. Mikage looked at the boy carefully, but Kyune did not understand her gaze. She asked her friend what had happened. The girl just looked from under her forehead and replied that nothing special. In the Union of Mercenaries, the main character approached the commander and asked what exactly he wanted to tell him. The man with a serious face replied that he had been officially promoted. Hearing this, the boy clenched his fist in joy. Graham noted that there was only one step left to the desired second rank, and the guy confirmed this. Mr. Callan added that it was rare to be promoted so quickly. He was already a third rank and should have a middle name. Yukina perked up. He didn't understand what a middle name was. Mikage came to mind. She also had a middle name, Jinsen. The man paused for a moment, his expression becoming serious. He asked the young man if he knew how a second name was given. The boy answered negatively. Mr. Callan explained, in the first case they assign a name that a person has been called for a long time, and in the second, the mercenary is given a name from someone in power, for example, an aristocrat. The young man wondered who might give him a middle name and what that might mean for his future. The boy thoughtfully asked what his middle name would be. His thoughts were dark. If he was given the name Goblin Slayer, he would find and deal with whoever came up with it. He clenched his fist tightly, feeling a growing sense of excitement. He asked what name had been chosen for him. Callan, without hesitation, replied that his second name would be Black Blade. Silence fell over the room. Yukina, looking at his spear, did not understand why it would be called Black Blade since he used a completely different weapon. Graham noted that he understood everything. According to him, Black Blade is Bamung, a famous and dangerous weapon. The boy looked unimpressed. He asked again about the incident that he had been ordered to keep quiet about. Who could have known about it? The commander, without wasting time, said that they had received a message the other day. He took out the letter. Unfolding it, he noted that along with the rank increase for the mercenary Yukina given the name Black Blade, the man turned the letter over. It had the Union seal on it, making it official, but there was no mention of the man who had given it the name. The spear noted that the one who knew about the incident and admired Yukina so much was obvious. The boy agreed. Mr. Callan, noticing their conversation, said that it was necessary to be brief. He put the letter back into the envelope and looked at the boy. From today on, he became Yukina Black Blade. The man added that he had a task for the boy right now. He handed him a stack of papers. Yukina, he hesitated. He sighed and felt uninspired. Callan asked him why he didn't want to take the task. He thought it would be a great opportunity to gain experience. The guy took the stack of papers and began to study the gentleman's words. The task was about eliminating a gang of robbers. The document contained details about the gang and a note that this was a task for a whole group of people. The guarantor was not addressing only them. This meant he would have to work with strangers and other mercenaries. Perhaps this way he could gain experience in fighting in a large team. Yukina asked the man if the opponents were human. He decided to take the document. The man remained silent and did not know what to answer. The guy headed for the exit, waving a stack of papers. Mr. Callan hoped for a positive answer. He continued filling out paperwork, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly he turned to the empty room, ordering someone to stop standing around and get out. Mikage quietly jumped out from around the corner. She was focused and serious. Her face expressed displeasure. She walked slowly to the middle of the room. She said that it was immediately obvious that a former second-rank mercenary stood before her. The man quickly noticed her presence. He did not need praise and asked why she had come. Mikage began to tell about the task he had given to Mr. Yukina. She asked him to explain the true intentions behind this assignment. She extended her hand, expressing her displeasure. The man froze, pen in hand, continuing to scribble another letter. He did not understand what intentions were being discussed. Mikage continued her thought, noting that eliminating a gang of bandits was a task that required interaction with strangers. She understood that the missions would become more difficult once he reached rank 3. However, she had a suspicion that he actually wanted Mr. Yukina to learn how to kill people. At these words, the girl trembled with anger. The man stopped writing and froze in anticipation. Suddenly, a smug smile appeared on his face. He grinned, as if realizing something important. General Callan, frowning, said that, as Mikage had noted, the time would soon come when they would have to cross swords with people. He explained that those who reached the second rank were all killers one way or another. There was sadness and understanding in his voice. He added that the girl herself was the same. Mikage, turning away, looked to the side and confirmed his words. She knew it was true. The general continued by saying that Yukina had killed a demon in the previous incident. However, as he was told, his opponent was actually a human. These words made the girl shudder in shock. She remembered people with great potential who were afraid to hurt others. The general replied that it was all rather contradictory. He admitted his incompetence as a mercenary. Mikage didn't know what to say to that. Callan continued, assuring her that he was expecting a response from the girl. She added that Mr. Yukina wasn't the type to hurt people. But if there is no other way, he will not hesitate to raise his sword. Her voice was loud and clear. The general asked how much she trusted the boy. Mikage adjusted her weapon and replied that she had to trust her master. She proudly showed her katana, stating that if anyone ever failed, she would be there to make sure it didn't happen again. Callan noticed that the girl had changed greatly. She did not know how to respond to this remark. Embarrassed, she put away her weapon, turned away, and left the room. Silence reigned in the room. 3 days after receiving the mission from Korin, they left the royal capital. Yukina decided to take the mission of exterminating bandits to become a second-rank mercenary. He rode in a carriage with his team. A stranger sat next to him. There were 12 third-rank mercenaries participating in the mission. They should have enough strength. Yukina looked at his weapon and felt its answer. Most likely, that's how much force they would need. The man in the hat sitting next to him grinned. The protagonist took notice. The man's face was not visible from under the hat, but his smile seemed strange. Yukina asked Graham what was wrong with this stranger. He found it all very suspicious. The spear told him that there was no point in asking questions about trivial matters. Sometimes it was better to just think for yourself. He could ask in a dangerous situation, but it was pointless to do so in everyday affairs. Yukina was puzzled by this advice. They continued to ride through the mountainous expanses on carts to the tent camp. Many trials awaited them ahead. They made a fire and settled into their tents. Yukina noticed that the third-rank mercenaries were on a completely different level. They quickly set up camp. The guy watching them decided to ask his companions what they should do. The girls were preparing for the stop. They were cutting meat, lighting a fire, and cooking. Yukina stood and watched their actions with interest. Mikage was using her weapons skillfully. She swung her sword quickly, cutting the meat into small pieces. Everything flew everywhere. The girl caught every piece. She noted that it was canned meat, already salted, so don't overdo it with the seasonings. Aina nodded affirmatively. She put it on the fire. The girl said that they were going to stew the meat on the fire. The dish was almost ready, and with a smile she held it forward. At this time, Kyune, dressed in a maid costume, came over with a tray full of bowls. She happily announced that the food was ready. Yukina scratched his head and asked if she should have worn that outfit. To this, the girl only smiled and replied that everything was fine and everything was covered. The guy looked at the plate and decided to try the prepared dish. He bit off a piece of meat. His eyes widened in surprise. It was incredibly delicious. The other campers also noted that camp food usually didn't have much flavor. Everyone started asking for more. Yukina watched this scene from the sidelines. He walked over to a tree to get some privacy. Suddenly, a strange guy came up to him and asked if he could sit down next to him. He sat down and they both began to look into the distance. Yukina noted that he had not yet allowed him to sit down. The guy, noticing his bewilderment, asked if he was against it. He added that although they would be working together for a short time, they needed to interact somehow. The boy sighed and continued eating his food. He introduced himself. His name was Rudel. He was happy if the boy remembered his name. Rudel pointed into the distance. He said that the stern man was Gaddies, his partner. The man looked old but was in good shape and carried a shield. Rudel told about Gaddies. He was not the most sociable person and did not like people very much. However, the guy did not think that he did not like him. Yukina began to introduce himself. Rudel interrupted him, saying that he knew his name was Black Blade Yukina. The boy was surprised and asked how he knew about it. To this, the young man in the hat replied that he was his devoted fan. This news made Yukin freeze in place. He asked why Rudel became his fan and whether he had mixed something up. The boy, with enthusiasm in his voice, told about how he was also in the hall when the demon attacked. This information made Yukina perk up. Rudel spoke admiringly about how the main character did not give up. He got up again and again. Yukina always fought against enemies who were stronger than him. He was not afraid of defeat and did not doubt his strength. Rudel noted that anyone in his place would have become a fan. Yukina became embarrassed. Rudel, noticing this, apologized. He wiped his face and added that he should remember that day. The memories were flooding back. However, Yukina was not impressed. He did not want to remember that day and the horrors he had experienced. Then Rudel decided to ask another question. He asked if it was true that Yukina was from the same city as the hero, placing his hand on his heart. Yukina nodded, confirming his words. Yes, they were indeed fellow countrymen. Rudel continued, didn't he think his fellow countrymen had taken something important from him? He was interested in what the guy thought about this. He replied that this was a pointless conversation. He looked into the distance where the mountain valley stretched out. He had been told something similar before, but he could not understand what they were talking about. In the end, he got what he wanted, Aina, his girlfriend. He had no reason to complain about his life. Rudel seemed to understand everything. He was genuinely happy for Yukin and expressed his feelings with an approving nod. It had been 5 days since they had left the capital. Mercenaries rarely visited these places. It was far from the trade routes and no one paid attention to it. Yukina asked Mikagi what she saw ahead. They were standing on a mountain ledge looking into the distance. The girl thought for a moment and replied that she could not determine the exact number of people in the camp. However, according to the information available, there were a lot of them. She noted that the tents looked very small. These were places to sleep and store loot. Ahead of them was a small camp of tents. The leader was probably in the largest tent. Yukina squinted and looked at the camp, but he could not see which tent was the largest. Mikage pointed to the far tent on the right side. It was the largest of all. Yukina noted to himself that it was too far away to see. The others were silent, lost in their thoughts. Graham said that the eyesight of beastmen was much better than that of humans. The young man was surprised by this fact and looked at Mikage. The girl froze, concentrating on her observations. There was a tense anticipation in the air. The protagonist asked Mikage what she had noticed. There was anger in her voice. She noted with irritation that the bandits were bullying the girls. This news threw the boy into confusion. He did not know how to respond to this. Suddenly, he ran forward, overcome with anger and a desire to protect the girls. Mikage, without losing her head, grabbed his hand and stopped him. She said softly that she understood his feelings, but now was not the time for action. The guy, hearing her words, fell silent and, taking a deep breath, apologized. He admitted that he had already calmed down. The girl straightened his collar and replied with a smile that there was nothing to apologize for. The guy thanked her for her support and asked how many people they had managed to catch. Mikage thought about it and noted that she couldn't see everyone, but she knew about 3 girls. She expressed doubt that they could hold out for long and suggested that everyone come up with a strategy. Some time passed and the heroes gathered to discuss the plan. They needed to destroy the bandits and save the prisoners. These were their 2 main goals. Yukina suggested that someone should distract the bandits while they pulled out the prisoners. The boy looked ahead from behind the rock. The enemy camp was surrounded by rocks and the only way to enter was through the gate. He realized that if they simply ran, the enemies would close the gate. He had to act wisely, so the protagonist resolutely declared that he would break through it. Kyune countered by asking how they would do that. She worriedly noted that they would worry. The boy was surprised by her words. Kyune continued that Yukina was thinking of something reckless again and might get hurt. He apologized again. The girl added that they were saving people, so she should go with him. Aina felt jealous at that moment. Her face became displeased. However, the boy thanked Kyune for her courage and initiative. He then asked Aina about her opinion. She replied that she was not against going with them, but noted that the opponents were people. The girl thought for a moment and then decisively said that she had decided everything when she followed him. Now the main thing is that she had enough determination. She held the weapon in her hands, but her hands were shaking with excitement. The protagonist gently placed his palm on her cheek. This action made the girl blush and flinch. He stroked her cheek, and at that moment she felt happy. Finally, the decision was made to begin the operation. Everyone was ready for the upcoming battle. Ravel looked at the main character. He noted with respect that Yukina Blackblade must show what he is capable of. The protagonist, full of determination, rushed forward. His goal was clear, the gate that stood in the way of victory. He was rapidly approaching them when the guards, noticing the approach of the enemy, cried out in alarm. Their voices carried through the air, and they began to close the gates. Yukina, having surveyed the situation, turned to Graham. He informed him that it was time to begin the attack. The weapon, as if alive, noted that words were unnecessary. The young man's face was focused, full of determination. He was ready for action. Gathering all his power, he loudly proclaimed that he would use the enhancement. With these words, he moved forward swiftly. In his hands, the spear became a symbol of strength. The young man gathered his strength and shouted, "Forward!" Then he threw the spear with incredible force. The spear pierced the air and created a powerful explosion. Many fragments flew in all directions, and the gate could not withstand the impact and collapsed. Thick smoke enveloped everything around, making visibility difficult. The impact was so strong that it even broke through the cave located far beyond the gate. The destruction was enormous. The protagonist, satisfied with the attack, noted to himself that they had indeed destroyed everything in their path. However, he suddenly felt weak and abruptly squatted down. Kyune ran up to him, worried about his condition. She asked if he was okay. The boy weakly replied that the girl should not overdo it with the enhancement. Kyune, who had magical abilities, began to heal him. She used her magic and noted with alarm that this should not be done. The other knights watched the scene with amazement. They could not understand how it was possible to destroy the gate with an ordinary spear. The knight looked at the protagonist with bewilderment. He did not understand who this young man was and where he got such strength from. Meanwhile, Kyune continued to take care of the boy, not paying attention to those around her. Mikage shouted loudly to the others, urging them not to waste time. "You're frozen, we need to act." Her voice sounded like a command to act. Everyone perked up. It was necessary not to give the enemy time to come to his senses. Everyone looked at the girl and began to prepare for battle. The boys gathered, took out their weapons, and began to move forward. Kyune asked Yukina if he could stand up. The boy thanked her and nodded affirmatively. He looked ahead at the warriors eager to fight. Returning his magic spear to his hands, he decided to join the battle with the group and the girl. A heated battle broke out in the tent camp, and each of them understood that now they had to act together. Everyone was actively fighting against each other. The protagonist, watching what was happening, noted that the atmosphere was tense to the limit. Each of his allies was ready for battle. Aina, full of determination, said that they must help their comrades. She too was ready to join the fight. Mikage, confident in her abilities, noted that the third-rank mercenaries would easily deal with the enemy. In her opinion, they had better move on and not waste time. Ravel carefully added that in any case, one must not relax. One must not forget that the enemy can be insidious. They all ran forward when suddenly the main character saw something amazing. A majestic lion stood before them. Its appearance amazed the young man. Around the lion was one of the enemies. He was calmly petting the animal and pointing at the main characters. With a grin, he turned to the lion, ordering it to devour the intruders. The lion looked ferocious. Saliva was flowing from his mouth, and he was preparing to attack. Suddenly, the lion rushed at Ravel with a loud roar. However, he remained calm. He quietly remarked that he didn't like cats very much. Then Ravel used his magic. His powers began to unfold like a flower blossoming under the sun's rays. With a parting glance, he turned to the lion and pierced it with his magic. The animal did not have time to respond. Only after making the last sound, the lion fell to the ground and remained lying motionless. The enemy, seeing this, took out his sword and rushed at Ravel. He shouted at him that he was very bad and that retribution was inevitable. At this point, the man in the hat turned to his partner Gaddies for help. Gaddies, without thinking, blocked it with his huge shield. The blow hit the shield with a deafening sound. The hooded mercenary didn't understand what had happened and didn't have time to react to the swift attack. Chaos reigned all around. A man in armor punches someone, sending his opponent flying backwards. He then stands and tells a blonde girl named Rudel that she is taking too many risks. Rudel in the hat says that he knows that she never defends herself. The man silently thinks about her words. The girl next to the dark-haired guy tells him that they are both strange, neither their strength is outstanding for rank 3. The guy says that it looks like it. The girl turns to everyone and says that they need to prepare for a big attack, and they all run together in one direction. The hooded men notice them and realize that this is their enemy. They all grab their swords, but the girl takes out knives and throws them straight at them, hitting their arms and shoulders. The girl with the katana takes out her weapon and says that it was great, then she herself cuts apart several opponents. Yukina stands silently and looks at the dead enemies. An enemy appears behind him, swinging a weapon at him. The guy is warned about this. The guy manages to turn around and block the blow of the hooded enemy. He realizes that he snuck up from behind. Then he is very surprised by something. The girl pokes his enemy in the side with her staff, which surprises even the guy. The girl is serious. She does a fire attack from her staff, which sends the enemy flying back and right to their teammates. Then everything around them starts burning. Yukina looks at all this in horror and thinks that most likely today he saw a real massacre for the first time. He is standing in front of people who are finishing off their opponents. The guy looks at the trembling girl who saved him and says that you can't get used to this. He goes up to her, hugs her, and thanks her for saving him. Then the guy goes into one of the tents and sees several people there who look at him with fear and ask him not to touch them. Following Yukina, the girl who saved him comes in and calms the hostages down by saying that they are mercenaries and have come here to get them out. One of the girls happily takes her hand. The guy says that everything is fine, they need to be taken out. He asks them to stand behind them, they will get them out. He tells Mikage that she will be with them. She agrees. The girl warns the entire group of hostages that it is dangerous outside, so they must be prepared. Now it is time for them to leave. The whole group of people runs out of the tents. The main character says that they need to go ahead and be careful. He will break through. Then he is surprised that an arrow hits next to him. He looks to the side and realizes that these are archers. A group of hooded men with bows have loaded up with arrows again and are aiming straight at them. The girl points her staff at them, but the people have already released arrows that are heading towards them. She looks at the arrows approaching from above and shouts to everyone that she won't have time to cover them. Let her step back. The guy says that then they will definitely hit them. Suddenly, someone's attack appears, which destroys the arrows into pieces. It turns out to be Mikage, who made it in time and saved everyone. The archers are surprised by this and are about to attack again, but the protagonist will not allow them to do this. He swings his weapon. He then throws it up and it flies and hits a group of hooded people, causing them all to fly apart from the impact. They fly back and scream. Right in front of them stands a girl who is going to finish them off. She concentrates, swings her weapon, and casts a spell while holding a certain flower in her hand. She points her rapier towards the people, after which a huge plant appears and pierces each of them. The girl closes her eyes and people fall dead to the ground. She screams at Yukina that they need to be taken to a safe place. The protagonist agrees and a voice is heard from his weapon, announcing that there is bad news. A big guy in a mask appears in front of the people. He is holding something in his hands and laughing. He holds the girl by the head and a huge sword, telling the people not to dare take a step further, otherwise he will cut off her head. The girl asks how he will get the ransom if he kills her. He laughs and says that everything depends on them. He notices the main character, who does not care about the condition and moves forward. One of the hooded men tells the big guy that this is the same spearman who smashed the entire gate with one blow. The man laughs and swings his sword, realizing who his enemy is. The man asks the main character if he wants to save the hostage, after which he is surprised by the actions of the guy who was about to attack him, but he is asked to stop because the girl will die. The protagonist shouts that it's time to move forward and throws his weapon, which leaves a trail behind it. The man calls the guy a psycho and holds the girl right in front of him where he points the spear. The girl opens her eyes and screams, then the spear ends up very close to her face. Then the spear in front of the girl begins to dissolve, after which it appears again in the protagonist's hand. The girl is surprised by this, as are everyone who took her hostage. Mikage appears behind the man who is about to attack him. He notices this and curses, throwing the hostage right at Mikage. The girl manages to put away the sword, and with one hand she manages to catch the hostage so that she does not fall. The man is furious and shouts and calls the girl names. He is about to attack her, but the main character is next to her and blocks the blow of his huge weapon. They then unhook their weapons from each other, and the man looks at him, asking what kind of trick it was when his spear disappeared right into thin air. The protagonist confidently reports that it was just a little magic trick. He remembers that just before it hit its target, he managed to return it to his hand. The guy tells his enemy that he no longer has a hostage. He looks at his partners and tells the enemy that therefore the situation is changing. The man is furious and threatens the guy that he will kill him. The enemy is about to attack him, but the guy is ready for this and soars up right above his opponent. The main character hits the man, but he blocks his blow, asking if he is going to give up. The guy asks him the same thing. The protagonist then makes an effort and pushes away the man's weapon, and they begin to attack each other with all their might. It turns out to be a battle of equals. This leader is clearly equal in strength to a rank 2 mercenary, but the main character must defeat him. Compared to one of the main character's previous opponents, this big guy is nothing at all, and the main character manages to wound the man in the shoulder with his spear. The man holds his wounded spot and writhes in pain, not understanding how he can be inferior in strength to such a youth. However, the main character still recognizes the man as quite dangerous, but he is not his opponent. The guy attacks again. The protagonist hits the man with all his might, causing him to lose his balance and begin to fall backwards. At the same time, the main character makes another attack, hitting the man right in the stomach area. The big guy falls to his knee and tries to catch his breath, then raises his head and is surprised that all his guys lost. He sees a defeated group of his people. He is in despair when he realizes that he has done so much effort has been put in. He gives off an evil aura. He tells everyone that he will kill them. The main character is shocked that the man found the strength to attack again. The man attacks the main character, who is unable to resist and flies back at high speed. The main character asks where he got such enormous power from, and his sword asks the guy not to come close to it. The man appears nearby, and with a scream he swings his weapon, hitting it straight on the ground, causing the guy to fly up. He looks at the fact that he has already managed to defeat 2 people. He laughs and asks who is next. He notices a dark-haired girl. The man extends his hand to her head, which shocks her, and the main character who sees this is horrified. Suddenly, the man throws the girl to the ground and is about to kill her with his weapon. The main character is shocked by this picture. Suddenly, the energy of the protagonist is released, and then the man looks at it in shock, after which the protagonist demands that his enemy does not dare to touch his woman. The protagonist demands that the Dragon Slayer blade answer his call. The man is shocked by this. He asks the guy if he underestimates him. Behind the main character, who stands with his weapon stuck in the ground, there is a dark demonic silhouette, a man watching all this swearing out loud. Suddenly, for everyone, there is some kind of rift on the ground. Something is moving at incredible speed. At the tents, a group of hooded hostages are guarding, and someone is talking about how it looks like they've finally figured things out. The girl in the hat asks the main character if he is okay. The guy lying on the girl's lap says that yes, the view is very beautiful. He smiles. She tells the guy that she examined everything. There are no injuries, only fatigue. She demonstrates that she can look inside the guy's body. He says that even fatigue can be fatal. The girl tells the guy that he saved her, and she thanks the main character with a smile. The main character thinks that he gave in to anger and killed a man. He was also a man just like him. He still feels like he killed him with his own hands. However, he wanted to hurt someone dear to him, so the guy had no choice, but he still can't use all his strength. Although the spear tells him that it was already better than the first time, the guy is surprised by this. His consciousness was clearer this time. He would repeat it a couple more times and would already be completely accustomed. The main character asks if it is true. A girl appears from behind a tree and quietly addresses the guy. The girl notices her and asks her if she really wants him to lie down with her too. The girl denies it in surprise. However, after that she chooses another option, and the next moment the main character is already lying on her lap and she asks how he is. The main character happily says that he is happy. The girl is happy about this. Mikage appears behind her and addresses the master. The blushing Mikage says that she wants the same, and the next moment the main character lies down on her lap. The girl says that she is too nervous, but the guy asks her to calm down. The girl in the hat watches all this and says that the hero is in the arms of women. She turns to the man in armor, asking him what he will say. Is the man worthy? But he is silent. She leaves and tells the Black Blade Yukina that she will wait for the day when they fight side by side again. The action takes place in the capital. The group sits before the king, who speaks about the results of the investigation. In the depths of the cave, an armored beast appeared. The knight informs the king that this is not all, that soon a question of life or death for their country will be decided. The entrance was not wide enough for the armor to fit through, and special techniques were used to move it, but the armor was not their target. He asked the heroes to investigate. And then they arrived in aristocratic lands where entry was prohibited, as indicated by signs at the entrance and barbed wire. The king reports that due to the recent demon attack, a large number of pests have appeared there, and now the aristocrats associated with the demons will be exposed. The king thanks the group for their work. The rest of the investigation will be carried out by the government, so a new mission will be granted. The guy asks about a new one. The man reports that demons are plotting within their country, and this is also being said in other countries. The resurrection of the demon race is near, there can be no doubt about it. Let them travel to different places and gather information about demons, expand their knowledge, and call for unity in difficult times. The king announces that it is time for the hero lyrics to arrive, and they all listen attentively to the king. The whole group moves forward, and one of the guys rubs his shoulder, saying that he never thought he wouldn't be able to stand this tediousness. The girl in the hat turns to Gabelt. They're still inside the castle, so let him hold back a bit. He says that he didn't say anything like that. The blonde guy asks Shin why he was so nervous, but he denies it. Shin exhales and reveals that he has been having tachycardia ever since his father ordered him to accompany the boy. Lyrics is surprised because he thought that he himself wanted to accompany him. Shin admits that he was forced. This is the use of valor. How could he refuse when he himself is lower in rank? The girl tells him that he complains so much, and he himself recently said that he was glad to travel with them, but he denies these words. Two people enter the room. They greet the hero Lord. They have heard of his exploits. His name is Rudel Jananias. He will be glad if the hero remembers him. He also heard that he is from the same city as the Black Blade Yukina. The guy says that it's true, and so what? The other day Rudel managed to work with him. They dealt with bandits. He admits that they were very lucky to have him with them. Everything was so easy thanks to him. They were hardly even hurt. All the kidnapped people were saved. The guild even decided to pay them an additional reward. The guy is happy about it. Rudel apologizes for talking so much off topic, but the guy denies it. He reports that it's okay. He was glad to hear at least something about his old friend. Rudel is glad to hear this and asks permission to leave him with their comrades. Both of them are about to leave, but someone with a trembling hand turns to Gatanias. The girl in the hat reports that he is a well-known aristocrat in some circles. As far as she knows, he is one of the best in managing his territory. They say that even the king himself listens to him. Several men are sitting at the table. There is also the second son of the Gatanias family, Rudel Gatanias. He is free and carefree, and has an incredible passion for travel. In his travels, he finds useful resources and also recruits people who will be useful to their territories. One guy says Yukina's name and trembles, standing with his back turned. While he was fighting in the dimly lit cave, Yukina gained connections. While he was poking around in an unknown place, he gained power and influence. The guy represents Yukina's successes. Rudel Gatanias watches from the side and thinks about something, then reports that he is exactly as the rumors said, but there is one nuance. The man next to him stands silently. Rudel touches his hair and asks his partner if he thinks he's a bit boring. The man replies that he doesn't think that's a good way to describe a hero, and Rudel asks if he really thinks so. Rudel looks at the hero again and says that he doesn't think anyone deserves the title of hero more than him. He is really tall and handsome, like the main character from a fairy tale. However, Rudel turns to the man again and tells him that the hero is too perfect. But the Black Blade is not like that. The story of the Black Blade is completely unpredictable. It is completely different from the story of the hero, which in turn is too ideal. The guy imagines two people in his head, the hero Relix and the Black Blade Yukina, thinking that these two absolutely opposite people ended up in the same era. Now this is fun. Rudel is looking forward to seeing what kind of legend Yukina will create, and if he can, he would also like to be a part of his legend. The guy stands with his arms outstretched, flowers behind him. On the day of Relix's departure, a lot of people crowded around the horses. People turned and waved to the hero, asking him to save their world. One of the guys tells Relix that in the end his friend didn't come to see him off, his friend Yukina, and they might never see each other again. The hero laughs at these words. Relix reports that it could very well be, but they had different opinions about each other. The second guy exhales and understands everything. Relix says that it doesn't matter to Yukina whether he's going for a walk or going on a mission to kill the Demon King. It's all completely indifferent to him. In fact, for him, wherever he goes, he is just Relix. The word hero is just an empty sound for him. However, the guy confidently says that he will make Yukina acknowledge him. Everyone sits on their horses, and one of the knights orders them to move out. The hero Relix rides a white horse with a smile, and behind him rides his entire group of horses, waving to the people. The whole crowd watches the hero's group leave. Yukina finds herself in a place where there is a bustle and someone announces a sale in honor of the hero's departure, almost everything for free. Yukina understands that they are supposedly seeing the hero off on a difficult journey, a simple show. The girl tells him that he says so, but they are also going on a journey. The guy agrees with this with displeasure. He says that they have been working a lot lately. They have earned quite a bit of money from the last assignment. They can have some fun. The girls agree with a smile. A joyful group of people are riding in a carriage. The main character says that he is used to traveling in carriages, but this time the passengers are completely different. The girl next to him is eating something. The main character reports that he suddenly remembered something. The guy remembers how he rode in a carriage with Relix and looked out the window in surprise. They were both amazed by the beautiful views. The protagonist realizes that so much time has passed since then. The main character also remembers moments with all the girls who ride with him in the carriage. The guy understands with a smile that he met Aina, Kunya, and Mikage. Everything was not so bad. His weapon tells the guy that he forgot about him. The main character agrees and says that a chance meeting with him changed his whole life. The weapon reports that this is better. They find themselves in Jubilist, one of the most popular tourist spots in the Kingdom of Arcus. Despite its remoteness, it is a landmark that everyone should visit. A man on the street is cooking something and asking everyone to come over because they will miss out on a lot if they don't try the main delicacy of Jubilist. Someone is also shouting that they have rare goods here. A man with a sword stuck in the ground asks people to come closer, saying that whoever pulls out this legendary sword will win a luxurious prize. Someone in armor peers around the corner, thinking about the luxurious prize. He realizes that it looks like they are still doing some strange business here today. The main character and his whole group get out of the cart. The guy looks ahead in surprise. Now he understands what Jubilist is. The guy looks at the port. Mikage tells the boy that it looks like there are fewer people here than there used to be. He asks her if she has been here before. The girl says that she was here hunting a dangerous monster. At that time, she was trying to earn her own exploits. She was not interested in anything else. Mikage says with a smile that she never thought she would ever be interested in sightseeing. The guy looks at her with a smile and tells her about the day they met. She never made such an expression on her face. The girl tells the gentleman that he always knows how to embarrass the girl. The main character asks if she is against it. The girl shakes her head and then the guy puts his hand on her head, which surprises her. Both girls turn to him angrily behind his back, then press themselves against him and say that they wouldn't mind if he paid attention to them too. The main character in the arms of the girls laughs and blushing, tells them that as much as they want. Finally, they arrived at the hotel and the girl asks the protagonist if he will go on a date with Mikage. The guy asks why. He didn't seem to be planning it. However, Mikage would never dare to ask him out, but it can't be helped. She tells Mikage that this is a great opportunity for them to go on a date. But the girl says that this is not necessary, after which the girl tells her that it is one thing to be Yukin's servant, but you can go further and become his lover. They came to this city where there are so many attractions, so they can't miss such an opportunity. The girls look out the window. Mikage wants to object, but another girl appears who simply pushes her towards the guy and demands that they go have fun. The main character holds her hand and asks if they will go. He holds her hand and she tells the guy to wait because she is not mentally ready yet. The guy's weapon notices something and the guy asks what happened. It is not sure that he should have gone with him and Mikage. The guy asks him not to worry because he will not interfere with them. The protagonist looks at Mikage and asks her why she is trailing behind. The girl explains that a lady should walk 3 steps behind a man. That's what she was taught in her hometown. But suddenly, he grabs her hand. The girl looks at their clasped hands in surprise and embarrassment. The main character explains his actions with a smile by saying that they went on a date. She blushes even more and says that it is somehow very awkward. The main character says that it is a very important day, so she has nothing to be embarrassed about. The girl is surprised by this. After the guy's words, Mikage beamed and agreed with the guy's words with a smile, although the redness on her cheeks did not go away. Mikage turns to Yukina and asks him where they are going. The guy says that they need to quickly find where they are going first. The girl asks if such dates exist. Some guy turns to Yukina. The guy points to his bench and says that he has a bunch of interesting curiosities here. He asks Yukina if he will take a look. Mikage takes one of the things in his hand and is surprised to say that it brings back memories. It looks like jewelry from her homeland. The protagonist asks if this is really true. Then the main character says with a smile that he will take it. The guy looks for something in his pocket, while Mikage, with a thing in his hands, looks at him in surprise and bewilderment. However, the girl refuses, telling the guy that he doesn't need to spend money on her, but the main character doesn't listen to the girl and hangs on the girl's ear, saying that everything is fine, it perfectly matches her hair color. The girl really looks great with the decoration on her head. She asks if it is true. She is very happy about it. Mikage tells Yukina that she really shouldn't have spent money. She thought she was lucky to be a woman. In her hometown, only men were allowed to train in martial arts. She watched them and learned herself. In her homeland, she didn't like what a woman had to do. They were just tools for a political marriage. She didn't like it at all. She remembers how she was collecting herbs and grabs Yukina's hand. She tells the guy that after she met him and gave him her body and soul, now her soul has calmed down, and she is very glad that she was born a woman. She all beamed and hugged the guy. 2 girls are watching this couple from around the corner. One of them asks if they can peek. The other says that there is nothing wrong with it because they are just watching love blossom. They look like a couple. The girl happily says that it is true that when she looks at them, she has such a sweet feeling in her chest and warmth spreads throughout her body. The girl trembles and then asks her friend if they will be angry if they find out that they were being watched. The second girl says that then they will finally see Yukina angry. What's wrong with that? The first girl says that she doesn't understand it. They notice that while they were chatting, they lost sight of them. They need to go, but Aina stops them. Suddenly, right in front of the 2 girls, there are 2 guys looking at them, smiling slyly. The main character's weapon turns to him. He irritably asks what he needs at such a moment. The weapon asks him to be quiet and listen. They have a problem here. The weapon reports that the whole thing is that the girls were watching them all this time and were walking from the side, and now there are 2 guys standing in front of them. The main character shouts in rage that some idiots are pestering them. The girl gets scared by such a sudden reaction and asks what the matter is. The guy looks ahead and apologizes to Mikage for the fact that now their date will have to be postponed. Those guys ask the girls about something. Mikage notices them and tells the guy that she understood everything. The evil protagonist curses and goes forward because there is nothing else to do. The weapon asks the protagonist what he is going to do. Yukina asks if it is obvious. The guys who pestered 2 girls offer them some tea and a walk with them, but they apologize, explaining their refusal by saying that they promised to meet someone. The guys ask who they need to meet, not noticing that the main character is already standing right behind them in a rage. The main character grabs them from behind. They try to turn around in bewilderment, but the guy says that they can't touch other people's women, and after these words he throws them over himself, headfirst into the ground. Then, already in the mansion, Mikage stands with her arms folded in front of the 2 girls who had been watching her and were now kneeling, their heads bowed guiltily. The dark-haired girl tries to smile and tells Mikage that it's very painful to sit like that, but Mikage asks if she doesn't like it. She says she does. The second girl asks why. Mikage thoughtfully says that she herself is becoming sad from her punishment, in which case the girl is already about to get up, but Mikage angrily turns around and says that she did not allow her to get up. The girl instantly falls back. The main character, sitting at the table and turning away from the girls, asks about whether it is not clear that it is not nice to peek. The dark-haired girl apologizes. Next to the guy, his weapon is located. The weapon tells the protagonist that when it comes to traps, he loses all control. The guy listens to this angrily. The weapon asks the guy if he went overboard with them. The protagonist explains that they could start arguing, so it would have been better to just stick them in right away. The weapon says that it's terrible. The main character holds his head, although he understands that this is wrong, but when it comes to girls, he can't control himself. The weapon asks the guy to control himself, otherwise one day he might get into trouble. The protagonist disagrees with him. Mikage turns to the guy. Mikage looks down at the girls and apologizes to them. She got too excited. The guy asks if it's true. First of all, it was they who insisted on the date. She happily says that besides, being alone with the master is of course great, but the master is much better when they are all together. The main character says with a smile that this is great. Then everything is decided. They will all go for a walk around the city. All three girls agree with this with a smile. Then they walk around the city and buy and eat all sorts of delicious things, pose near statues and have fun in every possible way. Suddenly, those two guys appear who notice the main character and his company. They inform the leader that it is him. The guy angrily turns to them. The gun tells the guy what he said. Then the guy grabs his head aggressively. Those two guys approach him from behind and someone in armor in the middle. The man in armor comes up and holds his head, tilting it. All four look at him in bewilderment. The man in armor takes off his helmet, and underneath it is a young, long-haired guy who tells the protagonist that it looks like he took care of his guys who are now standing next to him. The protagonist, with a serious face, says that he apologizes for what happened. The guy in armor scoffs and starts swinging. He punches his own men, who fly away from it, and furiously demands that they not cause problems for the others. All four of them watch in shock. These two guys fall to the ground with a loud sound. The guy looks at them with displeasure. They tell the leader that it was very cruel. The guy calls them cattle and shouts about why he should solve their problems for them. If they want to get something, then let them take it with their own hands. The main character asks them not to be surprised that he will tear them apart, asks if they are asking for trouble. The guy in armor calls them weirdos. He grabs them with his hands and says that they created problems. He will make sure that they receive the punishment they deserve. The protagonist agrees and thanks him. Mikage sighs in displeasure. The guy in armor suddenly notices her and asks her if she is really the Silver Flash, after which the girl touches her head. The girl tells the guy with displeasure that they haven't seen each other for a long time and that she actually hoped that they would never cross paths again. The guy is surprised that it is really her. The main character asks Mikage if she knows him, to which she answers positively and says that this is Reed, the second fellow mercenary. Once they work together, Reed asks the girl not to be so boring because they were on the same side. The girl angrily says that the fact that she once had dealings with him is a stain on her life. Reed laughs and tells her that she is as sharp-tongued as ever, and the protagonist notices that Graham wants to say something. Reed walks up to the girl and asks her if he can find out her name. Mikage realizes that in the end it all came back to this. Yukina wonders why she dislikes Reed so much. The girl tells the guy that he also made advances towards her with ulterior motives. The guy listens to her. The girl tells Reed that she is sorry, but her heart is already taken. The guy asks the girl with a smile if it's cool to try something new sometimes. The main character roughly grabs his hand. He tells him that he shouldn't show attention to other people's girls without asking permission. Reed asks what she liked about him so much. The protagonist angrily asks what he means by that. Mikage tells her that he and Aina are Yukina's lovers. Reed smiles after that. The guy with a crazy smile asks if this means that if he kills him, there will be no problems. However, the guy still calms down and turns around, ordering his people to leave. They listen to him. The main character continues to look at them. He exhales, and Graham thinks that it's good that those guys realize that it's better to retreat. The weapon reports that who knew what could have happened. Mikage reports that Reed is a famous mercenary from a neighboring country. For killing a huge number of dangerous monsters, he was nicknamed the Crushing Reed. Mikage explains that due to his personality, he cannot rise above rank 2, but his skills are not inferior to rank 1. She says that Reed apparently led a group of mercenaries, so those people were its members. He united the mercenaries by force, and this is not an easy thing. The girl says that he is just a second-rate tyrant. There is no other way to call him. The guy thinks about the crushing Reed. The boys turn to the leader and ask him why they just left him. Was it worth it? Reed shows them his cracked armor and tells them that it happened after he provoked the guy. It seems that he is not ordinary. This time he will retreat. He is on fire. The more obstacles in his way, the more pleasure he gets when he takes his own, so he will definitely get what he wants. The guys sigh, realizing that nothing has changed and their leader is, as always, in his element. The next day, the main character sits on the street with a group of girls and talks about how their date yesterday was ruined because of that guy, and he wants to leave good memories of today. A girl with food on a stick looks with interest at where the crowd has formed and asks what is going on there. The main character asks her not to get into trouble. Graham says that he is the only one who always gets into trouble. The guy irritably asks him to shut up. The girls call Yukina to go with them. The main character gets up and goes to them. They want to see what's going on there. The guy walks through the crowd. There is a man standing there shouting to come closer. The one who can pull out this legendary sword will be rewarded with a luxurious prize. Graham reports that he is exaggerating when he calls this sword legendary. Well, just for show, what is important is the rage and impulse. One guy in the crowd flexes his arms and says he'll try. He pays the man money and grabs the sword. Then he strains very hard to get it out of the ground, but it doesn't move at all, and the man asks not to get upset, but to try again. Everything became clear to Graham. The girl cuddles up to the main character and tells him that he can get unique prizes. Why shouldn't he try? The guy says that he can try. The guy warms up and asks what exactly he can win. The man tells him that it's a surprise. He'll find out after he pulls out the sword. The main character doesn't understand why and grabs the sword. The main character is surprised to realize that the sword is stuck. That is, it is literally glued. Then he decides to try to get the sword with both hands and strains himself greatly. The next time the magician guy is surprised that the sword won't budge. Everyone around him starts laughing at him, and then the guy angrily asks people if they think he won't succeed. Only 3 girls from the crowd shout to the guy that he will succeed. The main character says that everything will happen now. He tenses up so much that the earth shakes. The next moment he pulls the sword out of the ground, raising it above his head and shouting that this is how it is. Then the guy looks at the sword in bewilderment, at the end of which there is a round piece of something. The guy does not understand what it is. Graham sighs and says that he made the sword look special on purpose, but in reality it was connected to the ground with magic. In other words, he was simply tricked. The guy is angry about this. The guy looks at the creator of the competition with a sly grin and asks him what kind of good prize there is. The man looks at him in fear. The man points his finger at the guy and orders everyone to deal with him. The main character is confused by this. Everyone looks at him angrily. Graham says that apparently all these guys were needed to attract clients. It was all his fraudulent scheme. The boys attack them, but Mikage is going to defend himself and uses a flash, attacking several boys at once. The protagonist is surprised that Mikage looks amazing with any weapon. The guys ask what he will do if he attacks him. However, the main character simply drops stones at them, and the girl behind him shouts at him that he is a good boy. A menacing man appears behind the girl. She apologizes to him, but after that he falls to the ground. She is surprised by this. The girl looks at how the guy is surrounded by enemies from all sides. More and more of them are gathering, but the next moment the main character throws them all to the sides. The girls shout to him that it was amazing. He notices 2 silhouettes running towards them, who ask what that noise was. They turned out to be guards. The man points his finger at the guy and tells the guard that he is interfering with his business. The guard is going to listen to the story later. The guard orders to seize this guy with a spear on his back and 3 girls. All 4 are shocked by such an act. The main character tells the guards that the man is lying. He and his guys deceived him, but the guards are not going to listen to him and grab the guy. He angrily shouts at them that they are not listening to him. The man quietly says something to one of the guards. The protagonist understands that this merchant and the soldiers are in cahoots. What will they do now? Graham notices a silhouette. This silhouette turns out to be Reed, who approaches them and informs them that he is against this method of doing business. The guard asks why he is here. It is none of the stranger's business. However, Reed says that he is for common sense and cannot ignore such an attitude. The guy says that since he is for common sense, he would not pester other people's girls. Reed reports that he saw that the one who is really to blame here is that fat man, points his finger at him. The main character is surprised. He watched from the side and ordinary people and travelers were deceived by him with the help of the sword. The man asks what he is talking about. Reed asks if they are real soldiers. They are surprised by his statements. The guards say that it looks like they just misunderstood the situation. Two of them grab the man. One of the guards asks to take the man away, but the man turns around and smiles. The main character gets angry and wants to fight, but Reed stops him and laughs. He tells them that they got into such a mess. The main character sarcastically thanks the guy, who the next moment already approached one of the girls and says that everything is for her. The main character gets mad again. The guy asks the main character not to be so angry and suggests that they sit somewhere together. A little later, they are all sitting in a restaurant where a waitress brings them cups of coffee. The girl thanks Reed for his help. He says that it's not worth it because it's all for the sake of the beautiful ladies. He puts down the cup and says that lately he's been encountering such people quite often. She is surprised that there are many of them. The guy tells her that Ubersi is a tourist town and that they have been doing this kind of thing for a long time. Locals and visitors often conflict. The more people there are in the city, the dirtier it becomes. Over the past year, there has been especially much of this dirt. The girl sips her coffee and thinks about what he wants to say. She asks if the city is in this state because he wasn't here, and the guy says that's a very good idea. He must find and eliminate the reason for the deterioration of security in this city. This is the task he has now taken on. The protagonist listens to the guy. Reed's men approach him and say that they finally found it. The guy thanks them for their work and asks about what's going on with the other case. One of the guys says that everything is fine. After that, Reed gets up and says that he has to go because he still has things to do. He would like to show them their city, but he would be too lazy to get him out of every trouble. The guy silently watches them go. The main character turns to Aina and asks her what she means. The girl tells him that something is wrong here. Let him judge for himself. Those soldiers, is it really that easy to pretend to be a soldier? If such activity flourishes in the city and there are few real soldiers here, then they can do whatever they want. The guy finished this sentence for Aina. She goes on to say that regular soldiers clearly can't handle them, and perhaps there's something else going on behind it. The protagonist asks if Reed can be trusted in that case. Mikage says that it doesn't look like he's lying. This city clearly has a dark criminal side, and those who made a mistake and went against it are punished. A girl with a serious face reports that in this city, behind the scenes, there is a completely different order. The protagonist suggests returning to the capital. Mikage says that it would be nice to leave before they get involved in something. This is a good option. Graham says that unfortunately they will not be allowed to do this. All four begin to look around and be on guard, standing with their backs to each other. A group of people approaches them and asks the protagonist's group if they are interfering with their business. The guy asks what they're talking about. Then the guy with glasses says that he knows that he and Reed get along well, and since he came here, work has become much harder. All of them started preparing for the fight. The guy with glasses says that before they cause more problems, it is better to get rid of them. Graham says that even despite this, it doesn't look like they're going to kill them. They don't have anything cutting. They want to maim them to scare them. The main character understands that he'll have to calm them down. The bald guy with a wooden beam is already rushing at the main character, but the guy boldly hits him in the stomach. The bald guy falls to the ground and then another guy screams, swears, and goes to attack the guy. However, the main character with an unperturbed look grabs him by the weapon and throws him up. The guy lands with a thud. The others look at him. The protagonist throws his weapon, which is still in his hands, to Mikage, who catches it. The girl suddenly rushes forward, sweeping aside all the enemies in her path, who scream from this. The boys realize that they are so strong. One of the boys pushes the other one so that he runs for help. However, the girl does not let him run away and throws a stone at his back, from which he cannot stand and falls. Aina also fights and tells Yukina that they cannot be allowed to call for reinforcements. The protagonist makes eye contact with one of the evil guys, and then Graham asks him if he is thinking about anything bad right now. The guys look on in bewilderment as the main character grabs the guy and demands that everyone stay in their places. If they move even one step closer, he will cut off his head. The guy starts to get really angry at him, and Yukina says that he better not move, otherwise his hand might twitch. He asks if it's clear now which of them is the villain. All the guys call him a coward and demand that he let their brother go. The main character shouts and asks who is the coward here. They came in a crowd, let them shut up or he will hurt their brother very much. The guys are scared at first and then angry. The girl turns to the guy and asks what he is trying to achieve. He does not think further. Mikage suggests cutting off their hands so that they will be more obedient, but Yukina says that this is too much. The guy he's holding hostage says he doesn't know who's on their side in this city. Does he think he'll be able to get out of the city alive? Aina reports that it turns out that all their friends know about them. Graham tells the guy that if he can't win, then let him join them. The protagonist says that they will try to escape and warns everyone about it. The main character counts to 3, but before that he casts a spell over the hostage, then he is about to run. The guy throws it into the crowd, it flies with a scream and scatters everyone who got hit by its blow. They all run away and the girl says that they are now running in the direction of the hotel. The guy suggests turning around. Graham says that even if they get to the hotel, what next? He notices a silhouette and thinks that one of them is there. The silhouette gestures for them to run towards him. He asks the girls what to do. Mikage says that they need to go forward. They run straight out the door. A crowd of armed men runs past the door from which Aina is peeking out. She says that it looks like they managed to break away after all. The people inside greet the group. Mikage realizes who was behind all this. Reed stands and looks at them. The protagonist asks how long ago he planned all this. Reed asks what he is talking about. He didn't plan to get rid of them the first time they met in the daytime. He set up the whole situation with the soldiers. Reed says he's making it all up. Reed immediately informs them that it would be better for them to cooperate with him. Mikage stands in front of Reed and asks him if he is asking them to cooperate against a common enemy, in that sense. The guy answers that it is true. He thinks that now they understand how serious everything is here. Frankly, he does not have enough workers. Of course they can refuse, but do they think that they will succeed? All exits from the city are probably blocked. If they are discovered, they will immediately be attacked. He himself cannot choose, and then here they appeared. A high-class swordswoman, a wonderful mage, and also a first-class healer, and some more. Namely, Yukina's very promising black blade. The main character looks at the guy seriously. The guy tells Reed that he knows a lot. Reed says that he is good at collecting information and his subordinates help him a lot. Yukina says that if you think about it, they themselves will definitely not escape from here. This is clear to them. The protagonist agrees and says that they will cooperate, but they are just working together. Reed suddenly says that he has a cool spear. The main character thinks that he can't take his eyes off him. He has a feeling that something similar has happened before. Suddenly, Reed snaps his fingers, which brings the protagonist to his senses. Reed says that everything is decided. They will discuss everything somewhere else. There are several people on the street. Suddenly, a guy in a suit and glasses comes out of one of the buildings, looking to the side. Reed greets him and asks him if his boss is there. The guy replies that the boss is inside and that he shouldn't be rude to him. Reed says that he will try. Reed goes inside and sprawls at the table. The guy asks the protagonist to choose what he likes. The protagonist asks what kind of boss this is. The guy explains that now the power in the city is divided into 2. The first is his goal. This organization has recently begun to sow chaos in this city, and the second are those who have ruled the city since ancient times, the Jingin family. Reed thinks they've figured it out. The Jingin family runs this bar. It's basically their family headquarters. The guy asks who the boss is. The guy says that he is the boss of the Jingin family and a muscular man, and several other guys appear behind him. The man asks Reed what he needs while he is here. He cannot enjoy alcohol and who is with him. Reed replies that new assistants. The boss finds out the main character is a Black Blade. The guy asks how he knows him. In fact, the mafia is very good at collecting information. The man apologizes for not introducing himself yet. His name is Nike Jingen. He is a member of the Jingen family. Reed states that this Black Blade could be the one to destroy them, after which he suddenly starts laughing. The boss asks the guy if he thinks this idiot will do anything to bother them. The protagonist gets mad and then the man asks if he can prove otherwise. The man reports that even Reed recommends him, but he likes to test things out in his own way. The protagonist sends him away and the guards ask him what he just said. The guy says that he was asked for help and cooperation, and then they force him to get involved in a fight. The man tells him that he is a coward. The boss says that Reed recommended a coward. It's time for him to have his eyesight checked. The protagonist gets angry about this and demands that they not dare to mock him. As a result, the main character agreed and now they are going to fight with bare hands. The guy looks at the boss with displeasure. Mikage asks Reed what he thinks. He says that this is a simple fist fight. Strength and endurance decide here. The guy definitely won't lose in this. The girl says that Yukina can use healing magic. Reed asks about it again. One of the guys tells them to get ready and gives the command to start. The next moment they both hit each other in the face. Then they push each other away, and the man says that it was not bad. The main character also laughs and is already preparing for the next attack, looking angrily at the boss. At this time, the boss hits the air and the main character is surprised by his strength, and the man says that if he does not attack, he will attack himself. After this, he makes a blow, which the main character dodges and attacks him with a scream. However, the boss also dodges his blow and the next second hits him in the face. From the blow, the guy flies into a pile of bottles and breaks them. The guy gets all wet and the man asks him if he's finished yet. The guy thinks that he's clearly more experienced than him. He dragged him into the fight, so it was worth guessing that he wasn't joking. The protagonist is about to attack again and says that he will finish him off with one powerful blow, but this blow misses. Then the boss makes several blows at the guy. The girls are surprised that he doesn't use healing magic. Graham tells his partner to calm down because he can defeat the boss. The main character thinks that he could have not spoken, but he can't get there at all. What should he do? What would the Mikage do in such a situation? The guy realizes that Mikage would not attack thoughtlessly. The main character dodges the blow and jumps back. He stands in a stance and Graham praises him. Let him take his time and win. Instead of one strong blow, he will deliver two at once. Nikeo says that the hero realized that the attacks will not work and so he went on the defensive. There is a fight between them. Yukina decides to use another technique instead of one strong blow. He must land two quick ones. With this technique, he managed to injure Nikeo. The hero thought that he should not let him breathe. He should deliver precise blows. And then he saw that the enemy had stumbled. Now was the perfect moment to attack. This is the right moment for one strong blow. Nikeo is thrown into the wall. Yukina's blow was very strong. The man is in shock. His subordinates run up to him and ask how he is feeling. He asks if he really lost. The worker confirms this. At this time, the hero used healing magic. Nikeo noticed this and asked the guy about it. He confirmed it. Then why didn't he use it in battle? Yukina replies that it was a fist fight, and he is not a coward. The man was surprised at first and then smiled and said that he liked the guy. He got down on one knee and apologized to the guy for laughing at him. He lifted him onto his shoulder and said that from today on they were brothers. He would eliminate anyone who dared to laugh at him. The man announced that everything was decided. He was their brother. The people were happy. They decided to celebrate it. Nikeo says that they have become closer and now he can just call him brother. The hero said that he does not need it. The man tells him not to worry. The Jingen family were real butchers from the start. Yukina notices that underneath him, it is clear that he would have made an excellent criminal. However, he does not understand why his attitude towards him has changed so much. The other man replies that he already is. You don't become a normal mafia boss. Then a worker runs into the room and reports that something bad has happened. Nikeo told him to leave because he and his brother would be discharged. The employee said that it was very important. A crowd of people gathered at their door. Nikeo workers ask people at the door if they know whose territory this is. Narinki Caruana says it's the territory of the old mafia, which has gone completely mad. The Karuane family are newcomers they didn't get around to in time. Before they could blink, they were a huge force in the city. Nikao asked if they really couldn't do without him. The girl told Yukina that there are experienced fighters among them. The young man sees this, and they are not similar to each other. Nikao asks Yukon and his companion not to interfere for now, at least while he can still fight. Is there really going to be a fight here? The mafia boss confirmed this and added that he will emerge victorious. It will be a good fight. The man addressed Nirinki Caruana. He thought that he would be even more late. He answered that if he delayed too long, the rats would become even fatter, so he came. Then he noticed a familiar face. He needed him. Nirinki asks to give Yukin and his companion, then so be it, he will leave today. The hero cursed the man and Nico laughed. He said that as soon as he dealt with the walking lard, they would celebrate their victory. Nirinki cursed. In the next moment, Boss Caruana shouted for everyone to rush into the attack. Nikio told them to get out of the way and rush to fight off their attacks. He slammed one of the guys into the ground and then said that he would now show them the power of the Jingen family. His staff supported him. Yukina noted that in this fight they could even take each other's lives. He was not going to interfere in the affairs of bandits. Suddenly, someone decided to attack the guy from behind, but he was warned and managed to dodge. The unknown man said that he never asks for a hero. The hero appeared behind him, put his hand on his shoulder and told him to bend over. And the next moment he threw it towards where the bandits were fighting. Yukina doesn't understand where Reed went. His group of mercenaries would have been easy to deal with here. Someone responded that it looked like he had fled before the fight even started. So the hero was told that if Nirinka Caruana's life was taken, the Caruana family would be finished. If they want this to end quickly, then this is a great idea. He decides to go straight. Their target is the gang leader, Nirinki Caruana. The boy tells Graham to use the enhancement. He reports that it is ready. The boy is ready to break through. Caruana's gang members tried to hold him back, but the boy easily smashed through their wall. Yukina easily defeated the people from Yukina's group. His powerful aura repels them. The hero was already at the goal when suddenly Nirinki called someone. The young man almost reached the boss. Suddenly someone appeared in front of him and defended the leader. It was the chief's assistant, a man with long black hair and a metal arm. Nirinki began to scold the man for being late. He shouted at him to work. The hero thought that he would succeed. The man rushed at the guy. He raised his metal hand and struck the guy, but the guy managed to stop him. He didn't understand what was happening. Yukina cursed at him. The hero swung his staff, used strengthen, and dealt a blow that left a dent in the ground. The man realized something. A power that clearly suits his body and the black spear. He is a black blade. He has become famous. They talk about him everywhere. He will take his life. The hero says that Reed mentioned that there are strong ones among them, so he is one of them. The man hissed and rushed to attack. He wounded the hero. The young man is perplexed. The man says that according to rumors he is stronger or he is not in the mood yet. Yukina told him to shut up. He hit him with just one blow. The demon understood everything. The man told the hero to die. Reed told the guy that he was distracting with his claw. 59. And indeed, the man kicked the boy in the stomach. Yukina looks at her stomach and realizes that it was close. The man rushed to attack the boy again. He ducked. Suddenly someone screamed. The bald man says that he is one of us, and the next moment he is deprived of life, and Nirinki sits and smiles. The young man was outraged that he was taking the lives of his comrades. The man began to laugh, but suddenly became serious when a knight appeared and handed him over. He told the man to prepare for death. Yukina realized that he would take all the glory for himself. The man swung his weapon, preparing to strike, but suddenly a pattern appeared behind Nirinka Caruana, and a young man emerged from the ground, and he struck Yukin's attacking comrade. The hero is shocked that Reed was flying at him. The boy and the girl were lying on the ground. Yukina was touching something soft. It was a woman's breast. The girl told him to take his hands off her, and then she hit him. He was surprised that she was a girl. She asked him if he couldn't dodge it. He was even weaker than she thought. Weiss turned to Bale and said that this is so cool. Such battles do not happen every day. Bale asks him not to let down his guard, otherwise he could easily lose. So the guy decided to go all out right away. He dropped his lollipop, it hit the ground, and some kind of pattern appeared there. They decided to remove the disguise. From that circle with patterns, some monsters began to appear that looked like larvae with teeth. The staff says that Reed didn't warn about this. They are demons. Nikio noticed the creatures approaching them. He told his comrades to move away. The monster rushed to attack. However, Nikko hissed and struck the creature. It died, but a huge number of these monsters continued to come at them. One of the workers noted that there were too many of them. The man standing on the roof called everyone to get to work, 3 monsters for each. The men rushed to attack. One of the guys fought back with a shield and the other 2 worked together. Nikko smiled and said that these guys came just in time. He told them not to dare to die. The girl knight also fights against the creatures. She cut it through with ease. Bale took his hammer in his hands and threw something at the girl. She tried to shield herself from the approaching danger. But Weiss, who wanted to hurt the girl, got between the stones flying at her. But Yukina appeared just in time. The girl told the Black Blade that it was not bad. The hero noted that these guys work well together. So they too will have to work as a team. They have no other choice. The girl and the guy rushed to attack. A fight began between demons and humans. Bale knocked the boy's blade out of his hands. Yukina called out to Graham. Weiss grabbed Bale's hammer and began to spin it. And then he let go of him to deliver a powerful blow. The demon hit Yukina with all his might. He flew back a decent distance. Yukina flew away and crashed into something. It was Nikko. He told the boy that the monsters had already been taken care of. There was an entire army behind them. Bale told Weiss that they had to leave. Weiss asked about the reason for leaving. They could handle it together. He answered that everything has its time, and the main thing is not to let down your guard. You can't underestimate people. The demon agreed and they disappeared. Yukina breathed a sigh of relief after they disappeared. The next day he came out of the room and saw a girl sitting. He asked her if she hadn't slept since yesterday. She confirmed this and asked if it was really visible on her face. The hero asked if she was okay. The girl said that she had not slept all night and was treating. When he is a doctor, he often has to do this, but he was really a little tired. She got up and found herself next to the guy. And then she kissed him. They were kissing and the night girl saw it. She opened her mouth in surprise. The nurse said that she felt better. She decided to go and get some sleep. She asked to wake her up if something happened to the patients. The young man scratched his head and agreed. The girl knight noticed that they clearly got along well. Didn't she believe it? The girl sat down on the floor, snorted and blushed. Yukina asked if the others were okay. She replied that it didn't look like there were big losses. The man sits on the floor and says that they didn't know. They can't believe it. The girl said that the Narinkis simply paid the bandits. That's how they always worked. Nikko greeted Reed and Yukina and said that they fought well yesterday. Reed suggested that they discuss their future plans. First, the boss would like to express his gratitude. He bowed and said that if they hadn't been there, all his comrades would be dead. Reed said that she didn't need gratitude. She can't stand this. Yukina agreed with her. Their job is to fight monsters. However, the man still thanked them. However, yesterday there was so much noise and the local sister didn't even show up. Nikko said that Narinki was in charge there and he doubted that it would end there. The girl asks Reed about her acceptance of the mission as a mercenary. She answers that Narinki must be kept in custody. He must be handed over to the government of the neighboring country. Nikko asks if it's even okay to talk about it like that. Reed confirms. They understand that in order to gain their support, she has to be honest. She thinks that they have already guessed that Narinki is not just a man with a lot of money. He is a famous villain in the neighboring country. When he was supposed to be arrested, he managed to hide from the guards and got all the way to Uberist, where he hid for a long time. And where he runs away to, he always creates a ton of problems. If they find out that he ran away, the authority of the neighboring country will fall greatly. Yukina asked about whether they really want Narinki to be transferred into custody secretly. Reed confirmed it, but with these demons, it is unlikely to be possible to get it. The hero asked if these were really demons. The girl confirmed it. Narinki couldn't have seized power in the city he had just arrived in just like that. Those two probably had a hand in it. It's a shame to admit it, but she can't reach Narinki alone. But with heroes, that's a different story. Yukina said that he doesn't work for free in the battle against demons. Reed replied that there will be a reward, of course, if all of Narinka's savings disappear somewhere. No one will even raise an eyebrow. Nikko says that if this man needs to be driven out of the city, he will do it for free. He asks Yukina to help him. The hero says that he is not going to become part of the mafia. Reed laughs and begins to explain their next move. Nikko asks about what it means they will wait for their turn. Reed answered that first they need to show up. The Karyuan family still had about 40% of their soldiers left. In an emergency, they might not have enough forces to fight Narinka. Then half of her mercenary group would occupy the city and prevent him from attacking it. Yukina clarified the meaning of these actions and words. The mafia boss explained that they were at a disadvantage. The hero understood, and then he clarified that perhaps they had something stronger than these demons. The secretary replied that according to their information, no. Yukina summed up that in that case they would make the first move. He was determined. Narinka's hideout, Caruana was sitting at the table drinking. He was very angry and swearing. The demons were standing behind him, watching. Bale asked if yesterday's situation had really upset him so much. The man looked angrily at the demon and replied that it had too, but it wasn't just that. Caruana explains that the boy who fought in the battle, he is the main problem. He thought that he was a simple tourist. He did not know that it was a black blade. If he had known this before the battle, he would have gotten rid of it earlier. The man wouldn't let him do whatever he wanted. His family wouldn't lose face. He turned to Weiss and Bale. With a wild look, he told them to get rid of the black crinkle by any means necessary. They must give him priority. Bale asked his comrade's opinion. He agreed, and suddenly he felt something. Caruana and the demons went out onto the balcony and asked the employee what had happened. He responded that the Jingin family had rushed in. There was a fight going on inside the room. Yukina was punching the man in the face. Nico was also not far behind and was working on the other man's face. Reed had punched the stranger in the face. Caruana slammed his chair and told the demons to kill them all. If they won the fight, he would pay them double from next month, and the best would be promoted to leadership positions. Bale said that he loved generous people and smiled brightly. The man asked how else. At such moments, money cannot be saved. That is why he saved it. He told them to bring him the head of the Black Blade. Bale agreed and asked Weiss if he was ready. He replied, watching the fight below, that they came to them themselves. He plans to enjoy the fight. Then Yukina noticed the demon. He ran towards 3 people with a gun. Weiss cursed at his gang members and told them to at least use up the Black Blade. The hero charged, screaming, and then he delivered a powerful blow to the enemy's face. Graham said that he was doing well. He replied that he was starting to get used to fist fights. Then he noticed that someone was sneaking up behind him. And he thrust out his fist, which met the face of the man who was coming at him from behind. He fell. The other 2 also rushed at the hero. They called him names and said that he asked for it, but the young man did not lose his composure and grabbed them both by the neck. He thus knocked them to the ground, winning the victory. Yukina started to climb the stairs. 2 men blocked his way. The boy cast a summon and threw his staff over the men. They turned their heads to watch. Then the staff landed at the top of the stairs. The young man waved his hand and the blade began to spin. The men did not understand what was happening. The next moment, the staff began to descend from the stairs at a furious speed, thereby knocking the bandits off their feet. They all started falling down the stairs, knocking each other down, and the hero deftly jumped up. He found himself on the right floor and greeted the demons. He said that they had not finished yesterday. Bale stood with a serious face, and Weiss smiled and laughed. Reed tusked when she saw that Yukina had reached the demons first. Nikio noted that he hadn't expected a younger brother. The other girl asked if he had any doubts. The hero stood opposite 2 demons. They were silent. He said that their target was Nikio and then suggested that they play with him for now. Bale responded that the boss had changed their main target. The demon announced that he was now their priority target. The young man smiled slyly. Weiss said that the order just changed. They'll get rid of him first and then Nikio. Reed said that he's a really creepy guy. The girl asked how long the Black Blade was going to chatter. Yukina asked her not to speak as if he was the boss here. The hero applied the boost. They rushed to attack. The weapons were ready for battle. Weiss laughed and then ran to the side to avoid the attack. Yukina told them not to interfere with him. The hero aimed at the floor. The floor fell apart, dust rose, something flew at Bale. The blade cut his hand. Reed said that she drew first blood. The hero turned to Graham. The staff said that her weapon was somehow abnormal. He was also confused by its length. How can it move so freely? Weiss asked Bale about his comrade's condition. He answered positively and told him to take off his disguise. He agreed and they took on their true forms. Yukina noticed that they showed their demonic nature. He heard that he had a bad reputation among their people. Bale confirmed this and said that Nurs was their relative. Thanks to him, the entire system collapsed. Several demons were defeated. Yukina's Black Blade, everyone knows that name. The hero chuckled. Yukina said that at least he became famous, though not among humans. He asked about Narinki, knowing that they are demons. Weiss replied that he doesn't care about origin, the main thing is that you are strong. Reed noted that Narinki is good at selecting people. Bale said that he was tired of chatting. He informed them that they were now going to say goodbye to their lives. Reed told them to try and launched an attack with her sword. The man dodged. He told him that the same attack wouldn't work twice. He raised his leg and caught the girl's sword. She was surprised. At that moment, someone laughed behind her. It was Weiss. He said that he would turn the girl into a pancake. Yukina tried to warn the girl. The demon struck, the floor shattered. The hero managed to save Reed. The girl hissed. Yukina said that they were much stronger than before the transformation. He asked the girl if she could continue. The girl laughed and told the guy not to underestimate her. She stood up and pushed the guy in the shoulder. With a wild look, she said that now she would be serious. She unfastened the bandage that was on her head. Some kind of pattern appeared near her eyes. Yukina assumed that it was a stigmata. The girl told no one Slay to wake up. It was time to work. The guy realized that everything that was happening was the same as back then. Someone laughed loudly. Slay was glad that Reed had finally woken him up. Reed noticed that Slay was loud as usual. He responded that he was overwhelmed with emotion. This was not how she should greet him, but it seemed she had awakened him in a rather interesting situation. This time he forgives her. Yukina told Graham that he was glad he wasn't like that. Slay yelled at them that he could hear them. The sword was outraged that they were laughing at him. He promised to deal with them both. The hero began to swear, and the staff said that he had a different character. Without a doubt, it is a weapon with a will of its own. Bale intervened in their conversation and said that they talk a lot during the fight. He was next to the hero in a matter of seconds. He managed to react and repel his attack. The demon said that Reed and Yukina were dangerous together, so he decided to separate them. The room was divided into two halves. On one side was Yukina, and on the other was Reed. The girl noticed this and cursed. Weiss had already rushed to attack and reminded her that he was her opponent. The girl got angry and said that he was bothering her. She began to prepare Slay for the attack. She swung and struck, but the demon dodged. He noted that it was a good move. She agreed and suggested continuing yesterday's fight. Weiss agreed to play with her. They clashed with weapons. Slay was glad to be back in action. After another attack, the girl asked if he was really going to attack in one way. After using some attack, Weiss hit the sword, but it did not give up, but said that the demon was caught. The guy was confused. He didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, the blade of the sword flew up. The girl tried out the arc skill. Her eye glows. The blades of the sword were directed at the demon with all their might. He tried to cover himself with his hammer. He did not understand what was happening. Slay destroyed Weiss's hammer with his blades. The demon noticed this when only sticks remained in his hands. He threw them and said that the girl had a real coward's weapon. Slay asked him if he was sure of his statement. In fact, they are just stronger. The guy understood everything. He started looking for something in his pockets. He took out 2 lollipops and said that now he knows how to play with her. He will be tougher. He squeezed 2 lollipops in his hands, crushing them. 2 black spheres formed in his hands. He smiled and said that he would break the girl. Then he raised his hand to strike. He released black energy towards the girl. She in turn called Slay. He, without wasting time, understood the call of the mistress and also began to act. He easily dispelled the demon's dark attack. Weiss was shocked. His mouth dropped open in surprise. He was confused. Reed turned to the guy. She told him not to underestimate adults and to be an obedient boy. Weiss laughed. At this time, the battle between Bale and Yukina was going on. The demon prepared to use his iron hand, but the hero dodged it in time. He was on the verge of death. During the battle, Graham told the boy to pay attention to his legs. And it was the right decision, because Bale was about to attack the boy's legs, but he reacted in time. The demon noticed that the young man was not only strong, but also quite agile. The hero thanked his opponent hesitantly. He continued to attack the creature, but the demon deftly dodged all attacks. Graham told Yukina that Bale was very wary of their counterattack. The hero needed to find a suitable opportunity. The boy noted that it was easier said than done. Bale told the young man not to get distracted in the fight. The demon showered the hero with endless attacks. Graham told his partner that at this rate he would take their lives. Yukina understands this. The demon began to move at lightning speed. The hero did not have time to follow it. He assumed that it was behind, but there was nothing there. Bale decided to attack him from above. He cut through the part of the balcony where Yukina was standing. The hero fell with this part. He landed badly, it hurt. And Bale himself went down the stairs. He noticed that the guy had a good reaction, and he had already thought that such an attack would end the guy's lifeline. Graham says that he would not be surprised if the hero died now. He explains to the guy that Bale is a bad opponent for him. He dodges well and quickly switches to attack, and the direction of the attacks is interesting. They urgently need to do something and look for the right moment, Yukina hissed. During this time, Reed continued to fight Weiss. The hero cursed and said that he couldn't concentrate on the battle when he heard his voice. Graham said that he couldn't shut that sword up, he just laughed like a horse. The staff has decided to contact Slay. He tells him to feel him, let his words reach him. They must cooperate, they must find a way to crush these demons. Suddenly, Graham warned his partner of the danger. Bale attacked the guy, but he managed to dodge. The demon attempted to attack again, but the hero dodged it with a backflip. And this continued several more times in a row. The young man's strength was running out. Yukina decided to use his staff to attack. He swung it, called Bale annoying, and struck, but the demon managed to block the attack. However, the blow threw him back some distance. Graham asked the guy to give him a break. His head was ringing. Yukina turned to the staff and asked if he could communicate with his weapon without words. He said that he could. A brilliant idea came to the hero's mind. Yukina turned to Reed, who was surprised to hear the voice of the black blade in her head. The guy told her that it didn't matter now, they probably couldn't communicate telepathically. That was their advantage. The guy suggested using that and collaborating. Slay said he didn't want that, he wanted to fight freely. Reed told him to shut up and threatened to send him to bed again. Then she told the guy she was ready to listen to him. The guy asked to drive the enemy into his line of sight. The girl asked the reason. He replied that he and Graham would get him. Reed agreed and said that she would push him aside. She began to attack. She then turned to Slay and said that he was now in charge. The sword began to attack furiously. The demon cursed, trying to fight back. Weiss found himself on the edge of the severed balcony. Reed told her comrade that they needed to act now. Suddenly, the guy jumped away from Bale. And then he swung his staff, and the next moment he released it. Bale understood what was going on. He tried to warn Weiss of the danger. He turned around, and it seemed he managed to fight off Yukin's attack. However, he was distracted, which gave Slay an opportunity to capture him. The flexible blades of the sword wrapped around the demon's body. And the next moment the girl pulled the handle and the blades contracted. Bale was shocked by the death of his comrade, but Yukina did not give him time to be sad. In a matter of seconds he was behind him, ready to attack. But the demon managed to dodge. He asked the guy why he was attacking with his bare hands, and the hero reminded him of the rule he had explained to him. Don't get distracted during the fight. Then Bale understood what was going on. His metal-clawed arm was wrapped in flexible Slay blades, and at that moment Yukina created an illusion of a staff. And then he cut off the demon's hand. Blood gushed from his hand as Weiss fell from the balcony. 259. Finding himself on the floor, he cried and said that he would never forgive them. And Bale, hanging his head down, said that they had lost. Bale approached his wounded comrade and told him that they were leaving. And then a black aura enveloped them and they disappeared. Yukina exhaled and called them cowards. Reed said that it was a great job. He told her in return that she moved well too. The girl said that he surprised her. She heard his voice during the battle. She thought that she had already gone crazy. The hero said that he almost went crazy too. He continued to hear Slay's laughter. Reed realized that it wasn't a rumor that he had defeated the evil dragon, and it was all true. Yukina had said that it shouldn't be known. The girl was surprised by the guy's words. Her eyes lit up and she said that it was curious. Suddenly the door to the room swung open. The hero turned in that direction. Nikio entered the room holding Narinki Caruana by the scruff of the neck and asked his comrades if they were finished. The hero rubbed his nose and laughed. The boss attracted the attention of the remaining bandits. He announced that the entire Narinki family had been defeated. He climbed up on the bar and announced that their family had won. The gang members rejoiced. The girl turned to Mr. Yukina and said that she was glad that he was safe. He noted that he had a strange vacation, and when he returned to the capital, there would be work there again. The nurse suggested staying here longer. The hero said that it sounded good. Suddenly, he noticed Reed, who was surrounded by a hostile aura. The guy said her name. She turned to him and asked him to be hers. The hero didn't understand why she was suddenly saying such things. Her eyes were wild and the guy looked serious. The girl told Reed to stop, but the hero stopped her. The knight said that she wants a boyfriend. He asked her what would happen if he refused. She replied that she would take it by force. Slay supported her and told her not to hold back. After all, they are the embodiment of greed itself. He told her to take what she wanted, even if she had to use force. Its owner gets everything she wants. Instincts cannot be overcome and therefore she is free to do whatever she wants. An iron cocoon enveloped the girl. And then she burst out of there. Her eyes were wild. Her hands turned into iron tentacles. Slay told her to rob and take everything. He named her Daneslave. Reed tells the boy to just obey her, because when that happens, there's no stopping her. She'll carve a mark on his body, a reminder of who he belongs to. Yukina asks Graham if she has turned into a monster. He answers that he knew that this slay is not so simple. This is bad. This is the form of the great demon human blade. He will not be able to withstand this. The hero hisses. Reed told him that she didn't want to take his life, so she asked him not to die. The hero noticed that there was a clear contradiction here. The girl started to attack the guy, but the mouth managed to repel her attack. Graham warned about the attack from above. Many blades were aimed at the hero, but thanks to the warning, he managed to fight them off. The next attack was preparing from the right. And indeed, one of the blades headed towards the guy and broke the floor. Suddenly, the hero felt something. One of the tentacles wrapped around his hand, in which he held the spear. Reed glared at the boy. He told her not to underestimate him. He clenched his teeth. He secured his foot to the floor and began to wave his spear, which was captured by the girl, shouting. He said that they would go fishing. Reed was shocked, and this trick helped the guy. The blade freed his hand. The girl noticed that he had now overpowered Daneslave. He was incredibly strong. She said she wanted more, and she started attacking again. Graham told the guy that he would be telling the direction and number of attacks. The first 2 attacks were from above. 1 behind, 3 on the left, 2 below. The hero was surprised by the words about an attack from below. In the next moment, one of the blades began an attack from below. It lifted the guy up. Reed declared that this was the end. She raised her hand, turning her tentacles into a fist and prepared to strike. However, the blade of another girl's katana flashed, and she stood up to defend her comrade. She took the full brunt of the blow. The hero shouted Mikage's name. Mikage, taking the blow that was intended for Yukina, dropped the katana from her hands and fell to the floor. The hero hissed and ran towards the girl. He lifted the girl slightly and asked about her condition. Then he noticed blood on her clothes. He started to worry. But the girl told him that it was his blood. He apologized to her and began to treat his wound. Mikage said nothing. Suddenly tears began to flow from the girl's eyes. The boy became worried and asked her what had happened. He assumed that she was in pain somewhere. The young lady began to cry and began to pray for forgiveness from Mr. Yukina. She only gained the courage to fight shoulder to shoulder with him. But she couldn't even repel her attack. Yukina was shocked by his comrade's words. However, there was no time to think. Reed said that the hero was being protected by a woman, and that was disappointing. However, she asked him not to worry. She will protect everyone, him and Mikage, and Kune and Aina. They will all be hers. Suddenly, Yukina released some powerful energy. The guy started to get up and told the girl that she was speaking correctly. He's a disappointment and it pisses him off. The protagonist was really angry. Aina, seeing everything that was happening, became wary. She started screaming that it was dangerous here and tried to take away all the people present. Kune approached Mikage and told her that they had to leave. However, she continued to look at the hero and said his name. Reed's nose started bleeding. She wiped it and said that the guy was definitely meant to be hers. Slay asked her if she was sure of her actions. The limit was coming soon. However, the girl didn't care. He couldn't stop here. She told Slay to go wild. She wanted status, honor, money, and even Yukina's life. It all has to be hers. However, the hero has completely different plans. He told her that he will not allow her to take away what belongs to him. Yukina decided to release Bamang. Slay tried to wrap himself around the black aura that enveloped the hero. However, his energy was stronger and all the limbs that Reed had were broken. She did not believe what was happening. She watched as the young man rose up to gain speed and deliver the decisive blow. The girl said that she always got what she wanted. Suddenly, Graham stopped the hero. He stopped the staff just millimeters from Reed's face. Yukina doesn't understand the reason why Graham stopped him. He replied that there was no need to take her life. Besides, the hero seemed to have forgotten again. The young man doesn't understand what his partner is talking about. Then he screamed. He saw Reed's breasts. He asked her if she was a woman. She replied that they had already been through this. Sitting at the bar, the hero remembers the feeling of Reed's chest and says that now he remembers. Yukina asked Aina, who was treating the boy, about what was going on with Reed. He says that she didn't have many injuries, but her brain was very exhausted. The nurse replied that it seemed she was still sleeping. The young man thought about it. Graham intervened in the conversation and said that the human brain is not designed to control 8 limbs at once. And this power must have been a heavy burden for her. The young man answered what he understood, and then he turned to his partner. He said that Bale and Weiss were still hiding somewhere. He asked if they might show up again. He replied that with such wounds, even demons would have a hard time returning, but given their appearance, there could be other demons hiding among humans. It's worth expecting. Yukina noted that he didn't want to see them anymore. Graham said that sooner or later they would have to face the enemy. Yukina said that next time he would definitely defeat them. But if they dare to hurt his family, he will not forgive them. Nikyo thanked the men for waiting and told them that they were celebrating today. Aina says that after all this turmoil, it's finally time to have a good rest. Yukina agreed. The mafia boss turned to him. He asked him if he had changed his mind. The young man was not happy about this conversation. Nikyo saw him fighting and said that he would get any alcohol he wanted. He will pay a lot. He will allow him everything he wants. He will always be able to rely on them. They will gladly share their power with him. The man is even ready to make him the main one. The young man was surprised by his words. Kuna noted that the option was not so bad. The hero scratched his head. He said that he was not against it either. No need to be submissive like a knight. Besides, they are both good in battle. Nikyo was delighted and turned to his comrades. He said that he and Yukina Blackblade discussed matters and came to a decision. The man announces that from now on, Yukina and his group will become part of their family. He says that if anyone has any objections, they can come forward and he will immediately set their minds straight. The men bowed their heads and greeted Brother Yukin. The hero felt awkward. He scratched his head and said that he was glad to work with them. In the evening, some were still drinking outside and the young man was lying on the bed. His hands were under his head. The room was lit by one lamp. He said that Reed was not at this party. Graham said that after that fight, it seemed that she could not show herself to him. The young man thought about her gorgeous forms. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of his room. The girl asked if the guy was asleep. He answered that he was not asleep and allowed her to enter. Standing in the doorway was Kuni, who apologized to the guy and stepped aside. The hero had a view of Reed, who was dressed in a very revealing outfit. Reed suggested to Kuni that they cancel the operation. Kuni told her that she had come this far and now she was chickening out. The girl replied that it was not about that, she was just embarrassed. And she also noticed that this outfit did not suit her. Yukina blushed and said that no matter how you look at it, it suits her very well. Reed blushed deeply and became embarrassed. Kune laughed and then said that she would leave them alone and disappeared behind the door. Only Yukina and Reed remained in the room. The girl started to offer something to the guy, but he didn't say anything and just looked at her. She asked him not to make her say it. She wanted intercourse as a man with a woman. She started talking about how in that battle where they fought together at first it was so fun, but when they fought seriously, she saw the difference in their strength even more. And then she decided to discuss it with Kunya and then she said something. The hero was interested in what the nurse had told her. She said that they were not given the ability to control Yukin, but there was a way to occupy his head with thoughts of her. And then they talked and she put this embarrassing outfit on her. The hero was silent for a while and said that he would not say that he did not like her. The girl's head widened, however, he cannot say that he trusts her. But now he wants Reed. He sat her down on the bed. He doesn't know if he feels this way purely by chance. But if she didn't mind continuing, then he was all for it. The hero loomed over her. Reed said she didn't care. She started untying her underwear. She asked him to feel that desire just for now. She told him to come to her. The men stood outside and cried. They were glad that spring had finally arrived on their leader's street. They thought that they would not see this day. Reed was irritated by their behavior. Suddenly they all shouted the word Banzai and raised their hands up. Reed told her comrades to be quiet as they were embarrassing her. Yukina commented on how she was as ruthless as ever. The man standing next to him said that she had always been like that, but at the same time she cared about them very much. It was she who brought them back to normal life when they were at their lowest. Yukina asked if they really loved her. He replied that she gave them food, entertainment, and women. All mercenaries were like that. She understands them better than anyone else. They have no reason not to love her. And she was beautiful and curvy, but men weren't interested in her. They were already worried that she wouldn't find anyone for herself. The hero said that she liked him in the end. Would they really accept it that easily? He answered what they had doubted at first, but the way he fought, none of them could do it. Their leader accepted him, she fell in love with him, so they have no reason to complain. The mercenaries knelt down and asked the boy to take care of their leader. He replied that he had already taken care of them yesterday. Reed heard this and said that they were allowing themselves too much. Yukina noted that they were excellent comrades. Nikio thanked his brother for his help, and also added that if he ever came to them again, they would welcome him with open arms. The young man agreed, but only this time without problems with the criminal world. Nikio said that they would prepare something special for him. Reed turned to the Black Blade. She told him that she would take Narinki into the hands of the authorities of the neighboring country, so for now they would have to say goodbye, and she would also miss him. He blushed and said that when this awkwardness in her goes away, he will miss it very much. Reed told Kane that her advice is no good. She replied that the girl needs to practice. But still, something stirred in the guy's chest. Graham said that it was awesome, and then Yukina asked the girl that when she took him, she would come to Arcs. Reed replied that they were planning to move their base there. The hero said that he would wait for her and waved his hand at her. Reed blushed as she watched the guy walk away. Suddenly, she screamed his name, and she ran towards the separating carriage. She quickly caught up with it. Reed caught up with the carriage and kissed Yukina. Aina blushed at such actions. Then the mercenary jumped off the cart. And waving her hand, she shouted to the hero that she would miss him. She also called him dear. Yukina was confused. Graham noticed that the girl was not bad at all. The carriage with the heroes was moving further away. Reed watched this. The man with long blonde hair tells Yukina what he already knows. This time on this trip, he bought something expensive. The hero noted that the man's ears were everywhere. He was surprised at how quickly he received information. He replied that his ears were very effective and he had also dealt with Narinki. If his hands had reached Arcs, they would have had a lot of problems. Now they can drink tea in peace, but now their hero is also a mafioso. The young man said that he would prefer not to talk about it. The man agreed to keep it a secret. The hero thanked him. Nikio Jingen is quite a famous name even outside of Uberist, an old-fashioned and carefree guy. Yukina noted that although he was acting outside the law, he was not doing evil. His guys were supposedly protecting the people. The man wanted to offer the young man a drink with him, but in the end, they met without him. Here the man remembered that he wanted to tell him two things. This concerns one of his girls. It looks like they're looking for her. Yukina asked who the man was talking about. He answered that they were looking for Mikage. A group of beastmen is looking for her. They say that they are very serious there. The hero asked about the group of beastmen. The man added that another member of this group was also a fox with white fur like Mikage and wielded a thin sword. The hero noted that there were too many coincidences. It didn't sound like just a rumor. He asked Mikage. Then he suggested moving on. The man said that the hero relics challenged the demons.